Daryl Dixon is the character from the hit series The Walking Dead.
Boom, shakalaka.
More recently, he was given his own spin-off show which is about to receive its second season. However, what many of you may or may not know is that he also starred in his own video game, and that same game is highly regarded as one of the worst PS3 games of all time. So let's check it out. Okay, it is time. It is flipping time to start this game. Audio, okay, so there's no music volume. It's just volume of the entire game. That's great. As we jump into this awesome game, we can very quickly bag our first trophy for running out of breath 10 times in a row. And we know we're exhausted from the amount of sweat that drips down from the top of our screen. I'm sweating. Damn, that's some high-tech gameplay right there. I am sweating a lot, actually. Are you okay, Daryl? The game seems to struggle a bit with the frames when it comes to spinning around in circles, which I think really goes to show you what kind of game we are heading into. To be fair, this is making me dizzy in real life. Oh, extreme conditioning. There is the first trophy, which means I'm flipping locked in. This would be one of the easiest trophies to obtain because from this point on, the majority of the trophy list is missable. So missable, in fact, that forgetting to grab a single collectible, survivor, weapon, or pretty much anything else would easily result in another playthrough. And that's not even taking into consideration the playthrough specific levels that require their own playthroughs to get through. But we will get to that in a minute. For now, we meet up with Jess, an absolute legend that repeats the same 3 words over and over again.
Daryl, come here. Daryl, come here. Daryl, come here. Daryl, come here.
He lets us know that our friend Buck is calling for help, but little does Buck know that he's about to meet something more than just a deer. Buck, no! Buck! Where is he? While Buck is getting munched on, our interests are drawn to the trophy, The Hunted Becomes the Hunter, where instead of saving the life of someone who surely had a big impact on our pre-apocalypse life, we need to eliminate 5 walkers coming our way before we are inevitably eaten for a midday snack. Oh, get fucking smoked, bro. I don't know if that was 5.
What in the hell, Dixon?
Look how he's like paused me.
What the hell, Dixon? Oh, Dix, no, man.
Dix.
Daryl, you okay? Dad?
Oh wait, we're not
Dad,
that.
no.
Wait, what's going on, bro? I'll do it myself.
Sorry, brother.
Damn. Now, since this trophy pops at the end of the mission, it was time to experience the beginning of the outbreak. Okay. We can grab the hunting knife, which is just one of the many melee weapons we need for the trophy. That's a nice swing you've got. And also grab our first collectible type here, which are in the form of these quite large squirrel statues. There's 16 to collect, and due to the way this game is laid out, requires 2 playthroughs to find them all.
Have you ever seen anything like that? If you told me about it, I'd call you a liar. Listen, there's more of them coming. We gotta go. Daryl, remember what we learned about him. Head trauma. Attack the brain.
Where did all the zombies even come from, bro? Where'd he get the gun from? What are you just doing standing there, bro? We're getting swarmed, and he's like, Daryl, come here. Leaving this lovely building we have found ourselves in introduces us to the combat. And to be fair, it's not bad, but it's not good. The game makes you assume that you're about to be eaten alive if you make so much as a single decibel of noise. But as I learned pretty quickly throughout my time with this game, you can just walk behind a walker and stealth them all the same. In fact, you can pretty much just walk across this entire game with minimal contact from any walkers whatsoever. However, the game played it out as if I was about to die from any wrong turn, so my first playthrough was very slow and very combat focused. He's definitely saw me. What is he eating? What is this? Why is it so low texture, bro? Quickly earning a trophy for getting 2 headshots with a single bullet. You in a hurry, mate? Actually, wait, let's hit a 360. And my hope never die. Oh! Oh, they definitely all heard that, yeah. Oh, 2 heads are better than 1. Okay. I was also attempting to complete this mission without being grabbed, but it seemed my controller wasn't too fond of that idea. These guys stand no chance. Battered. Ah! Hey, run. Run! Stop pulling out. Oh my god, what the fuck? Run! Oh my god, bro. Okay, I don't know what's going on. I think my controller's broken. That's always lovely. If we get grabbed now, I'm going to be flipping fuming. Livid, actually. Just run, just run, just run. Please let that be the trophy. I swear if we got grabbed, I'll be fuming. The hunter becomes a hunted. That was the 5 at the beginning. Please give me the one I need. Yeah. Was that the right one? That wasn't even the right one. There you go, you're just not my type. What was that one that we just got? With that out of the way, we are finally introduced to the travel map. And this core feature of the game is the sole reason there's so many missable trophies. You're given a choice pretty early into the game that requires you to pick between 2 locations. This single choice will either send you down the left-hand side or the right-hand side of the map. And for the trophy being everywhere, we need to visit every single location in the game, which of course brings about a stupidly large amount of missables because missing a squirrel on the left-hand side means you then have to replay the left-hand side again to collect it without even starting a 3rd playthrough for the right-hand side as well. But that's not the only thing tied to this travel map, because we also have survivors. More importantly, RNG survivors. Yeah, this game requires you to get extremely lucky and find 5 of the 16 survivors in between travel locations, and this is entirely out of your control. You can travel from one location to the next and not stop a single time. You could stop twice, you could stop 5 times in a row, but the chances of stopping and actually being a survivor is basically 0. And I'm still surprised they looked at this game, thought it was so fire that people would want to play it over and over again, and then decided to make this a trophy so you have no other choice. Luckily, the trophy hunters that played this game back on release figured out that you can quit to the main menu as soon as Daryl starts waffling to his friends, putting you right back before the last location and giving you another chance at finding no survivors. Back to the task at hand though, we approach the second location in search of some gas. Yo, chat, do we need some gas for our car? Some gasoline, chat. Revolver. Revolver? I don't know. I don't know where. Is he gonna open the door? Where's he going? And here we see a wild walker walking away. Unlike the 5 RNG survivors, the remaining 11 are story-based. Some are missable, but you'd really have to be rushing through the game to not complete the required side quests to recruit them. Doing these random side quests gives us progress towards the Good Samaritan trophy, so it's kind of in your best interest to get these done regardless. So after feeding this guy at the police station...
You sure you ain't coming with?
Oh, hell no. This is my
Oh, hell no.
Where am I gonna be safer?
You don't have the key, do you?
Go on now, leave me to my duty.
What happens when you get hungry again?
It's this one thing that got me tripping.
Bro was gobsmacked. And grabbing some batteries for the officer on the roof, we complete 2 side quests and also recruit this guy for a lovely trophy. Oh, we survive by pulling together. We do indeed. What is that picture, man? Oh, and the ladders, by the way, don't even logically make any sense. There's no way I was just floating that. Can I go back down? I'm not even on the ladder, mate. Hello, chat. After finding the gas station, it turns out the guy held up inside will only give us the keys if we go and find his uncle in the caravan park. And, well, it seems we're a little bit too late. Where the fuck am I going? Oh, it's him. How you doing, bro? I'm not really too sure why this happens, but collecting the keys from the corpse just alerts every single walker in the surrounding area. And this introduces us to another aspect of the combat, the grapple. Basically, as soon as you are grabbed by a walker, the game rubber bands the surrounding enemies so that eliminating the one in front of you instantly chucks you into another grapple unless you press R1. It's pretty hard to explain unless I show you this example later in the game, where I avoided this door specifically because I knew there was a walker behind it due to a previous death, only for the walker to rubber band and grapple me anyways, even though I was so far away. Being on the second mission though, and still pretty new to this game, the first encounters with the grapples didn't go down all that well. You can group hug, cool, but you can't just chuck the entire whole. What is going on? Okay, this is not. I'm actually gonna die. You can't just chuck every single zombie at me in the entire fucking world. What the absolute shit. However, we made quick work when spawning back in, returned back to the gas station for some fuel, and ended the mission off with 2 new survivors. But for the trophy, you go your way, I'll go mine, we could only continue by dismissing one of these new survivors. I can dismiss Jesse Collins, 57. Probably for the best, right? Weak. Get rid of Warren. Loser. We're just on the verge of death due to being bit at the start of the game. We arrive at Gar Water in search of a new vehicle. This is the first route-specific location, and these locations aren't necessarily that important, but they usually hold a survivor or a collectible that is only obtained here. So we grab another squirrel and also a grenade before grabbing the first poster, which is the second collectible type in this game. There's 8 of these scattered around different locations, most of which are hidden in these route-specific locations. At this point, it was pretty clear to me that missing anything would be detrimental to my motivation for playing this game, so I came up with a plan. The guide on PSN Profiles is okay, and credit where credit is due, because without this guide, I wouldn't have even attempted this game. But it's still kind of hard to follow, and honestly, super easy to miss something if you're not careful. So I whipped out the trusty notebook, and ignoring my amazing writing skills, I tracked every single collectible and missable thing in this game using pen and paper. Look at that quality of them assets, man.
Lady, Elizabeth, there ain't no ranger.
There ain't no ranger. Oh my god, what the fuck, bro? Daryl.
Yeah, I earned these.
And approached Jess to unfortunately dismiss him in the nicest way possible.
Jess? Oh, Jess, no.
Oh shit. Oh my god, Jess. With the outbreak suddenly sweeping the world, Daryl sets out to find Merle to see if he's still alive, and we end up in Fontana, a city that has already fortified a lot of its surrounding area in hopes of keeping the infection out, clearly without checking their own people first, because just like everywhere else, this town is also overrun with walkers, and a lot of them at that. Our objective is clear though, we must find Merle, and while doing so, we run into a woman called Anna Turner, who needs our help with a man called Noah. They're trapped and surrounded by a group of walkers, making it the perfect opportunity to use the grenade we picked up on the last mission to blow up 5 walkers at once. Oh shit, what happened? Where did it go? There we go. Boom, who needs a headshot? After getting the rundown from Anna, it seems that they were separated from their group. A common and almost identical story to most of the other survivors we find in this game. And we are tasked with finding a woman called Mia trapped in the theater. While doing this, we can grab another poster and basically just walk past all the enemies to find Mia. Yeah, 10 out of 10 gameplay right here.
I ain't the asshole you're worried about.
Who are you then?
I'm a different one.
No scout? She sent you?
Yeah, she's across the street in that diner.
Once speaking to Mia, we go back to Anna, but she's already dipped somehow, even though she was trapped just moments before, and there's a stupid amount of walkers outside the diner. She leaves us a key, which is the final collectible type, not to be confused with the story keys because somehow they're obviously different. So after ticking it off in my notebook, we can also grab a machete that she conveniently left us, making it honestly seem less believable that they managed to make it out in one piece. For the trophy need a hand, we need to chop off a walker's arm as they're just about to attack us, and I'm not sure if it was just me not paying attention, but I didn't realize you could heavy attack with these melee weapons. Doing a normal attack won't really chop off any arms, so I sat there for the best part of 10 minutes, just dying over and over and over again, trying to chop a body part off an innocent walker. When that didn't work, I tried shooting their arms off, but again, I was just wasting my time, and it wasn't until I realized the heavy attack was a thing that this trophy became surprisingly easy. Oh, maybe I gotta hold the trigger. Oh. There we go, need a hand. Me, bro, it was that simple. One of the more pressing issues I have with this game is the lack of supplies you find in these main locations. I understand that the unmarked road events are where you can stock up on supplies, but when you get low on health in a main location and you have no more snacks left, you're more or less just waiting around to die because there's fuck all left to grab. It was also here that I found out the game was reusing entire locations from previous areas. We're not literally back at this. Is it? Huh? Is this not literally the same thing as before? Correct me if I'm wrong, but this police station and fence look awfully familiar to the gas mission where we needed to go to the trailer park. I know they made the building, so it's however they want to use the model, but I mean, come on. That location was literally 2 stops before this, and I'm already seeing the same building being used again. Yeah, because that's the police station. That's literally just, that entire building is a reused asset. Actually, while we're on the topic of reuse assets, the walker models are basically 5 or 6 unique walkers, even to the point where sometimes I'd get grappled only to be met with the same player model over and over again. Oh my god, that was an ugly fucking guy, what the hell? That's just the same player model again, bro. It just sucks to see how poorly Walking Dead fans have been treated when it comes to video games. The universe is so cool and there's endless possibilities for a Walking Dead game, and yet they decide to create this game and then 10 years later create this. I think the only studio to actually do anything right with this IP was Telltale, because Walking Dead Season 1 is up there as one of the saddest endings to a game I have ever witnessed. Back to the game though, after walking around the police station, we find Merle on the roof.
Bro, you're stir-fried from the sun, the booze and whatever else you're getting into.
I do feel a little warm now that you mention it. I'm not going anywhere but Jake's, and that's where you're gonna take me.
Don't make me escort him, please. I beg. Yes. Sit down, found. Sorry, brother. And finally get our first random road event almost 5 missions into the game, which not only proves how random it is to actually receive a road event, but also how lucky you have to be that the random road event contains a survivor, because this one did not. Oh, on the road again. Not sure what that one's for. Claiborne is the next location and might honestly be the worst one in the game. The idea is cool, but I just don't really like how many collectibles and missables are in this one for a route specific location. You need to find a fire axe, the pump action shotgun, a survivor, a poster, a stuffed squirrel, and you need to make a choice at the end of the level in order to grab another survivor later in the game. All of this is basically tied to one location that is only possible when coming down the left hand side of the map. It's actually insane. He was talking as a year. I started the mission and headed into the hospital, quickly meeting up with Noah, who was apparently left here by Anna in search of some medical help.
Cool, man. Be safe, alright?
We can make our way through the hospital, finding a poster which once again uses a real-life image instead of one from the game. Oh, she's there. They don't put her in the game. Oh! You fuck. I actually got lost here due to no real fault of my own, but actually because they decided to place the exact same reception desk at the start of the game, and then again in this location here, making me double take where I was and start backtracking because I was just so confused as everything looked the same. I don't even know where I am anymore, what the fuck. It feels like either I've just done a massive loop or like there's reason assets, which both is pretty plausible to be honest. After reaching this location with the fire axe, the game just became a walk in the park, and a repetitive one at that. The fire axe is so overpowered, and one heavy hit instantly eliminates any walker in my way. Bro, one hit melee is crazy. And because there's no upgrade system, no difficulty tiering, or basically any form of difficulty whatsoever, this fire axe became my go-to weapon and basically made me invincible, which, as mentioned, made the remainder of this game easy and repetitive. It was around this point that I did start to realize the whole sneaking around trying to make no sound situation was just a waste of time as well. And it almost felt like my eyes had finally opened to a big reason this game got so much hate. Like, why would you sit there and play a running simulator set in the Walking Dead universe when you can play Red Dead Redemption 1, GTA 4, Last of Us? I mean, even flipping Kung Fu Panda 2 came out before this. This game came out where games were starting to cook hard, and in the middle of these go-to games, we got this. Back to the game though, we eventually make it to a doctor that is apparently making a cure for us all. The twist though is that she's deciding to test on Noah. You know, the guy that was barricaded in that one room right at the start of the hospital. So while we survived an entire walker horde, fell through the floor, and fought off more walkers to get here, Noah and the doctor somehow made it here unharmed. Regardless, to get Noah on our team in a later location, we need to save him from the doctor. But just as I was about to do so, I checked the guide one more time and realized I'd actually missed another survivor in the hospital. And this gave me two options. One, I continue with the game, being forced to play the game for a third time down the line because this is a route specific location. Or two, I restart the level now, being forced to play through this entire section once again. And I mean, it's pretty clear to which one I was going to pick. The good news though was that the squirrel and the poster I had collected here had saved. Yes! Meaning the main priority of this run was just to find that random survivor called Todd that was hiding around the corner of this corridor. Todd. Imagine that would have caused me an entire replay through. It's crazy. But the stress was far from over, because once we reached that big choice once again, I of course chose to save Noah, defended him from countless walkers while getting the weapon specific eliminations with the weapons I had collected here, and then, just as the mission was about to be over, I noticed that the squirrel in my inventory was no longer showing on the screen. So I returned to the main menu with a big emphasis on the fact that the game just saved after defending Noah in order to check if the collectible had indeed saved, only to be met with the realization that this game doesn't even have a section for these collectibles anyways. But if you can believe it, the bad luck on this mission doesn't end here, because after pressing continue to obviously continue where we left off, this happens instead. Now what? Really? The game's saved and I exit the level and continue where I left off and it's put me right back at the start of the game. Are you taking the piss?
I need some meth.
Oh my god, what the fuck? Nowhere does it say, yeah, unsafe progress will be lost. I saved, bro. Like, that actually takes the piss, man. That's another like half-hour waste on this shitty mission, mate. But the final nail in the coffin for any real positivity I had towards this game was that just after defending Noah, the level is basically over, meaning I quit for zero reason and the game made me replay the entire level again just for the level to end right down the hallway where I'd quit beforehand. If you thought for some reason the game would get any better, it would not, because for the next 50 minutes of my life, I sat here restarting the game over and over and over again because the RNG is so flipping strong that the chances of getting a survivor is virtually non-existent, and I was sat here trying to find these two to be exact. And no matter how many times I restarted the game, no matter how many random events I encountered, and no matter how much of my own time I wasted searching for non-existent people in this bad game, the survivors would not show up. And I was actually starting to believe that this specific route from Claiborne to Lemon Hill was just rigged, or stumbling across a survivor here was physically impossible. But I mean, it had to be possible. So I kept going, eventually unlocking a trophy for using 250 fuel, which means the game does, for some reason, keep track of your fuel usage even when you restart your game. But still, I couldn't find a single survivor. I'd explored the locations countless times, but each time the area they were meant to be was empty, until... Come on, just give me a fucking survivor, bro. There's a diner up ahead, cool. And there'll be no one here, as per fucking usual. Oh my god, Shat? Oh my god, there's no enemies. This has got to be it. And we finally found a missing survivor after like 40 fucking minutes, bro. Oh my god. What the fuck? 40 minutes, man.
I could use a ride if you have room.
The fucking RNG on that, man. 40 minutes for a single survivor, and there's still one more I need to get as well, but luckily I think there's another route I can take after this, so I'm gonna do that because trying to find both of them on the exact same route is like it's got to be like a 1 in a billion chance, man. There's no way. Oh, this is just a reskin again, man. They actually just be porting shit over. This is literally at that one place from that one section. A survivor can be heard. There's no way. Both survivors on the same run. Are you taking the piss? That's even meant to happen, or that's fucking insane luck. Like, insane luck. No. Please. Oh my god, I'm fucking dead, bro. I'm so dead. We fucking did it. We fucking did it. Both survivors on the same run.
Let me come with you. Believe me, I will pull my weight.
And that was just 2 of the 5 missable survivors we need to do this exact same thing for moving forward. Up next though was indeed Lemon Hill. Possibly my favorite level because there's not really that many walkers here. Now, but honestly, this level was actually pretty fun. The reason we are here is to stop the massive herd coming our way, and to do this, Meryl finds a fireworks shop, and it becomes our task to find more fireworks and light them in the church. It's just a fun mission that has barely any story tied to it, and a bunch of walkers to kill. More importantly, it holds the last 2 melee weapons we needed for this trophy. The baseball bat was up first, and this was held in a random apartment alongside a fresh set of new keys for a vehicle. And after picking up some more fireworks, we can make our way through this graveyard to grab the final melee weapon we needed, the sledgehammer. It's a pretty strong weapon to be fair, and would have been really cool to use if there was any walkers around to kill. But they all seem to be off doing their own thing, and I couldn't find a single walker anywhere, other than this guy who clearly had too much to eat last night. So the only way forward was into the church to place down the fireworks and ring the bell to attract all the walkers. A great trap because the walkers are drawn by sound and clearly have no survival skills at all. On the plus side, this did populate the town quite a bit, so as soon as we escaped the church, it was time to bash some random walkers' head in. Please give me the trophy for that, please, I beg. But the trophy didn't pop. Hours and hours of my life had just been wasted writing down and tracking these weapons, so I knew for a fact I had done them all. As a last-ditched effort, I cycled through a few melee weapons, and when I got to the base knife... Oh, let's fucking go. What I believe happened was that the game doesn't count these sneak attack eliminations as a knife kill, even though, very clearly, we are demolishing a walker through the skull with a weapon that looks very similar to a knife. With that roller coaster of emotions all for nothing, we can finish the mission and reach Barksdale to be told,
stay here.
What?
What? Mel runs off, and yet again we are spending the entire mission trying to find him, witnessing weird shadow textures and sneak attacking enemies because, yes, for some reason I was still doing that, before reaching the bar to see Merle having a standoff with his old gang.
I ain't your brother.
It wasn't my idea to sell you out, I swear it.
Oh, damn it, Merle. This whole trip was just for your stash?
Quit your belly aching. You're giving me a headache, son.
Jess was right about you, you selfish son of a bitch.
So yeah, Merle dragged us all the way out here for some substances, and really the only good thing to come out of this mission is the crossbow. That, of course, is Daryl's signature weapon, and it's kind of cool to see how it came to be if this game is considered canon, which hopefully it is not. The crossbow is cool because it stays with us now until the end of the game. We can't drop it, and there's always ammo floating about during missions for us to grab. There's a few trophies tied to the crossbow, which is kind of cool, and we can attempt 2 of them now. I'll get this trophy now though. Okay, hard as fucking died. Oh, you're doing it wrong. That should be a trophy, I think. There we go. Mind if I borrow this? And then I should get another trophy for hitting this guy in the knee as well. I used to be human like you. I also got crash course in brain surgery here due to the sheer number of times I got grappled by literally every walker in the surrounding area. It's just such shit game design. And then it was time to finally meet up with Merle and his gang to find out exactly what was going on. Except we don't even find Merle or his gang, and instead somehow run into Anna from Act 1 that left Noah to die in the hospital. Really?
Saved your ass at the diner. Do I look like your bitch?
Not in that outfit.
What? Oh, hell no.
Wait,
Hell no!
Let's go, before I change my mind.
Yeah, I'm just as lost as you are. With Act 2 coming to a close, we enter Act 3 with 2 more survivors to find on the road. And I jumped into this right away to not waste any time. But finding the first survivor straight away was not something I was expecting in the slightest. Abandoned neighborhood up ahead. There's no way we found this first try. Surely not. There's no way! Literal first route. She's here. Oh my god.
I don't know where to go now. Everyone I know is dead.
Everyone I know.
Please take me with you. Please.
Please. Other than that major spelling mistake, the rest of this trip was pretty lackluster, and unfortunately we did not find the other survivor. That survivor being Gloria. I had seen Deathroth playing this game before I even started doing this platinum, and Gloria was the last survivor he had left, taking hours and hours of restarting the game in order to find her. And when he did, this is what happened.
No. She can't die? How did they get in here? There was literally no walkers.
Restarting the checkpoint did let him save her, but this seemed to be the grim reality of finding Gloria on the road to Sherwood, and it was something I was not looking forward to in the slightest. For now though, we had to explore a route-specific location called Lafferty. This was the first route-specific location that kind of just felt a bit rushed and half-assed, with the only real use for stopping here being that Noah had conveniently found his way here from the hospital, and we just happened to stop in this exact location to find him. There's also a squirrel, poster, and keys to a new vehicle here, but something I suddenly realized when browsing the guide was that these keys can leave your inventory if you die before the game saves. Now, I don't know about you, but having no collectible counter at all for these keys, like not even a quick flash on the screen to show the amount you have, as it does with the posters and the squirrel, is such a bad design choice and makes it basically impossible to know if they've saved or if I have to repeat the game all over again. But after completing this level, it was time to try and find Gloria, and immediately there was a glaring issue. This particular route from Lafferty to Polksville seemed to result in Daryl talking 80% of the time. And when Daryl talks, this means the route is already over and I'd have to restart my game. The amount of time it takes to close the game, boot the game back up, and then boot the actual game up from the start screen takes a solid minute or 2, just to then jump back on the road to hear Daryl waffling in my ear once again.
You spotted? They were supposed to check in.
On the odd chance we stopped for anything, it would just be something random like a roadblock or supplies. And I don't know if it was just this particular route or if Gloria is just that hard to find, but this took hours and it almost seemed like finding Gloria was actually impossible. Oh my god! Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. There she is, there she is, there she is, there she is.
For some reason, she spawned on top of the trailer, letting us know that she's thankful for saving her, even though we had done absolutely nothing other than pull up in our grey shitbox. But once we turn the corner, she drops through the roof of the train and a bunch of walkers spawn in. We cleared the walkers with our one-shotting axe and added Gloria to our team, taking the total number of road survivors found to 4 and leaving one more left called Sarah, who I may or may not have missed at the start of the game, so I will have to find her in the next playthrough. For the trophy I can handle myself, we need to dismiss every single survivor here before heading into Sherwood, which doesn't impact anything at all since they're pretty useless other than getting a few supplies.
When I was 7, I wanted a dog in the worst way.
What? I wanted a dog in the worst way.
14 years.
There we go. I can handle this myself.
Sherwood is essentially the end of the game, as it is here that we will be getting an evacuation out of the city, and I guess going to another city with more walkers or something. But instead of coming with us, Anna meets up with her dad, who kind of looks like he's been bit already, but this is the end of a storyline, so I guess we'll never know.
Oh, he's definitely a zombie, bro. What's wrong with his thumb? Did you see how big that was?
There's also 2 survivors in this location that both require our help. One is in the left house and one is in the right house. Talking to both of them shows that they both want us to find a guy called Aiden, who was allegedly meant to signal the evac chopper to come to this location, but hasn't come back. So our task is to find Aiden, who is trapped on top of this walker infested shop, grab his bag for him, and then go back to the houses to grab both of the survivors in time for the evacuation. However, once returning back to the main area, the houses are overrun with walkers, and we are required to choose only one of the 2 survivors to escape with. It doesn't really matter who you choose here because we have to play another playthrough anyways to help the other survivor. So I picked Jane and escaped with her as my only survivor for the trophy Rosie the Rampager.
Moving to the burbs. There you go, Rosie the Rampager.
What? No! No! Daryl, get to the gates!
Now that we had reached the actual final mission, we unlocked the assault rifle, a super powerful weapon that pretty much leaves the walkers with little to no chance whatsoever, and also the final weapon I needed for the trophy They Know Me at the Range.
That should be the last weapon, I hope. I haven't missed anything. There we go. They know me at the range.
We are here because Jane knows the evac chopper is coming this way, although she did run off into the barriers, so I'm not sure she's still with us. Regardless, this is a pretty cool area. You can tell it was once a site for the survivors to gather and wait it out until help arrived, but it's definitely seen better days, now being overrun with walkers, making it very easy to finish off this trophy for shooting 300 bullets. It's quite a unique trophy to obtain here as well, called Down to My Last, that requires you to finish the game with 1 firearm and a single bullet. I'm not sure how much luck would be involved to get this randomly, but if you did, it would be in your best interest to grab a few lottery tickets and become a millionaire. I decided to choose this trophy though because, let's be real, I am not winning the lottery anytime soon. To do this, you will eventually reach a point where the evac chopper comes down to grab you. The only issue is that hundreds of walkers start appearing out of nowhere and you have to defend yourself. This creates a problem though, because if you want to leave with a single weapon and a bullet, how can you really defend yourself and guarantee there'll be 1 bullet left? And the answer is, well, you can just train the last 2 walkers and empty your mag before axing them both to death.
It's Merle.
This trophy doesn't pop until the credits roll, so until then, we can hop on the turret supplied by Merle and mow down all the walkers that were probably once law-abiding citizens, casually strolling about their day, and earn a few trophies while doing so. One for eliminating a walker that is falling due to a missing leg, and another one for dismembering every limb of 25 walkers.
It's gotta be the brain.
Prepare for the dust storm. Hang on, people.
Evacuation procedures begin in 9 minutes.
Down to my last.
Yes!
Dumb son of a bitch!
What's he doing?
Shit about you no more. You could have been out of this mess forever.
Lucky for you, I got an eagle eye. It's this one. Didn't you see the bite on that whirlybird pilot? Hell, he was more than halfway turned already. You know I got your back. Yeah, no. Hell, I'm the only man you could ever count on.
Damn. With the first playthrough wrapped up, it was time to replay the game again, this time choosing the right hand side of the map instead, which gives us 5 new locations to explore. There's also a good chunk of miscellaneous trophies to obtain as well, so I attempted these as I went. You also unlock relics after your first playthrough, and these offer a few bonuses to make the additional playthroughs a bit easier. Specifically this one that gives you a crossbow and an assault rifle right at the start of the game, making it extremely easy to get the trophy Porcupine for shooting 10 bolts at a walker without sending it to sleep.
2, 3, There we go. That was it. Trophy pop, and then I'm taking all my bullets from you. There we go, porcupine.
Because of this trophy, I also managed to get True Dixon for completing a location with the crossbow only. And then there are people too for beating the level without eliminating a walker. But just when you thought things were going pretty well, they stopped going pretty well. In this next mission, I was going for the trophy Not a Scratch. This should have been a pretty simple trophy to obtain due to the fact I had an entire assault rifle on standby. I took my time, taking out the walkers that were in my way and grabbing the gas from the gas station, knowing full well I had taken no damage whatsoever from the walkers in the area. But the trophy didn't pop, and yet again, more time was wasted on this incredible game.
Let's go. Let's go. That was no damage. That had to have been. Please, not a scratch, please. Not a scratch, not a scratch, please.
To get some level of dopamine into my system, I decided to search for the last random road survivor I needed so that I could hopefully wrap up this trophy during the current playthrough. It took upwards of 30 minutes, closing and restarting the game, entering the road event only to find no one is there and almost falling asleep before finally we ran into Sarah up on a random roof.
Yes! Yes!
I was with a group, but I'm on my own now.
To get her on the team, we need to find some food supplies, which honestly makes no sense. Like, why would you grab this massive box of supplies to give to someone that's going to be on your team, only for them to gatekeep the entire box and we receive absolutely nothing? While we're out here risking our lives trying to stay alive, she's probably just sat in the back of the car munching on some crunchy Wotsits. But regardless, all random survivors had now been found, and the only survivors left for the trophy were in the route-specific locations and super easy to find. Pemberton is the first of these route-specific locations, and the guide mentions that you can obtain the trophy Say Hello to My Little Friend using firearms only. So I did exactly that. There was a few sections where this was tricky, like here, but the game has programmed this walker to jump at you regardless, making you pull out your knife. To get around this, I tried shooting the walker without getting trapped in the lunge, but this walker is clearly invincible without being triggered first. Well, that was until I shot its feet and the entire leg came off. Even after this though, the walker stayed behind the door, so I just one-shot him in the head. The rest of this level was okay to beat with the gun, but after reaching the end, Jess turns into a walker and we are forced into a grapple with no outcome other than to stab him in the face.
Just guns, that was. Oh, what the fuck is the point then? The guy told me to use firearms only. Oh my god, bro.
And as expected, this completely voids the trophy and yet again had me wasting more time. Another downside to this was that we are required to use the police cruiser, and this cruiser eats fuel. And I mean, it absolutely destroys the tank. It had me stopping like 3-4 times just for fuel because there was no fuel to be found in actual locations. After finally reaching Fontana, it was time to lock in for this trophy. Essentially, you need to kill off 5 survivors. And to do this, you just send them out without a weapon, and most of them will die a gruesome death. I almost felt bad for Sarah, but then I realized how long it took to find her, and I didn't really care anymore. This is the mission where we meet Anna and get Mia on our team, and doing this unlocks Good Samaritan for doing 25 side quests.
You cheating, manipulative little bitch.
Oh, Good Samaritan. Wait, let's go. That's the 25 miscellaneous tasks.
I had mastered the art of avoiding walkers at this point, running past pretty much every single one on my path. The ones that didn't move would receive a nice warm bullet in between the eyes, and I managed to keep this up the entire mission, finally getting the gun-only trophy I should have got last time.
Oh, she never came back. That's great. Rest in peace, Sarah. Ah, yes. Say hello to my little friend.
Pulling into Oakview, I sent Mia off to die and made my way through the camp. This was actually a surprisingly good route-specific location. I liked the vibe and there wasn't that many walkers standing in the way. We can grab another squirrel at the back of this tent and meet up with Mike, who joins our team and also gives us a code to the exit. Yeah, it's a pretty short one, but the ending section makes it worthwhile. There's a bunch of walkers chilling around some saw blades, and a single shot of your weapon sends them all frantically running towards you and guarantees you this trophy for eliminating 10 walkers with the blades.
Oh, those died as well. Oh my god, they're all killing themselves. W trap. This is like Black Ops 1. Oh, there we go. This is how hot dogs are made.
Once reaching the next location, I instantly sent Mia off to her death alongside Mike as well, basically spawn killing the guy as soon as he joined the squad. The reason we are here is pretty cool actually. It's a super unique reason and one that definitely hasn't been reused countless times already. It was time for a new car.
You ever think about that?
You hear that?
Like a bro up there, what the fuck? Is that a walker or is that a mirror?
And to get this new car, we basically robbed this old lady at the theater in return for saving her cat. I don't really understand the thought process of this entire interaction, as she states she's kind of safe here so she doesn't need the car, while actively being swarmed by every walker in the surrounding area.
Okay. What was that shadow?
I still thought the location was cool though. It was a nice break from the cities and woodland we had been in for basically the entire game. Oh, and after making sure I had grabbed the squirrel and the poster in this location, Mia did indeed succumb to her injuries, adding one more death to the 5 we needed for the trophy. The next 2 locations were ones I had already played previously, but I did try to do the no-hit trophy here because I knew how easy it would be to run through unharmed. What I didn't account for though was a single flipping walker scratching me by luck and voiding the trophy after I was minutes away from finishing the level.
Yeah, fucking fuck off, bro.
After completing this mission, and then also the mission with Meryl's gang, I got pulled into a random road event, and thought now was a better time than any to attempt these 2 trophies. These trophies are ones that will take an extremely long time if done legit. As we figured out with the fuel trophy at the start of the game, restarting the level saves these random stats for whatever reason, meaning that if I wanted to eat 50 MREs or prevent 50 walkers from grabbing me, I could do this extremely easily on a random road event.
Consuming MRE. It's not venison, but it'll do. Oh, that's the trophy.
Coming to the end of the second playthrough now, it was logically about that time we'd start seeing collectible trophies pop, and the first one on the list was no down payments for grabbing all the car keys. This, as mentioned earlier, was possibly gonna need another playthrough, as I wasn't sure if anything had been saved between deaths. I mean, realistically, I had no faith at all in this popping, but I went ahead and grabbed the last key anyways.
Alright, this is the last set of keys, I believe.
Hey there.
As long as I didn't die while grabbing the other ones, I guess.
And grabbed the final poster here as well for the missing 8 trophy.
Let's go.
After escaping through the gate, the final route-specific location was upon us. This meant, after 2 whole playthroughs and countless hours of my life dedicated to this game, we had almost visited every single location in the game. And to be fair, this isn't that bad of a location to finish off with. Just like the previous hospital location from the other route, this one also has us trying to find a cure for the outbreak. While progressing through the offices, we stumble across the final squirrel of the playthrough.
Yes, no stone left unturned. Oh, open the lab doors. Sheila, where you at, bro?
Sheila was the second to last survivor I needed, and I believe she's unmissable. After talking to her and realizing the cure is non-existent, Anna pulls the wrong lever and opens every single door holding the walkers instead of the singular door containing Sheila. At this point, I really couldn't be asked to entertain the dookie combat in this game and just ran to the end of the level, finally unlocking Being Everywhere for, well, spending my time playing this game twice.
Oh, been everywhere. Nice.
As we reach Sherwood, you might recognize this area as the place we are given a choice between 2 people. I saved Jane last time, so the only survivor standing between me and that stupid RNG trophy was Terry. Terry wants us to find Aiden, but also wants us to find meds. After finding these meds and returning back to Terry, he just shoots his wife point blank in the face.
I'm sorry.
What?
I thought there would be more time. I love you.
What?
That's the most RNG trophy, that one, so that's out of the way.
Similar to Rosie the Rampager, where we had to reach the final location with a woman, Guys Night Out requires us to do the same thing, but this time forces us to keep this crazy person in the back of our car and risk being killed before making it to the final location.
There we go. Guys Night Out. We're actually getting pretty close now. Not long lived.
Nothing changes with this final location, so after reaching the helicopter at the end and getting ambushed by Meryl, we can finally dismember 250 limbs and end the second playthrough off with a decent chunk of trophies to our name. Unfortunately though, as much as I was hoping to be done with the platinum on the second playthrough, we needed to dive in one last time and clean up the really grindy and boring trophies that I kind of just couldn't be asked to attempt for that exact reason. These 5 trophies require a decent portion of the playthrough dedicated to just attempting each one. Luckily, I had been binning off survivors during my second playthrough, so this one was close to being complete, but who knows how close I was to exploring 25 unmarked locations locations or distracting 50 walkers, because again, the game doesn't let me know. But at this point, I was in too deep to back down and started the first level by attempting the trophy that had haunted me the entire time, not a scratch. I'd love to do some epic build up with this one, like I tried over and over again, doing anything I could to beat this level without being hit. But honestly, it was as simple as running past all the walkers and reaching the car at the end for the trophy. My god, that was it. Didn't get hit once. This trophy is buggy though. Nice. Not a scratch. Let's go. The unlucky soul that became my 5th and final dead survivor was none other than Warren from the gas station. Rest in peace. Oh, stay together, stay safe. Lovely. And basically straight after this, I randomly finished my 25th unmarked location. Zigzagging all over the road. Let's fucking go. At this point, I was absolutely flying through this game, and it's honestly surprising how small this game is once you take out all the collectibles and RNG survivors. I can honestly understand the distaste for this game, not only because it's pretty shit, but imagine paying full price on release day to beat this game in under 3 hours because you don't care about collectibles or trophies. A great £50 well spent. Once reaching the theatre once again with the old lady, there's a perfect opportunity to distract walkers by activating these speaker things in between cars, quickly earning me this trophy, which I thought would have taken me at least another playthrough. Yes. And with that, only 2 trophies remain. Duct tape can fix anything, and that looks like it hurt. To break down for this trophy, the best strat is to drive on the highway and just pray that you break down. Yeah, it's essentially just another RNG trophy, and the chances of breaking down are almost as rare as finding a survivor, which is great. But for this trophy, it was a whole different story. Healing survivors 25 times doesn't sound too bad, but when you're only able to send out survivors in marked locations, the opportunities to do this become super slim. And even slimmer when you consider how rare MREs actually are, and even sending survivors out to grab food usually just results in them coming back with 1 or 2 MREs per location, making this arguably one of the grindiest trophies in the game. Either way, I sent out survivors whenever I could, and healed whenever I had MREs available, all while hoping that I would break down at least once on every trip. Yes! Oh, that's fucking awesome. That means the progress carried along, because I've only broken down 3 times in this playthrough. Oh. We're literally 1 mission off the end of the game again. I've only been playing for like 2 hours. Right, finished the game for a 3rd time now. Maybe just over 2 hours, like running through. It's very fast. Starting my 4th playthrough, I was ready to be done with this game. When there's nothing at all to do other than sending survivors out at the start of every location, it really does start to get repetitive and bland. So once reaching the theatre once again, I finally had enough and searched for the best method on this trophy. Alright, so we heal Mia Park 5 times, and then we enter the level. Oh, okay. I didn't even need to. Okay, there we go. Platinum trophy. Let's go. Let's go. Get out of here, Merle. Putting it back in its case, back on the shelf, never to be played ever again. What a nice experience. There's over 300 delisted games on the PS3, and while there's probably some hidden gems on that list, the vast majority lie in the sea of poor reviews, low sales, and have since faded into a distant memory for basically everyone that played them. So, who better than myself to go through this list and explore some of the more interesting big IP games to figure out whether they were truly that bad they deserve to be taken down forever, or if the studios behind these games were simply cutting their losses too soon. This is Exploring Delisted Games. In February of this year, SpongeBob SquarePants surpassed Arthur to become the longest-running animated children's TV show of all time. During that time, Nickelodeon worked heavily with the publisher THQ to create a pretty large catalogue of games that, for the most part, fans did enjoy, most notably Battle for Bikini Bottom, which many people still consider to be one of their favourite games of all time. However, when THQ dissolved in 2013, after their U-Draw tablet gimmick was a commercial flop, every studio under the sun bought up their publishing deals, the WWE series being sold to Take-Two Interactive, Ubisoft acquiring South Park: The Stick of Truth, and Activision, of course, seeking out the most milk-worthy opportunity of the lot, the Nickelodeon game license deal. Even though this deal closed in April of 2013, it would only take Activision 6 months to whip up a brand new SpongeBob game, and I think you can see where this is going. Plankton's Robotic Revenge released in October 2013 to pretty poor reviews, and still to this day does not have a Metacritic score. Of the few reviews available, PlayStation Magazine Australia called it an uninspired required inexpensive stocking filler, nothing more. And IGN commented, "This simple, short, and uninteresting game just drops to the deck and flops like a fish." Now, the story really piqued my interest, not only because SpongeBob itself is a massive IP, but because Activision has a tendency to chuck out anything it can for a quick profit. So I was curious to see just how bad this game could really be. Now, I know what you're thinking. How is this a bad game? I get it. But the facts do not lie. This is allegedly not very good. More or less a cash grab. I mean, it's kind of faded from existence. I've never heard anyone speak about this in my life. I did not know it was even real. Let's go with Patrick, the GOAT. The game starts out with Plankton trying to steal the Krabby Patty formula from Mr. Krabs.
Now, Krabs, kneel before me in my technological superiority. Your flimsy defenses are no match for my supercharged exoskeleton and robot minions. The Krabby Patty formula is mine. Mine!
You'll need more than a tin clown suit to outwit me, Plankton. The Krabby Patty formula is perfectly safe in my new ultra-secure... safe.
You mean this? Ultra-secure safe?
Mr. Krabs?
The safe requires a special key to open it. I made 3 copies of the key and hid them in 3 secret locations marked on this map.
Thank you!
Oh, no!
With the map stolen, we are tasked with finding these 3 keys before Plankton does, and thus, the game begins. Now at first, I thought this game looked pretty good. The colors are nice, the combat works well, and I was really getting a feel for the overall vibe of this game. I mean, I was even a bit confused as to where these negative reviews could have come from, because I didn't find it that bad at all. I got a few trophies in this first mission, with the first trophy of the game being earned after unlocking the Pickle Blaster. Oh. Lock and load. This is one of the many weapons in the game, and for these 5 trophies, we'll need to upgrade every weapon for each character, but that is an insanely boring grind we will get to shortly. For now, with the Pickle Blaster in hand, I progressed through the level with relative ease, collecting sprockets and taking down enemies as I went. For a tutorial level, this isn't all that bad, and it wasn't long before I reached the first freefall section. I don't really know the purpose of these other than to signify the end of a level, but after completing it, we earned a trophy. Oh, skydiver.
I assure you that I will find these blasted keys, but I have one more thing I must do before I am on my way to world domination.
What's that, Plankton?
Destroy the lot of you, that's what! Sick 'em, boys!
I was gearing up for some majorly epic fight here, but what we get instead is a very easy fight that even my nan could probably do without taking damage. There's no challenge here at all. I mean, maybe you can cut it some slack for being the quote-unquote tutorial boss, but as you'll see further into the game, these battles don't really increase with difficulty whatsoever. After painfully going through this 3-round fight, Plankton goes down and we unlock a trophy for winning this encounter. Light work boss fight. For real. Seaweed squashed.
What do we do now? I suggest giving up this charade and going home. Maybe a nice cup of tea before bed.
This is 100% a design choice, but they've made the characters stay facing forward, so they ain't got to worry about showing their mouse moving. Sea Warrior. This was a very common occurrence during this game, and as I said, it was 100% a design choice, as the only real cutscene was the one right at the start of the game. And it was here that my mind shifted a bit and the cracks of this game started to come through. I wish I could say the game picks up and the reviewers are completely wrong, but if anything, the game seems to fall off more as you progress through the levels. All of World 1 looks pretty much the same, and I originally thought this was a design choice, but as you'll see in a minute, level 2 looks the same as well. There's a whopping 6 or 7 enemy types during this game, with the most common ones being these little green-eyed robots and these red-eyed robots. And if it wasn't for these spinning things that you have to ground slam to kill, you could pretty much stick on a movie and hold down the trigger to run through these levels without a single thought in the back of your head. On top of this, it seems basically impossible to die, as they've placed chest after chest full of health power-ups during these levels. The point I'm trying to get across here is that this game is a massive nothing burger. There's no skill required, no real difficulty in the levels, and the enemies are so repetitive that I was already regretting this playthrough after the second level. It's just like this situation I've done like 10 times already though, like these little enemies, like the big enemy. Oh, they are switching up though. Oh, never mind. Same thing again. If anything, I was sticking out this game purely for the trophies, and after purchasing all of Patrick's weapons, I finally got my next one.
Armed to the gills.
Out of these weapons, the portable tartar sauce ended up being the one I used the most, even to the point where I'd spend the time upgrading the other weapons just to end up using this one anyways, as it was so much better than the rest. While progressing through the first world, I unlocked Bot Wrecker for destroying 250 enemies.
Oh, environment change. Let's go.
Master Overloader for defeating 50 enemies by overloading them.
Master Overloader. I'm kind of holding out hope that the second world, whenever I get to it, I think it's 5 levels, that the enemies switch up. If they don't, then I think that's when it can become a bit repetitive.
Before I could even think about my overall opinion on the first world, it very quickly came to an end only 45 minutes after unlocking the first trophy of the game. The boss fight here is essentially the same stuff as the one before it, dodging simple attacks while holding down the trigger to deal some damage. But this one was even easier than the tutorial. Simply jump in the same spot a few times, avoid some weird sticky ball things, and take the plankton robot down to complete the first world for a trophy.
This is fucking peak gameplay. Is that for completing the first world? Nice, so already a quarter of the way through the game, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
After watching the back of the characters once again, we can fully upgrade the portable tartar sauce, earning us decked out.
Decked out. Okay, my fears were partly correct, I guess. It's changed a little. Oh no, the enemies are the same. No. There comes a point where it's like, is the game only tolerable because, you know, oh, I'm playing as Patrick, it's fun. Do you know what I mean? Like, if this was any other thing and not SpongeBob, is the gameplay loop really enough?
And this was essentially the question I kept asking myself while playing this game. Minus the SpongeBob characters, what does this game actually have going for it? I mean, we're in World 2 now, and if the game didn't mention it, I would have easily assumed we were still in World 1, as the enemies are the same, the environment is essentially the same, and the gameplay loop hasn't changed at all. Make it through some barriers, kill the enemies that spawn in. Make it to the next area, kill the enemies that spawn in. Break a few boxes on the way forward, kill the enemies that spawn in. I think even if I was a 7-year-old this game is targeted at, I'd have dropped it around this point too.
I don't exactly know how long the game is. I'm on the second world out of 3. I think I'm probably halfway through the second world, so say about half through the game. There's just nothing going on. This is all I'm doing. I'm just hitting buttons, waiting for these nets to go down. Bunch of enemies will spawn in, and they're all just the same enemies. It just is like constantly the same stuff. And I hate shitting on stuff that doesn't like deserve to be shot on. I don't think SpongeBob necessarily is a bad IP. The IP's well established enough, has so many seasons, like so much stuff going on. They didn't need to put out like such a low effort game. Do you know what I mean? They didn't have to.
Plankton, stop right there.
Excuse me? Yeah, I'm a plankton, but not the plankton you want.
Easy. Hard Rock, which is the second level in the game already done.
We enter World 3, and it is here that I suddenly realized the true grind of these 5 trophies.
No. No. Oh, joking. I literally just read the guide, yeah? And it says replay the entire game as each character. Oh my god.
Unsurprisingly, this world is nothing new. The environment changed colors, which at least gave me something different to stare at, but each section would spawn in more enemies and the process repeats. Something I did figure out though was that you need to reach these upgrade machines in order to bank your sprockets in case you die. Now, it would have been nice for the game to mention this because I just assumed that dying was nothing to worry about given how half-assed the rest of the game was. But no. Dying is in fact a pretty big deal. Not only do you lose all of your sprockets that you haven't banked yet, but you also spawn in at the last checkpoint, usually nowhere near the previous upgrade machine. This means that you're now too far ahead to regain your lost sprockets and essentially played the last 10 minutes of the level for fuck all reason.
You joking? Oh, what do you make me redo that entire thing again? Okay, no, just restart me from here. It restarted me with none of my... Oh my god, really? That's crazy. Basically, I died. It's reset me further into the level than just restarting me from the beginning, which I would have liked anyway. But then it's taken all of my sprockets away. In the top right, I've only got 90 now. So it's progressed me into the level, so now I can't regain the sprockets I had before. What's the point in that?
Before long, the final fight was upon us. Surely the hardest boss of this entire game, and what the last 3 amazing hours of gameplay had led up to. Or I guess they could just repeat the same attack patterns as the last 2 fights that required no skill at all. Am I swerving the corner? Oh no, it is lasers. No way, maybe it is like a mix of all of them. I mean, I don't know. Could this be seen as like lazy, a cheap way to do the final boss? I think it's cool to kind of face off against all the stuff we've already done. But given how bland and repetitive the game is, would that have actually been their intention? Or am I perceiving it wrong and they were actually like, oh, fuck it. I've already done enough Plankton boss fights. Let's just merge it all into one. To give them some credit, the final phase of this fight was something new. But I mean, it's the most basic low effort attempt at a final phase I've probably ever seen. Not as challenging as I would have hoped. Kind of just like sat here like beaming him pretty much. There you go, and he's down. Is that a trophy? Beach head. Okay, no, I was kidding. Oh, we finally got another cutscene.
Matter? Matt? Hold that thought. There you are, me little beauty. The formula is in your pocket. My pocket? Oh, and so it is. I had it with me all along.
You mean we did all that for nothing?
Yeah, literally. So I just played a nothing burger game.
Learned a valuable lesson.
Oh, and what was that, SpongeBob?
We learned that before
And that's the end of the game. Fucking hell, man. I mean, I don't know what I expected, but I think it must have been just shy 3 hours for, I'm pretty sure it's 30 quid. And for that to be the ending too, well, I mean, it just sums up the entire game, mate. Like the ending basically just showed us that we played for no reason. The next 3 trophies are ones you can obtain when playing in local co-op, and these are super easy to do solo, providing you have 3 more controllers lying around. Oh, his blood. And this actually would have been pretty fun with the family back in 2013, but you know, here we are. There's nothing hard about these trophies really, as reviving 20 allies is as simple as spawning the other controllers in and letting them die a bunch of times. Oh, there we go, Field Medic. Team Sponge is just as easy too, because you don't need all 4 players alive when the level ends, just that the 4 controllers need to be active and assigned to the different characters when you do reach the end. Team Sponge, Team Sponge. Nice. With that, 6 trophies remained. And the 3.5 hours I had just spent on this game would be nothing to the 6-hour snooze fest I was about to embark on. As mentioned earlier, these trophies require you to fully upgrade the weapons for every character. And to be honest, I thought this was kind of a reasonable ask at first. SpongeBob would need his spatula upgraded, Squidward might need his clarinet upgraded, and so on. So there would be at least some reason to go through this game 4 more times. But honestly, I couldn't have been more wrong. Oh, no way, man. Well, I would have thought at least if they're going to make me upgrade every single weapon on every single character, at least the characters would have different variations of the weapons, but these are the exact same thing. So I'm just upgrading the same weapons 4 times over. To take such a lazy approach to this aspect of the game not only ruins the immersion for me as a player, it also means these trophies are an extreme waste of time. To upgrade the same weapons 5 times over for nothing more than a few pixels on a screen is actually insane. With over 160,000 sprockets left to collect, the only thing I could do was stop crying and start the grind. I quickly wrapped up the remaining upgrades I had as Patrick. Oh, we'll get the trophy now, yeah. Currently have enough to max upgrade this. So that's Patrick done, I think. There we go, Master Star. Issue being that that was an entire playthrough of the game and a little bit more to get that done. I chucked on a few podcasts to ride out these remaining hours of time I'll never get back. While going for SpongeBob's upgrades, I managed to complete a free-fall section without getting hit. Oh, I did it. Yes! Let's go! That took me like 3-4 attempts, so lovely stuff. After upgrading all of SpongeBob's weapons... Okay, I don't know how many hours it's been, but this should be the SpongeBob trophy, which means we got 2 down, 3 to go. Nice. Master Sponge. It feels like it's never ending. It's just the same shit, like constantly. We're just replaying the same levels, same enemies, same scenery, same weapons. Like, I found out that using a certain button combination allows you to spawn in a good chunk of sprockets for each character without voiding the trophies. This isn't something I'd usually do, but when the grind is so boring and is basically taking the piss out of the player, I didn't really see any reason as to why I shouldn't save myself a few hours of my own life to spend on literally anything else. The dent this made was barely noticeable, to be honest, but it allowed me to fully upgrade the portable tartar sauce right away for each character and made this grind a little more bearable. After fully upgrading all the weapons for Sandy, there we go, Master Squirrel, lovely. And then eventually doing the same for Squidward. Okay. This is the last gun as Squidward. I'm not sure how long it's been since I did the last character, but yeah, it's not like too bad. You're just constantly repeating the same like 4 levels over and over and over again. Like I was really long 3-hour YouTube video on, but the grind is definitely just completely unnecessary. Let's pop the trophy. Master Squid. The only character remaining was Mr. Krabs. Unlike the other characters, I do know what Mr. Krabs' ability does. It multiplies the amount of sprockets you get while it's active. This made fully upgrading the weapons a bit faster, but at this point, I just wanted the game to be over. Has a long platinum, it should be, because the game needs a long platinum. There's just so much story, or there's just a lot of side quests and stuff like this, but unnecessary grinds just like this one that boost the playtime from a mere like 2.5 hours to probably scraping 10. It's just a waste of time when all I'm doing is just this for like the last like 6 hours. All right, 3, 2, 1, bam. Get me on this game now. Get me on this game. Mr. Crab and Platinum Smash. That just sums up the game. That's not even a good trophy name. Yeah, I mean, I've said what I've said. Just because this is a well-known IP doesn't mean they haven't produced slop. Did this game deserve to be delisted? I definitely think so, and I really don't think Nickelodeon are stressing to ever bring this back to life. It's a beloved IP that for some reason got the movie tie-in treatment when it literally did not need to. To sum it up lightly, it was just Activision being Activision. Now, this might make me sound like a flipping old man, but back in 2008, Madagascar Escape to Africa released on the Wii, and I played this constantly. Growing up, we didn't have much, and I can only assume I was sat on the cold floor trying to build a plane with the penguins. Looking back on it now, it hasn't really aged all that well.
Don't worry about the plane. We have a nifty plan and put together a great set of documents.
But it holds a very strong place in my heart for the early gaming years of my life. So imagine my surprise when I found out not only did they make a follow-up to this game, it was also delisted back in 2015, 3 years after it was initially released in 2012, making it the perfect game to play for this video. Coming in at a very iffy Metacritic score of 45, it seems it didn't really hit as well as the previous title, which got a score of 62. The official Xbox magazine gave it a 30, stating that it's fun for none of the family. While Game Reactor said there's so many good games out there that we have to command you to avoid this one, even in spite of the colorful graphics. It seems the general reception of this game was pretty bad, but surely these reviewers are absolutely waffling, right? Was that a cutscene? Surely not. Oh, we're just straight in. Okay. The basic plot of this game is that the crew, Alex, Gloria, Marty, and Melman, have purchased a circus with the hopes to return back to New York. There's 4 cities that we perform in, but before getting to the first one, we are chucked into a tutorial to learn the basics of the game. Right away, we are asked to choose our character. This choice means absolutely nothing, as 5 seconds later, we are asked to switch between the 2 characters anyways. I'm not playing as Gloria though. Oh, okay. So what was the point? What was the point in asking me to pick my character? Something that stood out to me right away was the lack of ability to run. This doesn't seem like a big deal at first, but trust me, this becomes a massive deal later on, as the collectible grind is actually insane. During the tutorial, we learn the abilities of each character. Marty being able to jump the long gaps using the ramps, Gloria being able to swim in the water and use the tightropes, Melman basically just being able to use the tightropes, and Alex being able to double jump and do cool tricks on the poles. This is literally so peak, guys. That's San Andreas? Surely not. Each of these characters kind of coexist with each other during the levels, and to reach certain points, you'll often need another character's ability to do so. It's actually a pretty cool concept, but the execution is what makes it fall apart, and being completely honest, the issues were already starting to show during the tutorial. The lack of ability to run is kind of a big reason as to why. It feels like it was heavily built on the hope that you'd be sat playing local co-op so that both characters on the screen can be moving at the same time. I was holding out hope that this was a tutorial only issue, as I was only 20 minutes into the game and didn't want to judge it too early. Peak flipping gameplay right here, man. I pray this isn't how the entire game is, because... Oh, and it's too late to back down now. All aboard for adventure. This is literally gearing me up to be so excited for this game. But after getting our first assignment in Rome, my fears were correct. Skipper asks you to grab a certain item and then off you go, wandering around a massive map, walking at a snail's pace with basically no direction whatsoever. I personally don't think the tutorial explains enough about the main game and really would have left me stuck playing this as a... Wait, what age is this game for? No way, man. Bro, at 3 years old, I would have barely been able to hold a controller, let alone boot up this peak movie time experience and know what to do.
I'm confused, man. What is the actual task here?
You're essentially left to figure it out for yourself, walking slowly around the map, looking for any shiny objects that your specific character can interact with. Oh, and did I mention that there's also animal control officers roaming the streets as well? Yeah, these guys are meant to be like getting 6 stars in GTA, but instead, you can chuck on some glasses and pretend you're not real. Better yet, you can just let yourself get captured and spam X to escape, serving as more of a major annoyance than anything to really try and avoid.
What do I do here, man? What's going on?
After strolling around for a bit, we eventually unlock city objectives. These are different to the mission objectives that Skipper is asking you to do, but the thing is, they're just so flipping pointless. Over the multiple missions you do in a set city, these objects are everywhere, and unless you truly go out of your way to purposely avoid them, you're going to complete these tasks very easily. So what is the actual point of them being in the game? After 10 minutes, running around, dragging the 2 characters along, we finally reach the fireworks Skipper needs for the circus.
Where is this guy going, man? Why are you gonna make it so when you're not controlling the character, they move? And it's like when you fucking load up as Trevor in GTA and he's like half across the map.
After this pointless mission, we are put into a chase minigame. There's a good 4 or 5 minigames that play throughout the levels, and for these 5 trophies, we need to 5-star each one. This is very simple to do, as you can revisit these minigames from the main menu, but given that they're all kind of the same stuff, it did start to get very, very repetitive as I progressed throughout the game. In fact, after beating the first chase sequence for a trophy,
it's Mango Madness!
I spawned it in from the sky. Like, what even was that? Full edition.
I love the smell of it.
It became very clear that I had already experienced basically everything the game had to offer, as we are tasked with yet again collecting something for the circus. And spoiler alert, this is the entire game. Run around for a good 10 to 15 minutes, trying to find a path to grab the mission specific items, and then doing a random minigame before doing it all again. And I know it sounds like I'm sat here ripping this game apart, but it only goes downhill from here.
It really does feel like there's no direction here. Like, I'm essentially just running around with no guidance. I'm not asking to be spoon fed. You know, I'm asking for summit, like some fucking direction, man. There was a waypoint for the item we just grabbed, and now there's not even a waypoint. Nothing in the sky to tell me where to go. I'm just kind of just roaming it. But I mean, already I can tell like this is the first area of the game very poorly chucked together. Forget about the replayability, forget about the players. We want sales. Marty needs to give Skipper the garden hose. See, and that is where the lack of information comes into play. Like, there could just be a little notification on the side, like a little objective telling me that, so I didn't have to go all the way back over there. This isn't a game aimed at me. This is a game on the cover art of the game, it says Peggy 3. This is a game aimed at 3-year-olds, and I'm the one having no clue how to play. Like, what is the goal here? At least 3-year-olds just meant to like fucking run around the first level and be like, yeah, this is peak.
To save you all the pain of watching me doing absolutely nothing productive for a good hour or so, let's just skip to the circus at the end, as this is what the mindless fetch tasks are leading up to. We are asked to wow the people of Rome and decorate this area to attract a crowd of people. But as I figured out, you can completely skip this mission to avoid decorating anything, and still, the game will decorate the section for you, meaning it's just a big illusion of choice, as they couldn't be bothered to actually let you design the area the way you wanted.
That's just such a waste of time. So they asked me to organize where I want stuff, but then proceed to just fill it all up anyway.
After wowing the invisible people of Rome, we are awarded a trophy for doing absolutely fuck all the last hour of my life. And then we do the exact same thing again, this time on the Colosseum to promote our circus to the masses.
That's crazy, they got like a laughing track every time I die.
Great job, people.
The circuit itself was an alright switch up from the norm. It's essentially just a few minigames tied together, but after strolling around doing nothing this entire time, it was nice to do something different. A bunch of trophies can be earned here, as you're required to get 5 stars in each circus act. Starting with the ticket sales, this is a button press type minigame that I think with a second person on local co-op would go absolutely insane. 5-star in this one is pretty simple though, as it doesn't matter what the other person gets, as long as you've earned enough to pass the 5-star requirement yourself. This stayed true for the other events too, as we are required to 5-star the snack toss.
What's the toss? Okay, we're just popping trophies now.
The cannonball act.
Look at his face, man.
The Flaming Rings act, which is actually such an awful event that lasts for way too long and has you jumping through hoops for no reason. The High Wire act, which kind of felt a bit pointless really, as you can always 5-star this providing you make it to the end.
Okay, pointless missions, mate. Okay. popping trophies all over the shop.
And finally, the Trapeze Act, which I failed to 5-star the first time around due to the AI on this one being surprisingly good and hogging the swing that you need for the higher points.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, your performers, Gia and Alex, Melman and Gloria, Marty and Stefano, Vitaly and King Julian. Again, you've been a wonderful audience, Rome. Good night.
Regardless, as quickly as it started, the circus event was over. I didn't really feel any happiness here though, only regret that I'd ever decided to start this one in the first place.
It's weird, it's almost like they probably did the cutscenes first and then built the game like around the story, because the gameplay is just not it. But the cutscenes aren't actually that bad, do you know what I mean?
After going back to 5-star the Trapeze Act.
5 stars? Nice. That counts, alright? And then we should get Roman Circus Superstar. Yes.
That regret only sank further and further as we reached the next location, the city of Pisa. Not only did this look exactly the same as Rome, but the specific character objectives here felt way harder to understand. Again, the lack of direction didn't help, but it took me 12 minutes walking around the map, bored out of my brain, before I figured out that I needed to push this cart as Gloria to access the roof as Alex. The objective is exactly the same as before though. Speak to Skipper, get tasked with finding an object, and then try your best to navigate the bland environment trying to access it. To save time, let's just jump straight to the circus event and right, this is exactly the same as the Rome one too. So essentially, all they did was create a gameplay loop that was fun for maybe 1 hour max, and then rinse this for 4 cities with the ending being exactly the same for each one.
So there's basically no variation to the circus. I would have hoped there would be different missions. I can even probably guarantee the scenery is the exact same as well. It just adds to the whole feel of the game. It's just the same crap, mate. It's like absolutely nothing going on. Who made this game? Let's go. I'd rather 5-star this entire thing. I'm not really sure why I wouldn't when I've already flipping played it.
The trophies here were exactly the same too. Finish the city, here's a trophy.
What is blood doing?
Decorating.
Piece of cake. I'm actually quite surprised this game even has trophies, to be honest.
Finish the circus, here's another trophy.
Let's hear it.
Got 5 stars in each circus act. Wow, that's cool. Here's another trophy.
Melman and thank you for letting us be a Pisa your evening.
This is literally the definition of a movie tie-in game, and what shocked me the most is that on release, this was $40. Like, are we taking the piss? Adjusting for inflation, this is $56 today, and I feel you'd get better value for money if you just chucked that $56 in the bin. Paris had at least some location change, but the gameplay loop persisted.
It is almost what Jumanji did, where it's a bunch of levels, they're all reskinned, more or less the same missions, more or less the same endings. You're basically playing the game like 6 times over. This is just, it's not like good. Whether I'm watching a movie or playing the game, I'm not fucking missing anything. This does look like Paris though, low-key. I've literally been to this tower, guys.
People never cease to amaze.
What an Eiffel. Oh, like the Eiffel Tower. That's a good one.
One more time.
And once reaching London, the game devs thought it would be the funniest thing in the world to double the size of the level and still refuse to add a running mechanic, meaning these took twice as long to beat because there were way more buildings to climb on top of. Being as this was the last city though, we unlocked the trophies for grabbing all the city objectives, completing all of King Julian's tasks, and then finally completing all of Skipper's tasks too.
If we get the trophy London, then this is the end of the game. For I hope and pray that is the case. There we go. Done.
After completing the London circus,
yay! Farewell London. Farewell to this flipping game soon, hopefully.
we were en route to the final location, New York. Would we get a cool cutscene, or maybe they'd finally let us run around for the first time in 6 hours? Well, as it turns out, the final send-off and what I had lost so many hours to is just another circus event.
Okay, I guess it's just the same shit. Reskinned a bit though, this is kind of cool. I mean, low-key, I'll take anything.
It was 3 AM here, so I'm kind of tired, but I mean, come on. How half-assed did you guys want this game to come across? Changing the colors of the circus act while keeping everything else the exact same is not a good way to say goodbye to your paying customers. If anything, it's just a big slap in the face and was the final straw in my tolerance to this cash grab.
A round of applause to
Oh, the game's over. I'm literally falling asleep on my chair. I have actually fallen asleep on my chair multiple times now. Yeah, very, very empty, very soulless game. Just a big waste of time, in my opinion, the entire game. Big pile of nothing.
To wrap up this platinum, I started by going back through the city minigames and just look at this engaging gameplay.
you gonna do?
This cleanup wasn't too difficult, and I'm actually kind of surprised I managed to push through the sleep deprivation just to walk around and 5-star some random ass levels.
Trophy! That is all 5 stars, I think. Let's go.
Up next were the circus acts, and just like the last 5-star grind, this had us more or less doing the same task for the next 30 minutes. New York was by far the hardest one to 5-star because of this stupid fucking tiger called Vitality.
I actually despise this fucking... It's so dumb and pointless. It's just like, what even is it? I'm not even getting any... Oh, fuck off.
However, I pushed through this terrible experience, and just as the birds were waking up outside, the trophy popped, and I would never have to see another circus act ever again. Yes! Riding off this excitement, I went back through the cities to try and find Mort. This wasn't that hard, to be fair, as Mort makes a good amount of noise trying to guide you in the general direction.
Oh, oh there he is. Hello, Mort. Nice, man. There he is, there he is. And that should be 2 trophies right there. Nice. More is everywhere.
I decided to head to bed after this was over though, as arguably the biggest grind of this video so far was about to begin, and I really did need my sleep for this one. After waking up, it was time to start the collectibles. These 4 trophies require us to collect a whopping 780 of them across the 4 cities. And honestly, I wouldn't have minded all that much if there was a way to see where they were. I had already beaten the game, so why not let me buy a collectible map or give me an alert when I get close to one in the level? Just something. Anything would have been a positive over what I had to do instead. The way they've set up the free roam levels means that you have to start on a blank canvas. All the paths you unlock during the story are reset, yet still have collectibles placed far behind them, essentially meaning I was forced to play the game again, using certain characters to unlock certain paths that allowed other characters to reach their collectibles and so on. After the first area in Rome took 30 minutes to 100%, the realization kicked in that this was going to take over 6 hours of my time wandering around at a snail's pace, unlocking paths I had already unlocked before. If I had to give an award for the biggest waste of time during my 22 years of life, I think this one would actually win it.
Nice, this is the last one of Pisa. This is extremely long, and like this level, for example, they were basically all on 0, so it's taking me about half hour to get this one done. There's still so many levels. I think I'm just about halfway. I'm like 1 level off halfway, and it's taking me like 3-4 hours. I really don't get why they didn't let you buy a cheat sheet. They're not like necessarily hard to find, but when you're missing 1 or you're missing 2 and you've gone around the map like 4 times and it's in the most obscure spot, I'll spend like 20 minutes trying to find 1 item when I could have already like done the next level. During the Rome cleanup, I spent an hour searching for 1 single flower for Gloria. I searched every corner, every rooftop, and it was so well hidden, I actually thought it was glitched. Minus the other 2 at the bottom, Gloria has 1 more flower left. I physically can't find it. I'm almost certain it's possibly glitched. I've searched 3 times, probably. I've gone around the entire map 3 times. I've gone underneath the waters and shit.
I promise you now, the only way I found this was by searching on the PlayStation forums to find a single comment left by this person right here in 2012, stating there's a flower that is essentially out of view from the forced camera perspective.
Yes! You fucking legend. Ah. Lovely. You'd love to see it, man. You'd love to flip and see it.
And once reaching London, the grind only became worse. It took so fucking long to walk from one end of the map to the other, and you have to loop the map 4 times minimum, 1 per character, to clean up the remaining collectibles. All in all, this was an experience I never want to do again, and it's shocking how high the platinum rarity is when this is the game you're playing.
The map is humongous. I'm talking twice the size of probably all the other maps, which was fine when I was going through it normally, but it's not fine when I walk at like a snail's pace. And you can basically climb on like any building. This is the problem, man. I've just gone through the entire map and there's 1 left. It just does take so long to get around. It could be in any fucking street, any path. It'd be nice if I could just see it like flashing something. We're on the final mission, 2 in the morning. It's been on and off. I haven't grinded the entire night, which maybe I should have done, but these London levels are taking the fucking piss. Like they're so long and just so big. That's what she said, but you know what I mean? It's just absurd. I would hazard a guess, to be honest, the developers that made this probably just chucked the collectibles on the floor, knew that there was like a certain amount in the game, calm, whatever, didn't bother picking them all up, because there's no way. I spent easily 6 hours, maybe even 7 hours just wandering around this fucking slow. No one would have done this, man. I can almost guarantee. Okay, this should be the final collectible for Alex. should pop a trophy. For this trophy, celebratory monster. Let's fucking go. It doesn't even feel good. It really doesn't. If anything, I just wanted to be over and done with, man. And we just go around the entire map again. Oh, that was all of them. Nice, they're literally all underwater. That should be glorious trophy done as well. It does feel nice to be coming to the end of this one though. Melman was up next and didn't pose too much of a challenge up until, once again, the last collectible. Now, this one in particular took me ages to find. I searched the entire street, searched all the path towards the rooftops, and then went ahead and progressed through the rooftops onto Big Ben, and still, it was nowhere to be found. It took me so long to reach the peak of Big Ben that it felt a better use of my time to stroll around as Marty, grabbing his collectibles while also looking out for the last Melman one too. But as I reached the final balloon, the same situation happened again. How small that bench is. Why have I never noticed that before? Why are the benches so small? Like, even in comparison to the doors, look how small they are. What the hell? Am I just forever stuck on this level or what? Essentially, I'm missing one balloon and one like syringe thing. Yeah, 40 minutes, mate. 40 minutes I've been on this one map, and it's basically been held up by these last two. Oh, there's the balloon. There's the last balloon, but I still don't know where that flipping syringe is. I've walked back and forth so many times. I feel like it's either going to be in such an obvious spot or it's like tucked away in a corner somewhere. Oh my days. No way, I walked past that so many times as well. Do you know why? Because the loop I was doing, that's so dumb. The loop I was doing comes in from this way. You see how it blends in with the lights and shit. Oh my days, man. I knew it would be in some dumb place as well. It's actually right at spawn. Fuck me. Alright, here's the platinum after all this lovely time. A rare sight. Everything. That is so many hours of my life I'm never getting back. It doesn't feel good. All the circuses were the same. All the missions are practically the same. Should this game have been delisted? Yes. Definitely yes. It's very, very clear it was whipped together. I mean, maybe there was people behind it that were passionate about the project, maybe, but you can just tell from the start they had no clear goal. Awful game for £40 as well. Like, you're actually having me off, mate. Growing up, Ice Age 2 was one of those movies I played on repeat. This and that one Shrek short movie with those 3D glasses used to get inside the DVDs. When Ice Age 3 came out, I remember that being absolutely everywhere. And not only did I try to get all the McDonald's plastic cups, but I played the movie tie-in game endlessly on the Wii, balancing around on the snowball as Sid and chasing the deer as Diego. Alongside Escape to Africa, this game kept me occupied for an unthinkable amount of time. But the same can't be said for the next installment in the series, Ice Age 4 Continental Drift Arctic Games. Released July 4th, 2012, this game ended up being delisted not even 2 years later, and the reception is a clear indication as to why. Sitting at a 43 on Metacritic, one person said, "This game is ruined. No, Activision, you betrayed the gaming world with this really bad and awful game. I wasted $30 with a terrible game. Abandon the game world or just destroy these game copies." While the people over at Metro Game Central said, "It looks like Ice Age 4, it sounds like Ice Age 4, and it plays like the frozen carcass of a 5,000-year-old mammoth." To put it bluntly, people hated this game, and after picking up a copy at CEX for £15, it was time to see why.
Ah, boys, this is the life.
It's Sid the
A
Sloth.
nice cool breeze and a wide open field as I lead my herd home. If it's free day like this, there's nothing that can bring me down.
Someone should go help him.
Treasure!
Did he say treasure? I'm coming for you, Sid!
And I'm coming for the treasure. And for you too, buddy.
What? Sid stumbles across a fruit-filled acorn, which seems to be a pretty nice payday for the crew. That is, until the pirates spawn in to claim the treasure for themselves. And this obviously doesn't sit well with Sid and the gang.
Maybe you just need a little incentive.
To settle this, Captain Gut proposes a round of
Arctic Game.
Arctic Games, all right. What's that?
It's an old pirate competition. Whoever wins gets the treasure.
I think you pirates might have the advantage in an old pirate competition.
That does not sound like Manny.
How about something that's fair?
That can't be money. That can't be the voice actor.
And would you believe me when I say that this is the entire game? 10 super fast mini games that can be wrapped up in 1 hour max for the very understandable price of £30 on release. Like, were these movie tie-in devs just living in a different world to us, or what? Now, in the game's defense, the mini games are kind of fun, but I mean, 1 hour for 30 quid? Surely this is a joke. Even experiencing this now at £15, it's very clear to see this game was rushed out the door for the movie, rather than making a game off the back of the movie.
Well, I'm locked in now.
I will give them points for at least adding cutscenes into the game, but to be honest, the value they give is next to nothing, as it's just the two sides beefing and giving the big talk before jumping straight into the next minigame out of nowhere.
All this sliding has wiped me out. I'm gonna rest up for tomorrow's events.
Why put off tomorrow what you can steal today?
Facts. I think the best way I can think to describe this game is if they took the Madagascar circus event and repackaged it as its own game. It's not that these minigames are bad, but it's more that there's just nothing going on. The enemy AI isn't hard at all, and while the first playthrough of the game is decent enough, the trophy list requires you to replay the entire game 3 more times, which makes it get old super fast. During these minigames, you can earn miscellaneous trophies for doing extra stuff, like getting all of your shells into the target on this curling minigame.
W trophy. In the bag. Oh, bullseye, there we go.
My turtle score was higher than yours. I won.
Yeah, tell him,
Go
Sid.
me. Go me.
No, you didn't.
I have that winning feeling. I tingle all over.
Maybe you're coming down with something.
Maybe you're a sore loser.
Or destroying all of the targets on this minigame.
Fucking buzzer beater over here. Ready? We got it. If that pops, holy shit.
Really?
Oh my god. No way. No fucking way. That was literally like a fucking buzzer beater, man.
The ones remaining weren't too bad, but nothing to write home about. We skied down a mountain for this trophy.
You're doing great, Granny, but do it faster. You might want to go a wee bit.
Shut up, mate.
Pump your arms to speed up, Granny.
Oh, well, fuck off. Bro's in my ear, like.
Pump to speed up, bro. Pump to speed up.
Okay, that had to have been all of them. Give me that trophy, come on. Yes, let's go.
Purposely ended Diego's life 15 times for this trophy.
Now this is peak gameplay.
Hop to it, Diego.
What?
Hop to it, buddy.
Right there.
Diego. Literally's got this guy in my ear going, "Hark to it, Diego," and then Sid, like, I can jump better than that, like, constantly, like, the same 2 voice lines.
Move, Diego. Pretend Shatiire's on your tail.
Can I turn voice lines off me?
Where are those cat-like reflexes when you need them?
Hop to it, Diego.
Oh, shut up.
You and your scurvy crew better be ready for the next event.
Don't you worry, my scurvy crew is born ready.
You think your own crew is scurvy?
No, I think that you're cleverly trying to psych me out, and it's not gonna work anymore.
Oh,
Why is bro
so you
yapping
admit it was working.
La 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 la, can't hear you. Getting ready for the next event. La 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 la.
I wonder why this game was delisted. To be honest, going through every minigame will probably bore you as much as playing it did. So instead, here's Sid shaking his backside after we won the game as the herd.
Losing isn't in my survival of the fittest.
Nice. W game. I read a review on this and it was saying, you know, it's bad when the movie lasts longer than the game.
Well, this wasn't the worst day of my life.
No, not the worst day of my life either.
Hey.
You hear that, everybody? I got bragging rights. Go, Sid. Go, Sid.
Hey.
You the man.
Hey.
You the man.
Hey.
Go me.
Jeez.
Go you. Go me. Go you. Wait, I wasn't done. Go, Sid. Go, Sid.
Hey.
Okay,
Hey.
I'm done.
Okay. Oh, and that's it.
To earn the trophy Pirate Captain, we are required to play all the minigames again, but as the pirates. It probably doesn't surprise you that this is exactly the same as the playthrough we just did, but now we are just playing as the pirates. Another trophy to look out for here is called Most Beautiful Story Ever. This requires you to win the game flawlessly, and at first, this did not sound fun at all. I don't think anyone wants to repeat this game more than once, let alone multiple times if you fail the perfect run, so I put my 4 brain cells to good use and eventually found a very simple solution. Essentially, you just have to back out before the minigame ends, and you're able to repeat it again without getting punished. With both of these trophies being wrapped up within the hour.
Light work. Give me the trophies.
I feel nothing but
Yes, the most beautiful story ever. That was so easy. Way easier than what I thought it was going to be.
It was time to enter free play. Disguised as something new, I originally went into this thinking it was some kind of free roam situation like the Ice Age 2 game. But it's literally the same levels with a gold medal attached to each one. I mean, how flippin' low effort can we get here? After already being forced to play the game twice, these gold medals were very, very easy.
Not a big fan of this decision. I think that's pretty scummy. Don't know if that was gold. Oh, okay. Calm. Buzzer beater! Nice. I don't know what the requirement was. It was 30 seconds.
How fast can you smash that ice? Starting
Okay,
now.
I think we still did it.
That was too easy.
It wasn't until reaching the last two that the difficulty would step up quite a bit. The gold medal on Scrat Cannon requires you to achieve a total of 47,000 points. To earn these points, you can collect the acorns in the sky, but the main method of earning points is by staying in the air as long as possible. You get 3 swings with the leaves before your only option is to land on a target, earning between 100 to 300 points depending on how long you hold the die for. So for the 47,000 points, you basically have to play this level perfectly, timing your swings correctly to stay in the air longer, collecting as many acorns as possible, but also remembering to hit the targets for enough bounce.
Wanna go long on this one, kiddo?
Oh, I got it. No way. Oh my god, one more gold medal. One more fucking gold medal.
Golden Plumber is a trophy you earn for getting gold on Prehistoric Plumber. The game starts out pretty simple, but eventually you're not able to keep up with the amount of holes in the wall and have to mentally remember what holes appeared next so that you can get to it before it starts streaming water. There's a lot of RNG involved here, as you kind of got to get lucky as to where the next hole shows up. I think this one is definitely my favorite minigame though, and after getting close on my first attempt.
17k, what was the gold medal? Surely it couldn't be much higher than that. Oh, no.
I locked in and, well, see for yourself.
Oh, this is it. I got it. Yeah. Second try. Well on Plumber, and then I should get the one for getting all gold on all of them. Yes, bring home the gold. Oh my days. That wasn't too bad. It took an hour and 10 minutes.
I would have assumed at this point the devs might have realized just how many times they forced the player to repeat the same game, but as it turns out, for the trophy, that treasure is mine, we need to play the game one more time. And to up the stakes, they've based this entire trophy around local co-op. This would have been more than fine if I could have forfeited as a second player or skipped the go or literally anything, but no, you're required to play as both controllers, essentially making this equal to 2 playthroughs rather than 1. So as a final total, the game requires 5 playthroughs for the platinum, and 4 of those are boring as fuck.
Yes, learn to fly. That is 500 meters. These kind of trophy lists are the ones that more or less just take the piss out of the player. Well, the person that wants to get the platinum, in my opinion. There's like, what, like 7, 8 levels, and that's it. Half hour to beat them all. But then you have to beat them as one side with like Manny and stuff, one side as a pirate, and you have to do it all again to get gold on all of them. And now I have to do it all again with a second controller. There's no difference in the levels at all. All they did was make like Manny side, pirate side, added extra shit to the levels basically, just to pad it out. I'm just sat here like playing, I was gonna say playing with myself then. It is just so boring. WA to spend my evening, man. Alright, the last trophy we have for this platinum is basically just to replay this level over and over again, the skiing level. We need like 1,000 meters skied. Some people said they played this twice. Some people said they played this like 11 times in a row, but eventually it does pop, so we just basically got to sit here and wait. I guess it just depends how they calculate meters, how high this mountain is, type stuff. Oh, we got it. Let's go, Platinum Acorn.
Do I think this game deserved to be delisted? I'm gonna say yes, as much as it pains me to say, being a fan of the previous one. This is a pretty poor attempt at a cash grab, but it most likely did work to some extent because these kind of games usually do. The price being £30 on release is actually insane, given the contents of the game itself, and it really does make you wonder why these licensed games kept getting sales when 90% of them are just licensed slop to milk the fan base rather than being an actual good game.
It seems today
that all you see is violence and movies and sex on TV.
Wait, I know what you're thinking. Fuck you, Shatiire, you fucking shit. Fuck. How are you hating on Family Guy? And I hear you, because Family Guy is something I grew up on too. It was one of those shows that would come on late at night and I'd have to sit still pretending I was either asleep or invisible so I wasn't sent to bed. When I found out that Family Guy had a delisted game on PS3, I was extremely excited to give it a go. So excited, in fact, that I completely glanced over one crucial detail, the publisher's name right on the front of the box. Yeah, it seems Activision gained the license for Family Guy and Ice Age at the same time, as both games released very close together together in 2012 and then delisted around the same time 2 years after. Sitting at a 39 on Metacritic, it's actually kind of impressive to see Activision constantly getting these big IP games to then bottle them instantly for no reason other than a quick buck. At this point, I'm sure they're even giving Game Mill a run for their money. Looking at the reviews, one critic said, with some utterly appalling level design and the aforementioned imprecise controls, Multiverse is one of the worst tie-ins of this generation. While PlayStation Magazine said, whereas Family Guy consistently delivers in quality, except for a few hiccups here and there, the game starts exploring the deepest regions of Abysmal pretty fast. From the reviews alone, this sounds like it's gonna rival Madagascar 3 for the worst game we've played so far, but a part of me was still excited to check this one out.
But where are those good old-fashioned values of which we used to rely? Lucky there's a Family Guy.
The game starts out like any old Family Guy episode, but does quickly take a turn as Bertram spawns in out of nowhere, giving Stewie and Brian quite the shock.
How is this possible? I killed you! You only killed me in this universe, you fool!
Oh, so you got yourself a multiverse remote, huh?
Indeed I did!
Bertram is here to destroy the universe because this one doesn't have a Bertram in. So while he goes off to group up a multi-dimensional space army to take down this universe,
or he can organize his attack.
These characters in 3D look a bit funky, I'm not gonna lie, but I'm feeling it.
Stewie and Brian gear up to chase him down and prevent this from happening.
You think maybe I can use one of your ray guns?
No, I get Stewie weapons, you get the boring stuff. That's what we're doing. Fine.
The concept fits very well with the game, to be honest, and I really think they hit the nail on the head, being able to take the levels wherever they want without really needing much explanation. We start off in this little cul-de-sac where a bunch of frat houses are going crazy and instantly get to work on the collectibles because there's a stupidly large amount of them. Each level has a collectible task or two, with the first level requiring us to collect 15 photos stolen by the frat boys to work towards the trophy Obsessed, and then destroying all of the piñatas for the trophy Day Labor.
Blood is cheeked up. Holy shit. Okay, here's another one. Oh, I got it. Day Labor.
As it turns out, Stewie's multiverse remote has already broke, and we asked Moore if he can help us out.
Oh, I can help you get that fixed, but I'll require a service in return that's worth more than this service I'll be providing you with. We need you to help our fraternity throw a better party.
This is more or less the entire mission, as we go around stealing different items from different houses, making our party the best one. In the process of doing this, we get a few miscellaneous trophies like Bipolar for switching Brian and Stewie 10 times. I wish I could say I did this passively, but my D-pad is so cooked, it ended up doing it for me.
How about a little less questions and a little more shut the hell up?
What's going on?
Oh, Bipolar. As an introduction to the game, this level does the job decently well. I think you can look past the repeating character models and fetch quests because you're more invested in getting used to the world. It's pretty fun to be playing as Stewie and Brian while finding all the characters placed randomly around the houses.
Bro's got the key, yeah!
While trying to make our frat party the best one, I took down an enemy with a single shot.
Oh.
Got a headshot. And then beat a bunch of the same enemy up with a bottle of Jack Daniels for multi-kill.
Multi-kill. Flipping popping every trophy.
And weeby clubbing.
Nice! Let's try to be a little more careful.
We are clubbing. This is literally like fucking Jumanji, mate. Oh my gosh, Lewis.
You boys ever finish on a C-section scar?
What the hell, bro?
We can then collect the last picture, steal this keg, and then get swarmed by the same enemy type yet again, but this time there's also a boss. The boss, more or less, just being a larger version of the normal enemies.
He's one shot. Cooked.
Mort then fixes our multiverse remote, and we head off to the next location.
Yes, it's all Greek to me. Lovely.
Brian, shh! Bertram's still here.
Oh, one more thing. These two might try to stop you. If you see them, I want you to shoot to kill.
Seriously? Of all the stunning pictures I've taken over the years, that's the one he gives them? Brian, we're taking all of those down.
It is settled. We have a deal.
Stewie Griffin, prepare to be destroyed!
With the entire aim of the game being to find Bertram, the story essentially boils down to us constantly being one step behind him and then having to deal with the enemies in the levels. So much so that I feel once you've played the first level, you've essentially played them all. I don't think this game is awful in comparison to the other ones in the video, and if anything, this is probably the best delisted game out of the lot. But that's not really saying much when this video is on bad delisted games. A good bad game is still a bad game at the end of the day, and it's super unfortunate that this IP landed in Activision's hands. My main gripe with this game game as a whole is that it feels an awful lot like Orc Slayer, you know, one of the worst rated PS4 games of all time. That game has you fighting waves and waves of the same enemy types, just shooting your gun aimlessly with no reason as to why. Now obviously in Back to the Multiverse, the environment is different with each level, the characters change as well, but when it boils down to it, if you strip the whole Family Guy branding from the game, it is just another more fleshed out Orc Slayer, as you sit here for a good 20 to 30 minutes a level, running around, holding the trigger, defeating the same waves of enemies. The game also crashes a lot too when going to change your weapon, and it almost felt like a Russian roulette type situation, where changing my weapon had the chance to make me restart the entire game.
Sick. Game froze, I think. Game soft locked, in fact. It's what we love to see. PS3 games.
Even though the gameplay loop is extremely repetitive, I can tell the developers of this one did still care about Family Guy and the audience they knew were going to pick this one up. This isn't like SpongeBob where every level is essentially the same thing with 6 enemy types the entire game. This is 10 different levels with boss battles, cutscenes, and different events happening in each. Fine, the enemies are technically the same, but at least they have different models per level, different guns, but this is far better than that dookie ass SpongeBob experience. The jokes there are also pretty reminiscent of the show.
Maybe one anal.
It's a hard one to truly wrap my head around, as half of me really does not like the overall game as a game, but then I feel there's enough here for the die-hard Family Guy audience to eat up and probably look past these issues. Back to the game though, after defeating evil Adam West and evil Stewie.
All right, West, get those bombs back here if you want to live.
Okay, I'll do it. But there's something you have to do for me in return.
What is it?
I'm thinking of running for governor in the next election, and there's another mayor standing in my way. I need you to assassinate him.
It's a friggin' cheeseburger. Is this guy serious?
Oh, I'm serious. I'm as serious as a cat.
What? A cat serious? I don't know.
Oh, they're serious, all right. They're as serious as...
Okay, something wacky. We get it.
And saying goodbye to Mayor McCheese.
I want to wave to him. Oh, no, wait, we can't. We've got to shoot him.
No way, man. This is literally like actually like JFK, mate.
Okay, nobody laugh at me. There's been a tragedy, people. This isn't funny.
Trophy, I think. No cheese, please.
We eventually reach level 7. In this level, Santa has fallen off as everyone is ordering Christmas gifts online. To feed the family, he's opened up the factory to anyone offering the most amount of money. And it seems Bertram has dropped some insane cash to get Santa and the elves to make weapons instead.
Well, come on. I'm dreaming of a red Christmas.
Okay, you only get 1 gun cock per line, okay? And the lines should really be better than that.
Again, man. Like, how are we crashing again? It's on the same thing as well. It's on the weapon wheel every single time.
As you can see, this level is a whole load of back and forth running around, but eventually we can enter the factory and take out the Employee of the Month, Vernon.
Oh no, Brian, that was Vernon, the guy from the Employee of the Month thing.
Oh, yeah.
I found this level to be quite tedious, to be honest. There's an insane amount of enemies here, constantly respawning and taking your health, while you're trying to jump across the platforms to grab collectibles. I don't think this level would have been half as annoying if the collectibles were in decent spots, but placing them on thin-ass beams where everyone in the level can hit you as you're trying not to fall off requires much more brain power than I clearly have.
Just got back from watching 2 Harry Potter movies, Philosopher's Stone and Chamber of Secrets, and I have to say, maybe a hot take, I'm not sure, but Chamber of Secrets is actually very fucking good. This is probably like a really old head thing to say, you know, fucking unk status and that. You know, back in the day, people had DVDs. We lost a fair few DVDs, but the one we always had on the Harry Potter set was Chamber of Secrets, so that's probably why I watched it so much. A bit late, so it's time for a monster. You love to hear it. Then I took down Santa by blowing up his reindeers, something I'm making sound a lot easier than it was due to my shitty fake controller making my aim 100 times worse than normal. This sounds like a dog ate my homework type excuse, but if I had a working controller on me, I'd be hitting clips like FaZe Brian. Speaking of Brian, after completing the level...
Stewie, he's still alive.
Yeah, check that twice, bitch!
Trophy! We arrive in space, and it seems Bertram is gathering an army of chickens to take down our universe. I think this is my favorite level design-wise, as it's one of the only maps where the devs fully played around with the whole multiverse idea instead of just keeping everything on Earth. With a stupidly large amount of chickens that follow our every move, it was extremely easy to attempt the trophy, i.e. dead, for killing 60 enemies with grenades. Doing this as Brian would inevitably earn me Justified, for 500 kills as the GOAT.
Oh, Justified.
The level takes you through the space station and even takes you outside.
Brian, pick up. Over.
What?
Brian, please say over when you finish talking. Over.
What? Over. For the record, I don't want to hang out with you anymore when this is over.
When this is what, Brian? Over.
I said I don't want to hang out with you anymore when this is over.
When this is what? You gotta finish your sentence. Over.
That's it. My sentence is over.
Your sentence is what, Brian? Over.
My sentence is...
What is it? All to eventually reach the final boss, an extremely large mother chicken. With the spawn rate being the main problem here, I used it to my advantage and farmed away slowly for IE dead.
The damage is done.
Ah, there we go, IE dead. But it would soon come clear that these chickens were in fact fucking annoying. You can barely grab any ammo, barely do the tasks specified to beat the boss, and essentially just have to train them all up just to have a gap to progress the fight.
It's so infuriating to have all these fucking like enemies all the times on you, man.
The boss itself is so easy that it starts to become clear why they chose to spawn in an insane amount of enemies, as once you've managed to create a gap, you just need to shoot the big chicken a few times and hit this button to save the damage and go again. It's a classic 3-stage fight, and although it took a hot minute, eventually did come to an end.
Thank you so much for saving me. Do you require kisses for what you've done?
No, that won't be necessary.
You guys go. I got a score to settle with this guy.
Thank you. You have no idea how much this helps.
Yeah, thanks, Pop. Go get him.
Dun dun dun.
Returning back to our own universe, it wasn't long before Peter and Ernie smash through the ceiling, and so a classic brawl between the two begins. For the trophy Wrecking Ball, we are required to smash Ernie into 20 different objects, and for something that sounds so simple, it took way longer than I thought. They made it so Peter doesn't lock onto Ernie when going in for the slam attack, and this would have been okay if it didn't require pixel perfect fucking aim to be in line with Ernie on a moving fight. Wherever Peter is facing, that is where you're going, and to make matters worse, Ernie dodges out of the way 90% of the time.
Oh, Dave, you gotta be like pixel perfect, doesn't lock on or anything. Oh, mate. Oh my god. Like, I don't expect to be fucking spoon fed, but it's just, you could lock on a tiny bit, do you know what I mean? Finally, man.
Once earning the trophy, we enter the final stage. And now that I could actually play the fight properly, it was kind of fun. You barely take damage though, so there's no real worry when you do miss attacks. I found the best strat here was to get him in a corner and go crazy, because you can kind of stun lock if you get the punches in first.
Oh, that wind up. Oh. Rest in peace, little bro. Well, he never dies, does he? But always comes back.
Welcome home, Stewie. So you idiots thought you could actually stop me, huh? Well, while you were chasing me around the multiverse, my assistant, Gus, was assembling the only army I could ever truly rely on. An army of me!
See, that's how an assistant should be, Brian.
I'm not your assistant.
You're pretty much my assistant.
As soon as this bomb gets close enough to your house, boom! Everything you know will be dust. The games are over, Stewie. It's time to die.
The final boss battle is essentially everything I hated about the chicken fight, but amplified to almost be unfun. The task with taking out the T-Rex Bertram is controlling, but staying on street level will get you killed in a matter of seconds. So your only option is to camp out on high ground and try and snipe him from afar. This in itself creates another problem though, because an area like the car park is just too small to be focusing on strong ass lasers, while simultaneously trying to fight off waves of enemies shooting you from the side. The shop is helpful as you can purchase health packs and special items, but for the most part, you're stuck trying to stay alive while the T-Rex goes crazy. Multiple deaths occurred here alongside multiple kills, quickly earning Stewie Nater for 500 Stewie kills. Eventually, I beat the first stage and it was on to the next. This one had way less cover, but once I found a spot, I was kind of cooking. It's essentially the same stuff as the previous stage, but I'll give the game some props for saving a checkpoint at the start of each one, as I was under the impression that this would be a one-death situation. During each stage, collectibles are scattered throughout, and this would make the last level for the trophy obsessed. So after taking down the T-Rex once again and checking I grabbed everything up until this point, the final stage was upon us, and I definitely meant to get blown up by a car for this trophy right here.
I hate myself.
What? That is a trophy I was not trying to get right now. That was just a skill issue, to be honest. What is this? There's just so many. I'm almost done. Oh my god.
Place is nightmarish. Sorry, pal. The return flight's been canceled.
Alright, okay, the line was good, but if you're gonna do that, you gotta hit your target on the first shot. But overall, better. Much better. You're learning. I'm not gonna kill you.
You're not?
No. Your little buddy here is.
I found a quarter, you guys! I'm a hero, too.
Couldn't other Bertrams just keep coming back from different universes?
Well, I mean, they could, but I think we'll just have to wait and see how much money this makes.
Ah, so we may not be hearing from Bertram again.
Nice. What a fucking game that was. Do this. Do this. Make it through all the enemies. Beat the boss. Make it through all the enemies. Beat the boss. Like, every single level. It's basically just, it is more or less the same level, just reskinned, which does kind of suck. It's not like this is your generic licensed game. They had time to cook with this, and they chose to go the route of basically just making a movie time game, but they didn't really have to.
Moving on to multiplayer now, there's 13 trophies out for grabs, and to be honest, they're all pretty easy. In the first game against my second controller, we earn a trophy for playing as Meg. Oh, one for killing Meg. Oh, I got 2 trophies on it, I think. And one for getting a 10 kill streak, which is super easy because I figured out that it's possible to spawn camp, providing you're looking in the opposite direction when the second controller spawns in.
Now this, to be honest, could see being quite fun if, you know, it was, I think this came out in 2012, so 2012, 9 years old, playing like split screen with like my fucking brother or something. That's 10 kill streak. Yeah. That would have gone crazy.
And I still stand by this. These old PS3 games all have local co-op in mind, and I actually think this would have gone crazy back in the day.
The bird is a word.
Come here, I want to fart on your face.
You're in
Bird. The bird's a word. I want to fart on your face.
Nice. Bird is the word. And upon winning the match, earn yet another trophy.
Good.
Part of me wishes this game had actual online multiplayer. Getting into a decently sized lobby and grinding these trophies out would actually be kind of fire. Likewise, the next game mode would have been a ton of fun too if I wasn't sat there playing on my own. The game mode is called Capture the Greased Up Deaf Guy, and it's basically capture the flag, but in order to get the flag, you gotta beat this guy up first. To win the game, you need to capture 5 points. But before that, I decided to work on a few more trophies. Specifically, teabag a D-bag for taunting a dead opponent as Quagmire.
You God,
No more
I was just
teabag.
kidding. I believe.
I believe. Not a good jail, like a...
Nice. And then after taking Brian down 2 more times,
Roadhouse. Kill 3 members of the opposing team. I didn't even kill this guy though. Grease can't save you now. Oh, lockdown as well.
and then go ahead and boot up Infiltration, the last game mode from the multiplayer section. The only way I can describe Infiltration is a bunch of random tasks that all earn you points towards the win. There's a hardpoint type section where you need to stay on the point while defending waves of Bertrams, another where you need to steal gold from the pirates that constantly spawn in and are more of a nuisance than anything, and finally, constant waves of these upgraded strong chicken enemies with a mini boss chucked in every once in a while. If anything, Infiltration kind of reminds me of a survival type minigame, but the difficulty isn't really there because you don't lose anything for dying.
What flipping entertaining gameplay this is.
With the multiplayer done, we move on to the challenge game mode with 21 stars total. This is essentially just Modern Warfare 2, but instead of taking down soldiers, we are taking pictures through the window as Quagmire and saving civilians as Brian. Earning 3 stars on these missions is pretty simple, and I was under the impression that this would be over before it even started, until the wave defense mode presented itself. This is classic survival that has you fending off waves of enemies for more stars, and if you die, you lose. In this particular wave defense, there's a house that you spawn in containing a shop and items on the floor that respawn periodically. The general guidance is to stay put in this house, and this is completely correct. I would assume this was the dev's intentions also, as leaving this house would most likely end your run instantly. So I stayed put, grabbing what I could and buckled up for a 20-minute lock-in session. Come wave 3, I pretty much had the strat down. Search the rooftops for these throwable turrets, chuck them at the door, and then sit at the top of the stairs dealing as much damage as possible. Sometimes the enemies would flank through the entrance on the left, and if there was no turrets on the stairs, I'd get cold feet and run to the roof to regain high ground. All in all, this has the potential to be a living nightmare if you die a few times, but I survived first try to pop the first of 2 star-related trophies.
I didn't want to jinx it because it was going so well, but that was not as bad as what it seemed. It was very, very dragged out. Dying there would have meant doing the entire thing again, so that house was a godsend me because I wouldn't be able to do it otherwise.
The next wave defense has us sinking a few pirate ships. I tried my best here, but there's a lot more going on than the previous mission. You have to worry about your ship's health, your cannons breaking, where the cannons are aiming to count as a hit, and also keep an eye out for the enemies that board your ship out of nowhere. It was a much more hands-on and stressful wave defense. So stressful, in fact, that it literally came down to the last 30 seconds as to whether I would lose or succeed.
Come on, come on, come on. Bro, there's so many enemies. Oh my god. We literally, like, look at our health. Who's gonna die first? Me or the game's gonna end, basically. No, please. Please, 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 please. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Yes! Nice. Very close call that was.
The final challenge in the game is a forced co-op one, which I didn't really understand, seeing as the entire game so far hadn't forced a second controller unless you wanted to play multiplayer. It felt a bit unfair, if anything, to let the player grind the previous challenges just to reach the last one and need a second controller to continue. More confusing is the fact that the second controller doesn't even need to do anything, as one person can sit in the helicopter AFK while the other one is planting bombs as Lewis. So I must ask, what was really the thought process behind this decision? Because to me it feels like a rather pointless one. Regardless, this mission was extremely easy, as the enemies don't react quick enough if you're running through while planting as fast as you can, finally grabbing the last stars for the final challenge trophy.
Co-op one though is kind of a bit mid. I know like Spec Ops is kind of co-op. Nice. Big Dipper.
Unfortunately, the grind wasn't over just yet, as we were required to head into the worst mode of the entire game, Multiverse Madness. And this is true survival. None of that 3-round bullshit from before. This is 30 grueling rounds of constant enemies. And if you die, well, let's just hope that doesn't happen. For these 2 trophies, you need to hit round 15 and round 30 respectively. Reaching round 30 can take anywhere from 1.5 to 2 hours. And I'm being deadly serious here. 2 hours of non-stop enemies without dying a single time. Like, what the actual fuck? The fastest method I could find for this trophy is to play on Space Station as Quagmire. A second controller also helps, as it technically gives you a second life, since finishing a round will revive any dead players. The main reason for choosing Space Station is because of this room right here. With an ammo spawn point, a health spawn point down the side, and the only entrance being through these doors, this was easily the best setup for these trophies, and my best chance for not chucking an hour and a half down the drain. The Quagmire choice was due to his insanely overpowered acid gun that melts almost anything it touches. If aimed right, you can kind of just chill up here in the corner and do this the entire time. So I'm happy to say that's exactly what I did. And before I knew it, wave 15 came and went.
Something's wrong.
I thought my fucking game just crashed down. It was gonna be livid, holy shit. I've had a few close calls, nothing to really clip. It's basically just like chucking the mines out here, clicking on the portal and then clicking off, just gives you full ammo again. I basically just sit here spamming this, so yeah. So far, so good.
The reason for sounding so tired here is because, well, I was tired. Fast approaching 3 AM and only halfway through these waves, this was going to be a long and boring night. It's not like I could even stick on a YouTube video either, as my full attention had to be on the game. One silly mistake could cost me over an hour of my life that I'd never see again. So every shot had to count. And it was on a very fun round 28, an hour and 20 minutes into this repetitive slog, that my worst fears would become a reality.
No way. No way. Oh my fucking god. That is bollocks. Like, how the entire time, like, I'm talking the entire 84 minutes, I'm not even fucking joking, that was piss easy. Snooze fest me. I actually can't believe it. I've literally just sat here and wasted an hour and 24 minutes. I was literally like 5 minutes off, if that.
I still can't believe this happened even now writing the script, and I can't even put into words just how empty I felt inside during this moment. But the show must go on. In my head, I wanted this mode to be done today, and even though I should have been fast asleep dreaming about playing something good for once, I started it up one more time.
Alright, final attempt tonight. It's 4 o'clock, so 5:30. If I don't get it, then I'm going to bed. Round 21, I think now. Managed to get through it a little bit faster. Pretty sure I've kind of nailed down what went wrong before. There's certain enemies that require a bit more damage dealt to them. I've had like one close call. There is still potential for it to go sideways, do you know what I mean? After each level, your health resets. Means you can save your health packs.
It wasn't long before round 28 was in my way once again. And just like last time, the spawn rate was fucking insane.
Okay, this is PB, chat. This is PB. These guys, man. And look at that, he's just fucking eating it. Ah, here we go. PB over here. Fucking PB, man. Okay. Oh no, there's 2 rounds. There's 2 more rounds. Oh my days, bro.
Round 29 was just as bad too. And it was at this point that my heart started beating uncontrollably. Palms started sweating, and all I could do was try my hardest to survive.
We're cooked. Yeah, we're fucked. We're so fucked. Yeah, if I can bring them round, possibly I can kind of go back up.
All right.
Once round 30 hit, I was dead silent and the nerves were at an all-time high. Dying here would not only be me getting off to go to bed, but it would be me getting off for at least a few days to mentally recover from yet another hour wasted.
Just fucking end, bro, please. I've never been this nervous in a game in a hot fucking minute. I'm actually stressed. Come on, just tell me it's over. Just tell me it's done. It's clearly coming to the end of the round, but I don't want to leave here. Let's fucking go. Why is that even a thing? Why is that even a thing? 87 minutes and 40 seconds. In any possible moment, I could have died and lost the entire thing again. Oh, mate, my heart is racing. What a stupid ass trophy, man. What a stupid, stupid trophy.
Would arguably the hardest trophy out of the way. The only thing stopping us from being done with the game is the trophy Mort will now lend you credit for buying everything in the shop. According to the PSN profile guide, the entire shop cost $250,000, and it's safe to say I had nowhere near that. Luckily for me, there is a get-rich-quick method, and it requires you to boot up the Santa level once again, do the entire boring section at the start, and eventually reach this conveyor belt in the middle of the factory. I mentioned earlier about the fact that these enemies spawn in constantly, and well, now I'm happy they do, because this was the only money method worth doing. It's such an easy method too, as all you have to do is walk forward slowly while shooting the respawning elves. The enemies on the ground do shoot you at the start, but end up stopping for some reason, so thank you game devs for making this spot so farmable. It was almost too simple actually, because I ended up drifting in and out of sleep multiple times.
And you were worried. You hit like a chick.
So I cut my losses and head to bed. When starting it back up the next day, it didn't take me long to grab the outfits I needed to finally earn that lovely platinum trophy.
All right, moment of truth. Moment of truth. Bam. Bam. Oh, I might have to do it again. Oh no, we got it. Platinum, please. Yes! There is no cake. Oh, look. Truthfully, I think the fact it's Family Guy is what carries it. If Family Guy wasn't the game, you know, it was just based on a completely different IP, but with the exact same game mechanics, like the exact same enemies per round, everything, just without like Brian and Stewie as the main characters, I think it would have been received so much worse. And it's not to say this game is objectively like the worst game in the world, because it's not. It's a big nothing burger. Pretty much.
I got a bit ahead of myself here and forgot to answer the main question of the video. Do I think this game should have been delisted? I'm gonna say no. Look, there's a lot of negatives here, but I also had more fun with this one than any of the others in this video. So for that alone, it shouldn't have suffered the same fate as something like Madagascar 3, but it does still come under license slot for me personally, because it's just a Family Guy Orc Slayer crossover. There's a common theme in these videos that the last game we play is arguably the worst one of the lot, and that stays true for this video as well. You might remember around 12 years ago, a little film called Smurfs 2 being released in a cinema. Now me, being a 10-year-old kid, I thought this movie was pretty good, and it came out relatively soon after the first one, which had that cool McDonald's promotion with the collectible plushies. So I was surprised to learn that this movie was received pretty bad. So bad in fact, that even the movie tie-in game was rated higher. And for that to be the case, this movie must have been a hot hot, steaming pile of shit. Released in July 19th, 2013, the Smurfs 2 video game entered the world a few weeks before the movie did. You might gasp at this and wonder why this would be the case. Surely this would leak some essential plot lines and ruin the enjoyment of the film. And well, the film already had it coming, but no. No plot lines could be leaked here because this game is the textbook definition of a cash grab, and you'll very quickly see why. Looking at the reviews, the digital fix said even if you're an actual fan of the blue creatures or have a child who is, buying this will not provide 1 ounce of pleasure even for a slight period of time. While 4 players said it's got Smurfs alright and they do jump and run, what it lacks is clearly level designs, which I think sums up the game quite nicely. Being delisted somewhere between 2015 and 2016, this game was only available for around 3 years, and I'm surprised it even lasted that long. Booting the game up, we are instantly met with a slideshow cutscene, a clear indicator of what is to come.
There's no cutscenes at all. It's like still images. It's one of my biggest gripes with these subpar games. It just feels like they make no effort. It's also very easy to just like not really care. I'm not involved in a story at all, mate.
The method to make this platinum less painful is to play as Clumsy. His ability allows you to dodge roll through the level, and when you do the roll, you have a brief period of invincibility. Doing this 20 times will earn us 2 trophies, and all you have to do is spam square to get them.
Use your Smurf ability. Wow, we're locked in now. Oh, ain't no accident.
Now, since this can be spammed indefinitely, you can use this to more or less stay invincible the entire time. And thank fuck you can, because what you're seeing now is the entire game.
Do I actually need to do anything?
A side-scrolling new Super Mario Bros. Ripoff, but instead of well-known characters, we are sat playing as this dude.
I can actually just sit here and spam it. What, so I'm just invincible then? This is basically just going to be my life for the next like 6 hours then. To be honest, if I didn't just pop all those trophies on the first level, I would have probably switched the game out and played something else. Like, what even is this? I would barely even call it a game, to be honest. How have you taken like a proven concept, fucking Mario, that's been around for decades, and just half-ass it with fucking awful graphics? This is probably made in like a week, mate. Let's be real. Like a school project.
The only 2 trophies you need to stress about really are right here. One for collecting every coin in the game, and another one for activating True Blue in every level. What is True Blue, you ask? Well, according to the Smurf wiki, the True Blue spell is one used on Smurfette to turn her into a real Smurf. I'm sure this makes sense in the film, but in the game, why are we going True Blue on every level as characters that are already Smurfs? The way it works here is that going True Blue makes you invincible, and you can run through enemies to free them. But yeah, that's basically all there is to it. At the end of each level, Gargamel will come down in this little PNG bubble and waffle a few words of wisdom. Sometimes you'll get a teaser to an upcoming boss. Sometimes you'll see Smurfette doing whatever she likes, but for more than 30 levels across 6 worlds, taking me just shy 4 hours, spamming square was all I really did.
I might actually just have to lock in and put on a movie or something. Not only do I feel overly tired, but what am I even playing? There really is no point to this game. This is like shovelware before shovelware. This is Little Willie, my name is Mayo, guys.
The final level of each world has a boss that you're required to beat without getting hit for a trophy. These, as you can imagine, are the easiest things to do in the world because, well, you're invincible. You can just roll through the attacks and avoid everything. I think my favorite one in the game was against Gargamel's cat. Not for anything the game did, but because, you know, it's a cat.
Here we go. That was doing it without getting hit, I believe.
It was at this point I realized as long as you hold a single blueberry, you can't die. I could fall into the void and rise in a bubble. I could get hit by an enemy and fly away. Literally anything was possible with a single blueberry in my possession. And combined with the invincible rolling strat, well, why was I even playing the game? Fun fact, and this is insane by the way, on release, this game was $39.99. $39.99. I feel like at some point someone had to step in and shut these licensed games down because the cheek of this price is absurd. You might have noticed that I've barely touched on the trophies, and that is for good reason. The only ones that are really worth focusing on are these 2, and they made it impossible to collect all of the coins on the first playthrough because you need to defeat Gargamel to unlock the character swap ability. So let's just skip past all of these repetitive levels and do just that.
The best for the job. Run! Okay, Gargamel, I'm ready.
The end of the game.
The character swap ability is kind of cool to be fair, and it's something the game really did need the entire time. Locking it behind the final boss is a weird decision, as all you'd want to replay the game for at this point is the remaining coins, and not at all for a bit of fun. Smurfette can float mid-air, allowing you to grab coins in awkward spots. Gutsy can dash into blocks, breaking through them to reach new areas. Brainy can essentially double jump, and Grouchy can slam to break blocks underneath. These are the only characters required for the coins, so the other 6 you can play as are pointless and not worth your time. While going through through the levels for the coins, I was making sure to go true blue in each one as well. The game doesn't track this stat anywhere visually, so missing a single true blue in a level would force me to repeat the entire game again, as I would have no clue where I forgot to activate it. All in all, this took me a little over 5 hours with a few snack breaks and getting distracted with fire YouTube documentaries I ended up finding. But after all this time I'll never see again, I broke the 100th block as Gutsy.
Oh, Smurf Smash, that's the 100 bricks one.
Went true blue for hopefully the final time.
This should be the last turn blue, I think, so as long as I don't die now. If it isn't, then I've missed one. And the issue would be that I don't know which one I've missed.
And soon after, found the last coin of the playthrough.
Well, I think we're done. Well, I hope we're done anyway. Okay, right, so we need truly blue. Yes, let's fucking go. I can't believe it. We've got 4 Smurfs to just press square on, basically. I actually can't believe so many people have done this, man. Yeah, 4,100 people played this game. It says there's a 40% platinum. I can't imagine 4,000 people just sitting there playing this, mate. There you go. I just gotta do this. Just gotta spam 20 times. There you go. Advanced Alchemy. Next one is Grouchy.
When it's over, are we
Yeah,
there
I hate
yet?
special moves. Such pointless trophies, man. I kind of get it, yeah, but like, I don't know, for every single Smurf, it's a bit over the top. Hefty is the last one. This will pop the platinum though. They obviously delayed a bit, though, won't they? But there we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Yes! The smurfiest Smurf to ever smurf the Smurf. What a waste of time. The whole thing was just a load of nothing. Massive time sink. This one 100% deserves to be delisted, I think. No doubt about it at all. One of your classic licensed games, but it's actually like terrible. Compared to like Iron Man, Jumanji, compared to anything I've played, this is easily the worst licensed game I've ever touched. It must have been thrown together last minute and they were like, yeah, calm, that'll do.
And this is where the rankings stand. SpongeBob, valid delisting. Madagascar 3, valid delisting. Ice Age 4, deserved, but at a lower price, I think it could have stayed. Family Guy, not deserved, and is easily the best one here. And Smurfs 2 should have never ever seen the light of day. Over the span of a few console generations, we saw the rise and fall of the licensed movie tie-in game. From the early to late 2000s, basically every big budget movie had an awful and quickly put together tie-in game to milk the audience for a bit of extra money. And somehow, it worked. But as we moved into the 2010s, the tie-in space changed from making money printing games in a single year to spending a few years making something pretty good, like Mad Max, or even as of late, making games in the same universe as a film, but not tied to a movie release. Today though, instead of looking at modern movie tie-in gems, we will be suffering through some of PS3's most random and honestly pretty awful tie-ins to see whether they were chucked together and pumped out for profit, or if these games tie into the movies better than expected, making them a good use of time. This is Exploring Movie Tie-ins. In the world of animated films, you can't go very far without hearing about our favourite green ogre.
I'm Donkey. I'm Donkey.
Shrek as a whole had a pretty good run, spanning 4 films and a few spin-offs. It was arguably one of the best movie franchises of that time, and to be honest, still is. Over the 4 films, we've seen a whole bunch of video game adaptations come to home consoles, like Shrek Extra Large and Shrek Fairy Tale Freakdown. Who is naming these? Only one game ever made it to the PS3, that game being Shrek Forever After. Based on the movie of the same name, it released 3 weeks prior to the movie. Whether this spoils any essential plot lines or not, I guess we'll have to find out, but given that it was published by Activision, I doubt they really cared. Looking at the reviews here, it seems like a bit of a mixed bag. XGN said the game is too short and won't leave much of an impact, causing you to forget about it almost instantly. But then a review like this one from Game Chronicles states Shrek Forever After is easily the best Shrek game I've ever played on this or any previous generation system. They also gave it a 92 as well, which, you know, not to be that guy, but it's only 2 points off reaching The Walking Dead Season 1. And like, how are we even putting these 2 games in the same conversation? I decided that I would see for myself just how bad or good this Shrek tie-in truly is. Will it send me to tears like the 9-year-old me experienced at that one scene on The Walking Dead, or will it truly be just another pointless cash grab?
Once upon a time, a long time ago, a king and a queen had a beautiful daughter named Fiona. But she was possessed by a terrible curse. By day, a lovely princess. By night, a hideous ogre.
We drop into the game just after Shrek is signed away the day he was born. Bit of a silly move, but he doesn't read the terms and conditions, which, let's be real, who does?
This is the part where you're supposed to run
What
away.
is that voice acting?
Feels good to be the real me again.
Bit of a weird one, but you can switch to Puss and Fiona right from the tutorial. Given that this entire thing is about finding Fiona and sharing a little smooch, I don't really get why she's in the game already.
Oh, you just switched to all of them. Donkey!
It only takes a couple minutes messing about before we pop the first trophy of the game for screaming in this random guy's face to subscribe.
Green and mean. What was that even for?
Oh yeah, and they gave Shrek jiggle physics as well, like, what?
He's got like jiggle physics on his stomach. I wouldn't say that's like top priority of making the game look good, but you know.
Stop hitting me! Time to say goodnight.
These bangers that play while I'm knocking out random people really makes me feel like I'm in the middle of the movie. You know in Shrek 1 when he's like,
Can't we just settle this over a pint?
No.
Come on!
point being, this feels right at home in a Shrek game, and there really was some tunes later on.
And that to feel good. Ogres rock.
Oh, sure is great to be wanted again.
I'm Shrek, and I wanted my old ogre life back so bad that I actually traded it for the day I was born.
It isn't long before we arrive at the ogre camp. This is meant to be a safe space for all the ogres in the universe, given that Rumpelstiltskin wants them dead. In case you haven't seen the movie, I'm about to spoil the intro, so maybe skip ahead. Basically, Fiona's parents hate her ogre side, and this guy promises to free her from that, providing they sign away the entire kingdom of Far, Far Away. An insanely one-sided deal in my opinion, and they were literally 2 milliseconds away from doing so, before Shrek saves Fiona from the tower and the deal gets called off.
You think that Shrek is your true love?
Well, yes.
This is then why Rumpelstiltskin tricks Shrek into signing away the day he was born, so that technically he was never born in the universe that he saved Fiona in. But that's pretty much why he wants all the ogres dead in this universe, because if he captures Shrek, he can never find True Love's kiss to break the contract. Back to the game now, you'd assume that given this camp is meant to be the top secret hiding spot for all these bright green ogres, it would be hidden a bit better.
You want to join the fight? Fiona says we can use all the help we can get.
Fiona? How do you know Fiona?
What do you mean? Why can we play as her? Imagine we meet her, like, in person.
There ain't nothing magical about what came out the other end. You know what I'm talking about?
That's not Eddie Murphy, is it, bro? They just hired some random guy.
No, donkey. I mean, I signed a contract with Rumpelstiltskin.
You what? You never sign a contract with Rumpelstiltskin!
Oh, I must have left it in the swamp.
You what?
All right, time to move out. You two coming?
Coming? The swamp? That's great. Sure, we love Swamp Patrol, don't we, donkey?
Oh, sure.
To meet Fiona 23 minutes into the game, would it have really been that hard to lock her behind this cutscene and then just let you play as her after?
I mean, these sections are kind of cool. 1 heart left, though. Chad, I'm literally about to die.
I say, you are in a fix. Get one of these barrels.
One of these barrels? What?
This game has some weird pull to keep me involved, and I think that's down to Shrek as a whole. I loved Shrek growing up, and watching these films to remember the lore for this video just brought me back to being a kid again. After solving a few puzzles and grabbing some collectibles, we arrive at the swamp.
It's our swamp!
I don't understand it. Where's my house?
Okay, bro left it inside of a fucking sealed house. What is going on?
Wait a minute. Donkey, I don't see anything here about an exit clause.
Ha! I told you they were sneaky. Here, let me see that.
True love's kiss. Well, Fiona's my true love. That must mean all I have to do is get her to kiss me. And I get my life back.
As much as I'm sat here glazing this game, it's unfortunately time to stop doing that as often because this marks the point of no return. The game takes a direction that completely voids the movie, and I just can't ignore the glaring plot holes for seemingly no reason. Magic Mirror does what he always does and just waffles some random words of wisdom. Shrek wants to see his family, and the Magic Mirror says yes.
That's what you get when you sign a contract with Rumpelstiltskin.
Can you help me?
Of course I can, Shrek.
Oh, there you are.
What? Like, we're back in the other universe. They just made the game redundant.
If we can return to the other universe at any point, why do we even need to find True Love's kiss to break the contract? You can argue that this is for gameplay reasons, and to be fair, swapping between two universes is a pretty cool feature. But at the expense of ruining the entire reason to play the game in the first place, that just makes no sense. Maybe I'm just waffling, but I feel like this was a pretty big oversight from the devs, or should I say, oversight. Moving on, we can solve this puzzle to collect our first health upgrade.
Just getting started. That was an alright puzzle, kind of kept my brain awake. My opinion's changing these a little bit now. It's the same music in the background. It's the same like triple tap X combo, like you can't do any other attack. Swamp sweep.
This basket is for Fiona. All her favorites. Heart-shaped box of slugs, skunk-scented candle, and coupons! For one free kiss from me.
Coupons! What is this guy on, bro?
It's bad. Very bad. And very...
I'm so alone.
You guys gotta help me! If that scary dragon finds out I lost her dronkies, I'm toast!
Tronkies. Is that the official name for them? I didn't know they had a name. Fucking Dronkies, bro.
You lost the dronkies?
Not the Dronkies.
What the heck is a dronky?
No,
anyway,
literally, bro.
That sounds like some kind of silly made-up word.
Wait, isn't it his kids? What?
Starting Dragon's Keep, this setting has purpose, being that they do explore the castle in the movie, albeit for a different reason. It seems that's his one and only redeeming quality though, as spread throughout are these stupid little puzzles they force you to do to progress. Basically, Fiona can mix potions and adding different items can change the color, which then opens the next area if you've managed to match the colors up. It's not awful at the start.
Why am I all loved up with a fucking lizard? What's going on? Bro, I got like the Minecraft house on him.
But to chuck the same thing into 90% of the rooms you explore, it's just really doing too much. Once pushing through the first section of this castle, we are hit with some bangers.
Oh, they got a banger on. Oh, baby, I'm sure.
Just for this to end and start the next section doing the same stuff.
Like that's ever gonna happen.
Same puzzles, same environment, and same fight right at the end with the same music to go along with it.
I'm walking on sunshine.
This felt like another way to stretch out the game, almost as if I was playing a mandatory side quest just to grab the tiara at the end. The tiara in question has been stolen by the fairy godmother.
All right, Granny, hand over the tiara and we'll be on our way.
That's no way to treat your new queen, is it?
Queen?
For the first boss fight of the entire game, this wasn't too bad. It wasn't great, but I mean, compared to running about doing the same puzzles for a good 30 minutes, it was a nice change. You don't get to directly attack the fairy godmother here though. I don't really know why either, as it makes the fight feel like we're doing a miscellaneous task to indirectly take down the boss, but it works, I guess.
This is peak gameplay, holy shit.
Grow.
Oh, we did it. Get out of there.
This doesn't mean anything, you know. I'm still the queen. Do you hear me? The queen!
There, that ought to do
Where
it.
did he whip that from? Where did she go?
This? Look, you seem okay, but, and I'm only gonna say this once, I don't have time
Why
for
are they
any
doing
of
it
this.
here,
We
bro?
gotta
What's
get
going
back
on?
to the ogre camp right now.
Where is this storytelling gone? Like, nothing makes any sense. Like she just appeared out of nowhere. Was in none of the cutscenes before this.
I can't believe this. Rumple must have captured the ogre army while we were gone. This is all my fault. I should have been here.
Fiona.
With all the ogres being kidnapped, it turns out one absolute goat remained, Cookie the shopkeeper. This guy is needed for the trophy shopping spree and is actually voiced by Craig Robinson, you know, the same guy that played Daryl from The Office.
Thank you, sir. Go get him. Oh!
Back to the game, Fiona wants to save all the ogres, and we set out for Rumpelstiltskin's castle. Along the way, we run into Pinocchio, and he lets us know that if we can return all the bells to this location, he will let us borrow his boat. It's a pretty weird request, really, and has no correlation with getting a boat in the first place, but Shrek and Fiona don't think twice and just accept the deal. This results in an almost carbon copy of the Dragon's Keep stuff, where we're exploring 3 different areas doing the same shit for one simple purpose. At least the setting of Dragon's Keep made sense though, as this area barely ties into the movie at all and just feels a bit out of place. We earn a few trophies here on our fetch quest, like filling the ogre bar to 100%.
Oh yeah, we're getting it. Go now, just go now, that's a trophy. What is this dreadful song as well?
Taking out these skeletons.
Back to the grave.
And eventually returning the last bell of this section.
Take that!
That's like the fucking BBC bell. Tonight at 10. Look at I'm getting mad, fucking tired. You're basically just doing the same thing over and over and over again. I don't know, I just can't stay awake. I was about to get off, basically, but I managed to convince myself to at least finish this bell mission since we did indeed start it.
This is heavier than it looks.
Let me get a trophy for doing that. There you go, ring them bells.
You'd think that after back-to-back side quest type levels, we would actually do something different in the next one. And, well, you'd be right. Wait, no, you'd be wrong. You'd be very, very wrong, as we are captured and chucked into a dungeon.
Oh, my waffles lie over the ocean. My waffles lie over the sea.
How do we get trapped down here?
Your guess is as good as mine as to what Activision were cooking up at this point, because we may as well just be playing any old Shrek game. What started off as a pretty strong tie-in, in all fairness, has kind of stopped trying. Look, the game's not terrible, but it's almost like they assumed that no one was going to make it past the first hour of the game, and it only gets less and less tied into the movie as we carry on. The best thing about this area is that they introduce a new song into the fight mix, and it is a certified banger.
Why do you just like float backwards? Where's he going? True in fairy tales. Oh, this is a Shrek banger. Love was out to get me. Do 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 do. That's the way it seems.
This guy right here, Mr. Pied Piper, is one of the main villains in the movie, and honestly feels unbeatable. His flute can force anyone to dance, and he gets hired by Rumpelstiltskin to capture the ogres by playing this tune right here. In the game though, they've taken the only feature that made him feel unbeatable in the first place and essentially turned him into a mob spawner. It's clear that he has no power to force ogres to do anything, and I mean, at that point, they've really just chucked him in so that it feels like we're still on path with the movie.
Whew. Thanks. I owe you one.
No worries, bro. Where's he even running to?
Hey, you did it! I'm free!
Not yet, you're not. Hey,
What do you mean not yet? You're not.
We do pop a trophy for defeating an enemy as each character in a fight.
Go ahead.
There you go, Team Shrek. Let's go!
Before running into Pied Piper once again.
Oh, now we're actually fighting him.
What was gearing up to be one of the best fights yet resulted in me standing still for half of it.
What is the fight here?
Taking out the same few enemies that spawn in again and again, while also trying to hit these switches to deal some damage to the boss. I'll give the game some credit for actually using his flute to get the mice moving, but again, this entire thing feels so downplayed, since he could technically play his flute right now and stop us from doing anything.
Oh yeah, that's how it's done.
What a fight, man. Oh, and that's just the end as well. There's not even like a cutscene or anything.
Hey, you know, you were pretty good back there.
Really?
Really.
This is not what happens in the film. Well, they do kiss, but it's like not okay. They're going for it. They do kiss, but it's not like now.
Shrek, nothing's happening.
See? It says right here that Fiona has to actually be in love with Shrek for it to work, not just in like with him. Okay.
Whoa.
You again? We're on to your little game.
No, Shrek! You gotta believe me! It was Rumpelstiltskin! He made me do it!
Oh well, it beats walking. All right, you, get pedaling.
What is this? What kind of fucking storytelling is going on?
This mission is the furthest thing they could have done from anything to do with the movie. Like the village, sure. Catacombs, you're kind of pushing it, but a big open section on a makeshift boat with Pinocchio as the driver while being targeted by a random pirate crew and dealing with crabs. Like, what are we even doing here? Now, I will say, I actually kind of like this section. You can sail about, dock up on any island, and grab a few collectibles along the way. It's definitely the most ambitious and out there mission we've played so far. But again, how are we relating this back to the movie? The steering controls here are also terrible, and I'm puzzled as to how they even made it past the testing phase, if there even was one to begin with. You steer by moving your character in the direction you want to go, which is already weird enough, but then you get raided by crabs and the game still detects your movement as steering while trying to fight for your life.
Sometimes I kind of think to myself that I could be playing fucking anything, bro. Like Death Stranding 2 just come out and I'm just Playing Shrek Forever After.
The big pirate ship in the middle is blocking our path, and we need to visit different islands to free the anchors from the ground. It is essentially the same stuff as the other missions, but since it was pretty open and free-flowing, it wasn't as bad as the others. And so, it wasn't that hard for me to wrap up the stun trophies once and for all.
Oh, this is a proper Shrek banger. Not a trace. Put out of my mind. Oh, there's loads here. Oh my god. Oh, that was it. That was it. I had to admit it. Oh, okay. There's enough. There's enough. There's enough. That was it. That was it. That was it. That was it.
You're making me angry.
You're pissing me off. That was 5. That was 5. Nice. Feel my roar. Okay, can we be done now? There's no way. It was like a 3-hit boss or something.
That wasn't so hard, was it?
It wasn't hard. It was just fucking boring me, and that just ends like that. Okay, it's just such a filler mission. What was even the point in being there?
I feel by this point, you get the idea that the game has stopped trying, but it turns out they wanted to try even harder, to give up. When returning back to the camp, they don't even let us know what the next mission is, and instead just give us a little camera pan to the boat.
They doesn't even tell us like where we're going now. It's just like, yeah, over there, mate.
After speaking to the absolute goat Cookie the shopkeeper and upgrading some skills, we visit this boat from the camera pan, just to get teleported into the castle.
Okay, just skip the entire sailing scene, I guess.
If you want to break down those tougher golden locks, you're gonna need some help.
Look at that picture of Donkey, bro.
You know, Shrek, when this is all over, I could really get to like you.
Yeah, if only you'd really love me.
Come on!
I still don't really understand how we can freely walk into the castle owned by the guy who hates us, but after matching these colors up to make green, we can progress into the main area. The main area that literally looks like a deserted castle and is only guarded by maybe 10 witches max. We are told that in order to make it past the witches, we need to get them to dance. And I guess the only way to do this is by matching up different colors, and then the witch that likes that color goes down and starts dancing. Like, oh, my favorite color is purple, so as soon as I see purple, I'm gonna run away and hit the boogie down. Like what? After doing this a few times in different areas, the witches are no longer a problem, and we get to meet Rumpelstiltskin for the first time in person.
Come on, let's boogie. Oh yeah, oh, come on, take it with just...
Not so fast, Stiltskin. I want my contract back.
Shrek, oh, is that you?
What is it with this game and there's nothing adding up? Like, how are we just in his little room and now we're back here? They must have made the cutscenes first and then just built the game around it and then like ran out of time because it's probably a boss fight now.
You'll never get your contract back! Never! Do you hear me? Never, never, never!
But we don't actually face him. He just stands there watching, probably curling his toes like he does in the movie. The witches come in waves, and although we can slowly progress through the castle, we're just repeating this witch fight over and over and over again.
I wonder if we actually get to fight him or if it's going to be like that Piper guy. The game just ends, do you know what I mean?
The same story is true when we end up reaching the throne room as well. While Rumpelstiltskin floats about the room in his boat, we are stuck fighting a stupid amount of enemies with the same player models and repeating the same dialogue for like 20 minutes straight.
This can't be the boss fight. There's no way. The last like 10 minutes has just been this. And maybe everyone's waffling yet, but it just feels like the game has just gone downhill. Like, right, I would say like the start was pretty close to the story. Now it is really starting to show its true colors. Maybe rush. I don't really know what's going on, but like this is just such a half-assed boss fight. Just spamming X is all I can do. Are we done now?
I just can't think of any reason as to why you'd build the game up to this very moment and then have it play out in this way. It's this, and then that's the final fight of the game. 10 out of 10 tie-in experience.
I can see that you're angry.
Oh, you have...
It's not Shrek, bro.
Oh, hey, you hear that? You may have the contract, Shrek, but I still win. Your time is up.
Oh, no, it isn't.
There's no way. I'm dead. I'm fucking dead. There's no way they've done Shrek like that.
I'm back. I'm back. The eyes at each other all night because we got a party.
That doesn't even look like Donkey at all. What an ending, man. That was a bad fight, though. That cutscene was kind of funny, but that was such a dreadful boss fight.
With that over, it was time for the cleanup. There's 13 trophies left, and it's essentially just a repeat of the entire game. And I'm not a big fan of how they went about this, because replaying missions actually means replaying missions. The enemies respawn, the puzzles need completing once again, and it's just another way of forcing the player to waste more time. Another trophy type here is related to the co-op feature in the game. As you progress through the levels, you might stumble across a weird contraption like this. The game does a very bad job letting the player know that these are even for co-op in the first place, but if you do manage to figure it out, you basically pop a trophy on every single one.
The game auto saves if it's 100%, so Ogre Outposts. Okay, so we haven't got it. Oh, Swamp complete. I did though recently, yesterday or the day before, put out like a community post about how long it's taken. You know, I was in a bit of a burnout slump. Yeah, the support for me like taking a break and not burning myself out was insane, man. Like I can't thank you guys enough for that. I know I still need to get stuff done, obviously. Like I do still have a time limit, but just that you guys are so understanding, it's just like way less stress on me personally to stay up late, grind myself like endlessly to get stuff done. That's a trophy. Ogre Mayhem. Getting pretty close to 100% in this one as well. Oh, 100%, let's go.
I won't bore you guys with the entire cleanup run, as it was essentially me just sat here for a few hours, following a guide and watching YouTube. But it wasn't long before the final 100% was upon us.
And I can dance for you, honey, if you think it's funny. This could potentially be the last one. Rumple's Palace complete, which means the only level left to 100% is the Ogre Camp. So we're basically done, which is lovely to know. Yeah, this might actually be the end of the game. Unless buying from the shop counts as the 100%.
Sold!
There we go. And it's saving too. This could be the plat. This actually could be the plat.
Fixing up a whole new
shopping spree. That's for everything in the shop. No. Oh, it is. Okay. Ogre Camp complete. True Love's Kiss. Let's go!
So yeah, as it stands for the first game on the list, it could have been better, but given how bad movie tie-ins can be, this was arguably one of the better ones I've played. To rate this on the movie tie-in scale, with left being that it doesn't tie in at all, and right being the perfect movie tie-in, I'm pretty happy to chuck this one right here. There's a lot that needs to be done for this to ever be perfect, but it's one of those games I would have definitely played as a kid back in the day. In 1963, Where the Wild Things Are was released by Maurice Sendak. Originally, the book was censored in US schools as its themes were deemed to be too dark and emotional for young readers. But over time, people realized that children need these stories to express their emotions instead of hiding them. And in the 60 years since, it sold 20 million copies, making it one of the highest selling children's books ever. So when the live action adaptation came out in 2009, you'd assume the target audience would be children, you know, given the fact that it's a children's book. But the film chose to explore the darker tones of the story with some oddly disturbing scenes that made it more suitable for adults rather than its core audience.
So much. Don't say that!
No! Stop it! Stop it! What are you doing?
After its theatrical run, it ended up making a grand total of $140,096 on a $100 million budget. Whether this is due to the marketing, the weird arm-ripping scene, or just because of how these guys look, I guess we'll never know. But if there's anything to take away from this situation, it's that when in doubt, definitely chuck a lovely little tie-in game to soften the blow. While I personally didn't play this one as a kid, it seems I didn't really miss out on much, with level 7 stating this is just a typical movie license game aimed at kids with parents who don't know better, and the official Xbox magazine calling it Where the Wild Things Are. So will this game turn out to be the perfect tie-in within the era of pointless cash grabs, or is it truly as mid as everyone seems to believe?
Where the Wild Things Are. I kind of know what to expect because I just watched the movie, but from watching this little thing here, this little preview, this doesn't happen in the movie. So I don't really know what the plan was here.
We start the game by pulling up to an island on a boat, and already this is heavily expecting the player to have seen the movie beforehand like Shrek did. The movie really delves into household issues and emotions from Max's POV, and is mainly why he decides to run off in the middle of the night, hop on a boat and sail to this island. All of that is kind of ignored here though, as we grab our first collectible and hit these bushes to meet the bull.
I mean, it doesn't really look like the guy from the movie, to be fair. Let's just blame that on PS3 limitations. I will say though, if this is the entire game, we are just doing this. Yeah. Reward unlocked in village. Okay. Just spoiling the game for me. Like, what village, mate? There's a reward for you coming up.
For an introduction to the game, this is pretty boring. Like, when it really boils down to it, we're following this guy for 15 minutes straight with no context at all.
Damn, we really are in the middle of nowhere. The obscure lore of where the wild things are. There's no dialogue, no cutscenes, and they're forcing us to hit these fireflies for literally no reason. The combat is okay at best, and when this guy is constantly hitting the hives, forcing us into more combat sections, it just felt like it was going on forever. I'm 22 minutes in, right? I would not say this game is hooking me in the slightest. Like, I don't want to judge too early, do you know what I mean? But I can kind of sense this is just going to be the entire game. I can already guarantee. And it's not like there's even a challenge here either. Every single combat session is like you can just heal yourself here. It was almost at the point where I'd played for so long with no trophy, taking out the disc and never touching it again was 5 seconds away from reality. But then it happened. Oh, friend of the bull. Let's lock in. We got to figure out where the wild things are. Gymnast. Huh? Holy shit. No way. Follow the bull. Okay, so we missed 2 skulls. That's great.
Be still!
Uh-oh. I really hope we got dialogue in this one. I think without dialogue, this is really going to be a lost cause. To go from a nice rendered cutscene like this one back to the game is almost like a jump scare. Okay, now we're back in the game.
I'm hungry. I want to eat it.
What else can he do?
Next, you'll be crowning him king.
No, he's too small to be king.
Listen, if he fails, then we can eat him.
This absolute legend right here is Carol, and although we've just met, already knows our name and is happy to make us king. This decision is a very fast one, and it's made even faster because they decided to skip over half the movie. And then, not even 5 seconds later, decide to skip over the rest. These houses being built before Max even arrives is essentially it. Like, that is the rest of the movie. And we're what, 30 minutes into the game? You might argue that they wanted to expand the universe, show a new story, and give a reason to actually play the game. That would be cool, if it was the case. Instead, we are left with a hub area called the Village, which is arguably the only thing that relates back to the movie, and then a bunch of random missions with story sprinkled in every so often.
Why have I got the option to dance back here? Hey, 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 what is this camera angle? It's like the camera just gets trapped. Okay, that looks sus.
I spent a few minutes running about here, grabbing collectibles and just exploring, eventually finding 25 seeds for a trophy.
Oh, friend of Judith.
It wasn't long before I decided to get off for the night, already having a pretty clear picture as to how this game was going to play out.
Thoughts on the game so far? It's not really following the movie the way I thought it would. Gameplay wise though, I've only played one mission, but from that mission and this little village hub thing alone, I'm going to say it's just going to be walking around aimlessly around levels trying to get collectibles and just doing nothing.
And after waking up the next day, my fears were correct. While this time we're following Carol, the environment, the collectible hunting, and the repetitive combat was just as painful as when we were following the bull. It wasn't all bad though, as we managed to fill up the heart meter to gain an extra heart for the remainder of the game.
Oh, Jack of Hearts. What have I done to you? Leave me alone.
And then grab 25 houses for the trophy Friend of Carol.
Something strange is happening.
Speaking of Carol, the next section has us doing this weird Subway Surfers level while we're riding on his back. And I mean, what are we actually looking at? What is the point?
What am I doing? Oh, I missed it. Is the entire game just collectibles? Is that it? No way you can slide cancel here. Oh my god. I think I got stick drift actually.
It's just so out of place. Like, I feel I've played enough slop to tell the difference between good bad games and actual bad games. And to me, this feels as though the idea was already set in stone, regardless of the movie it was being tied into. Either way, after grabbing the 20th star, we reach the end of the level, and are shown this portal which leads Carol to say,
"No, Max, stop. That leads to nowhere. If you go in there, you'll never come back. Come on."
And that's literally it. Half an hour grabbing collectibles and riding on Carol's back, just for it to end and have us spawn back at the village.
Why is he just dancing? Can I get him to dance again? Hit the gritty, bro.
Alexander and Douglas aren't convinced that we're worthy of becoming king and want to give us a challenge. The challenge in question, though, is a bunch of boring combat sections while they both help us through the forest.
If they're trialing us to see if we're fit to be king, but then they're actively helping us
like, do so, how are they going to come to the conclusion that we're fit to be king? I felt this a lot on the last mission too. I mean, technically, if we can get on Carol's back while he's sliding, jumping, and doing anything he wants, why are we then having to do all this random crap when he can just jump over with ease? What I'm getting at here is that the game is really just a big nothing burger, as it feels that 90% of the stuff we're doing has a simple answer the game won't let us do. Almost starting to feel like I'm forcing myself through the game, which is never a good sign. Alexander and Douglas have one final challenge, and they make us finish this on our own. This isn't the only thing finishing though, as it seems Venom has already been here before. Your guess is as good as mine when trying to explain what this stuff is or where it's even come from, since the game lets us know absolutely nothing. We're introduced to a new enemy type here, and after taking them out, Douglas breaks through the wall, genuinely surprised that we didn't just die to the final challenge.
You survived, huh? Alexander's gonna be so disappointed.
I don't feel so good.
Sorry to hear that.
Did I eat that?
I'd say that this is the final nail in the coffin when it comes to any story relating back to the movie. It kind of died off rip, but now the goo has entered the village and becomes the main focus of the story. Since it's the first time Carol's heard of the goo, he's determined to find the source. So we hop on our boat to sail the river. The same river, by the way, that Carol completely skips over and ends up on the other side, acting like nothing ever happened. This is going on for way too long. Way too long. My attention was left maybe like 5 minutes ago. Even if I wanted to get immersed in the game, I just can't get my head around why they would show you that you can jump on this guy's back, but then you spend the entire level just chasing after him and doing all this unnecessary stuff when you could just jump on his back now, theoretically, and, you know, basically skip the entire game. After crying my way through this section, we're introduced to the worst thing this game does. No! No! Basically, this venom goo traps the wild things and you're forced to attack all the little guys to free them, while simultaneously hitting the strands so that they don't get sucked into the void. It's multitask hell, and it only gets worse due to how frequently they end up spamming this exact same thing with more enemies every time. I fucking hate this game. Oh.
There you are.
Bro's hit the Superman lander.
What is that stuff? It's everywhere. We should warn the others.
Okay, dying in the village. Sick. Oh, dealing with this shit, bruh.
I will not allow Max to be my king.
But Carol thinks he's worthy.
I don't care what Carol thinks.
It's Max. We were just talking about you. We think you should leave.
Yeah, you're becoming a big problem.
No, he's not. Leave him alone. You know what I always say? Judith, don't you dare. If you have a problem, just eat it. You taste awful. Let's just get rid of him. Douglas, don't.
Sorry, Max.
At what point do we sit here and collectively agree that this story makes zero sense? Why are we getting eaten alive, spat back out, and then kicked off the side of a cliff over potentially being king? The only person that doesn't want us dead is KW, but just as she comes to save us, guess what happens?
Max, you're safe.
Oh, see, again, it's just the same venom thing. What is that? Why can't I jump over them? I'm literally trapped in a corner.
I'm going down!
Well, I can't get to you. The cleaner. What a fucking shot. Along our escape from Douglas and Judith, we grab the trophy Demolitionist, taking out 5 fireflies with a single bomb. Popping loads of trophies now. Oh, King of Hearts as well.
Look out! Leave him alone!
Douglas and Judith end up being trapped in the venom goo, and it's funny that now that the one's about to die, it's our job to save them, but they can kick us off a cliff with no repercussions whatsoever. Like, we have to save them by doing the same shit I've done this entire game. Peek! After freeing them, we are jumped by this guy. You'd think, given the fact I just saved them after the countless murder attempts, they'd want to jump in and repay the favor. But no, they all just stand there watching me fight this guy one-on-one. No way they just sit there and I gotta fight these guys on my own. There's a portal right behind you, like, what are we doing?
Judith!
Where are we? I don't like think this is
Like Stonehenge.
nowhere.
Why is she licking the rock? Where are we? I'm led to believe these guys have no clue how we got here, what nowhere is, and how to escape. So much so that I don't think the devs figured out a way to showcase their escape and decided to skip the entire thing instead. How are you going to put us in a random location? It's not even in the movie. Max, get us out of here, and then that's just it. They don't even explain how we got out of this random place. And now we're king. Okay, sick.
What do we do now?
That's why we have a king, to tell us what to do.
Max, give us your first royal command.
Let the wild rumpus start!
It's taken us half the game to finally get some genuine story, and in a world where anything is possible, they chose to have the moon fall out of the sky.
The moon is falling?
We have to tell Carol.
The moon is falling. Carol isn't instantly on board with this whole thing, but then suddenly clocks the moon and locks in.
The moon is falling! It's gonna smash the island apart!
Calm down, Douglas. That's not possible.
You don't believe me? Ask the king.
Moon is falling? What, is that true? This isn't good. Douglas is right, Max. The moon will pull this island apart. Soon, we won't have a home. Wait, I have an idea. If you go, we can go too. Thanks for your help, King.
No worries, man. As any bad game enthusiast knows, there's only so much genuinely dreadful gameplay you can take before you start to tweak out and wonder why you ever started it in the first place. And little old Shatiire was definitely reaching its breaking point around this section. Where are we even going? It's just like an endless path. Send help, please. Flipping this tree though, and I'm dead probably. Yeah. He's got a turning radius of a fucking like slug. Look at this shit, man. I'm pressed. That's me full moving.
Hold on tight. Yeah!
They didn't logically think this game through. He just jumped all the way to that tree, I think. Look at him fucking jump. Look at that. Huge ass jump. Like, what is the point of me playing this game? This piggyback ride is our way of reaching this random tree in the middle of nowhere to scout the area for an island. The same island that is supposed to help us avoid the impact of a massive space rock. It just annoys me too that they don't even fucking help. He's just standing there. Oh my days, do something, man. What do we do all that for?
That doesn't seem too far. Let's go tell the others.
Is that it, yeah? Oh, I'm actually losing. I'm losing it. Now that we had found this magic island to avoid the moon, we need another boat. The one we had before isn't big enough to get everyone across, so Judith mentioned she's got one lying about. A cool suggestion if it didn't take an entire mission to get there while also dealing with more traps. Holy fuck, did I just die? Oh my god. No! Wow, I mean, if she fell down there, she's got to be dead, right? Nah, she probably just spawns back in somewhere. Yeah. Oh, not again. This is like the worst part about the game. This lasts for so long too. Like, what the fuck am I playing? There's no way they just lowered that boat in like a full stream of water like that and just prayed that it just landed right there. After all this effort trying to escape the moon, climbing the Firefly Hive, grabbing this boat, and doing another stupidly long collectible game mode, the island just blows up. So that is 100% of this level. That's the first 100% I've had.
So, where's your new island?
If I remember right, it should be just over there.
That island?
You could almost reach up and touch it.
Build a tower to the moon? It's crazy!
Alexander doesn't like the idea of living on the moon, and to be honest, I don't blame the guy, as it sounds like a pretty stupid idea. If we really think about it for more than 5 seconds, the moon is gonna fall whether we're on it or in our village. All this extra work trying to get up there is basically a waste of time, and I guess Alexander sees that and decides to run off.
Look, I'm not going to the moon and you can't make me!
I would have just left him, to be honest, but we're forced into this stupid follow mission once again to try and convince him otherwise. Each time we get close to reaching him, he goes off and we're left to fight more enemies. It's such a sorry excuse for a mission and really did feel like a bunch of nothing. I mean, if we're being real, 70% of this game has been a whole bunch of nothing, with a few story cutscenes here and there.
I found myself getting into it, and then I kind of found myself realizing that it's just pointless. Where is he going? How is he down there?
Oh yeah, and when we do find Alexander, he's chilling in his underground space section like the void from Minecraft. No explanation as to how this even exists, and even less as to how a giant goat managed to parkour his way over all of these pipes to reach the house.
Hey, Max. Look, sorry for running. I just got scared.
Bro just ran to the edge of the universe.
This is my favorite spot on the island. I just wanted one last look.
With Venom going crazy all over the island, we decide it's now or never to start our journey to the moon. This is a pretty niche reference, but it kind of reminds me of that final section in Fable 3 where everything is covered in the darkness. I hope some of you get this actually, because that game is so fucking peak. The final mission though, is not so peak. It's the worst part of this entire game, and it's probably the reason I hate this game as much as I do.
Not this shit again. I'm actually about to tweak. Just like that, I'm fucking cooked, man.
The Venom traps are endless here. I kid you not, every single stupid corner you turn, the game is chucking these guys into a trap.
I fucking hate this game. I actually hate this game. This is awful, man. Don't, oh my god. No, I'm done. Just the same thing all the time. Like, just getting trapped every single fucking second. Like, any possibility they can, I'm actually crashing out. Oh my god. How long can you realistically just make this go on for? You're literally longing it out. Well, if I let both these guys die, that should be the trophy, actually. Worst king ever. Nice. Worst game ever.
After this long and skippable fight to save Carol, we had done it. The traps had been bested and the moon was in sight.
You can make it, King!
Jump, Max! Jump!
They're giving him powers in this one. In the movie, he had no powers. They're playing on the hardest, so hopefully it's difficulty they all unlock. Yeah, nice, okay. There we go then, game is complete.
With the game wrapped up, it was time to see how the cleanup would work. Was it going to save everything I had done during the levels, or would I be forced to repeat everything just to find the last few collectibles in each one? I mean, you can probably guess which one they ended up doing. While replaying the entire game, I decided to target the miscellaneous trophies like 15 kills without being hit, completing a sailing mission without crashing,
Oh, that's the trophy for all of them. There you go, real estate mogul. Mogul.
and also beating this stupid Carol section without failing as well.
Don't think I crashed, unless it counts like hitting the sides of the walls and stuff. Nice, let's go.
8 of the remaining trophies are tied to collecting everything in the game, and if I'm being honest, it was so fucking boring. I'm sure if I skip through the hours of footage I clipped, there might be the odd funny moment or two hidden between, well, this. But to save my own sanity doing that, here is me, right at the end, in the village, finding the last few collectibles for these 3 trophies.
This is pretty cool. This is from the movie, although in the movie, his house example, whatever this you would call this, is like over a desert and stuff. Potentially this is the last crystal thing. Yep. There we go. There you go, that's the star. So there's one more star, and there's one more collectible somewhere too. Oh, there's the seed. I just don't know where the last star is.
But as it turns out, the final star was on top of this owl's nest, with the only way to reach it being to climb these trees. Only 3 trophies remain now, and they were all for doing pretty simple but random stuff with the wild things. Pause. 1 for starting a fight.
Glassed houses. Yeah, that last star though was stupid. I didn't even know you could climb trees like that.
Another for causing a few of them to sneeze.
Oh, there we go. Did it.
And finally, to get rid of this game for good, ending up as a midnight snack for 3 different Wild Things.
The platinum clip is me getting absolutely destroyed. What a peak game. Yum, 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 yum. Is that it? Or do I need one more? There we go, there we go, there we go. All trophies awarded. Yes! Oh, lovely stuff.
To rate this on the movie tie-in scale, I think it has to go here, purely for the fact that it barely even followed the movie at all, and really was just a random game with a Wild Thing skin slapped on top of it. Not a fun experience, not a great tie-in, and all round, just a pretty mid game. I have never seen the original How to Train Your Dragon trilogy. I know, boo. But I guess my parents never really cared, and by the time the third one came out, it just wasn't on my radar. But recently, we received the live-action adaptation of the first movie, and trust me when I say that this is actually so peak. Like, I went in with zero expectations given how live-action movies usually go, but this was so good. So good, in fact, that I quite literally became the target audience for this thing right here. Releasing 8 days before the original movie back in 2010, this ended up with a 51 on Metacritic, which I feel is way too high for the game you're about to see. Looking at the reviews here, Game Reactor said, yet another license yawn fest, where neither missions nor collecting of silly items is any fun at all. And Total PlayStation saying this is the video game equivalent of waterboarding. Unless you need tips for training your IRL dragon, stay away. Which is a statement I never thought I'd agree with until experiencing the game for myself. How can a game aimed at children want me to suffer so badly for a platinum? Well, you're about to find out.
And it's by Activision as well. That's how you know it's peak.
The game starts out with a little recap as to why it exists in the first place. We are told by Stoic, this guy, that we are celebrating Thor's Day Thursday, a holiday they decided to name after defeating the Red Death. I can't tell if Thor's Day Thursday is an annual tradition or a weekly one, but basically a few Viking groups from all over the land come here to fight in tournaments to be crowned the winner. I guess nothing brings people together more than killing each other for a bit of fun. After Stoic finishes his little speech, we are asked to pick our character.
May the best Viking win!
Me or her.
I chose Hiccup because I wanted to play through the game with Night Fury, riding around and doing cool missions together. Once loading into the world though, it quickly became clear that this was not what the game was about. From the very bad UI to the floating PNGs entering our inventory, it's safe to say we were entering Dookie game territory. We're told we need to enter our house to take care of our dragons. The same house that isn't even a house but just a menu with Night Fury on a pedestal. It's here that we're able to feed, heal and send our dragons to sleep to get some rest. You can also customize your dragons from different wings, tails, and even the color of their scales. I chose to make this guy pink so that he was rocking the Shatiire brand like a walking billboard, and started our journey towards this platinum trophy.
You can make him bold. What? It's telling me there's something in my inventory, yeah, but there's nothing in my inventory.
Before entering the tournament arena, you're going to need to train that dragon.
He said the movie name.
The training camp is exactly how it sounds. It's a place where you level up your dragons by learning new combos and fire techniques. It's one of those features that almost every game has to teach you the in-game mechanics in the simplest way possible. And yeah, this is simple, but it's almost too simple. There's 7 melee and 6 fire tutorials. Each one has 4 tasks inside, and while the first task teaches you a new combo of fire technique, the remaining 3 just repeat the same thing we just did for basically no reason. There's no scenery change, barely any change to the enemies, and all round, it's just a big waste of time. Like, I get teaching us a new skill, but this is so dumb.
I'm confused as to what the purpose is, but it's just the same fight. This can't be what the game's about. This is literally not what I expected at all.
It isn't often that I watch back these clips and think to myself just how much suffering I could have saved had I realized in this moment that this was basically the entire game. I even had the man himself, Mr. John Callum, in my DMs telling me, and I quote, "Yeah, How to Train Your Dragon is ass. You're cooked and you'll die of boredom." To which I eventually replied, Madagascar moment.
Loki, this dragon is not good.
The Snotlout tournament was the first of 5 we attempt to win over the course of the game. With each one, you can do a miscellaneous task to earn an extra trophy, with Unstoppable being earned here for not dying a single time. As you can see, not much has changed from the training camp. In fact, it's essentially the exact same thing, except now the enemies move and we're in a different arena. The combos we had just learned aren't even worth pulling off because of how much the game seems to favor the enemies.
Attack!
Did I win?
Snotlout is
First step. So what it seems like is there's 5 tournaments, and that is the entire game.
Attack!
Yeah, cooked. Okay, well, W game, I guess. I didn't expect this at all. Like, I don't even think I have to watch the movie, really, to know this doesn't follow the movie, do you know what I mean? It's literally a mobile game, is what I would class this as, and it looks like a mobile game, too. Oh, I'm cooked, I'm cooked, I'm cooked. Oh, he's cooked, he's cooked. Oh! Get out of here, man. 2 trophies.
Victory over Snotlout is yours!
It wasn't long before we are shown the other half of this game, collecting resources. Yeah, while there's no true collectibles here, they do still make you grab random stuff to stretch out the game as much as possible. It's also around this point that we are awarded our second dragon and given access to the wild zone. To the wild thing, to the wild zone. I was hoping when it was saying at the wild zone that we would get to fly the dragon around. I'm guessing arguably a core feature that you would assume would be in the game is potentially not even in the game. The fish leg tournament is up next, and this, as you can imagine, is nothing new. But the enemies do have 2 dragons instead of 1. Not like this really mattered though, as the entire tournament was extremely easy. I figured out that by pushing the enemy all the way to the left or right, you can trap them against an invisible wall and effectively stun lock them. And while I didn't know it yet, this was the start of the best strat in the entire game, and basically the only way I managed to pop the late game trophies. Speaking of trophies, the miscellaneous one here is for winning the tournament without taking care of your dragons. I don't really know how you'd fail this in the first place, because you can only take care of your dragons by quitting the tournament, so I don't really know.
Attack!
That is an insane combo.
Attack!
Oh, okay, it's triple square. 1, 2, 3.
Watch out!
Yeah, that's crazy.
Choose your next opponent. Come on, let's move on to the next fight. Choose your next opponent. Choose your next opponent.
Shut up. Choose your next opponent. Yeah, he's just fucking blocking every single one of my shots. Oh,
Failure is your success.
in great shape. I should get 2 trophies.
It looks as if the stable doors were left open, yet dragons escaped.
No! No, my dragons! It turns out the game does this to introduce us to the wild fights, and for something that sounds pretty cool, it's more or less the same shit we've already done with a new background. We did get a new dragon for winning the tournament, but it's not really enough to change the repetitiveness of what is going on. My thoughts on this game are pretty much the same as where the wild things are. We have a game tied to a movie that barely follows the movie itself and just does whatever it wants. The village in both games are pretty much the one and only thing that somewhat ties into the movie, and then the rest of the game is like, okay, what are we really doing here? I mean, at least where the wild things are tried to whip up their own story, and as a bare minimum had something going on. This game is like 4 game modes that all do the exact same thing with a new background in each one. And if we want to go a step further, dropping this at $49.99 is a genuine scam. But what can we really expect from the Goats of License slop themselves? As it turns out, there is one more area in the game we have yet to explore, the Challenge Cave. Given that our dragons are almost dead, we are required to go there in hopes of getting some healing items. Now, to be fair, this area isn't the worst thing this game has to offer, and has us doing 5 different mini games with 3 different difficulties in each one. There's a trophy to be obtained here for getting gold on any challenge, which is a lot easier than you might think. The issue is though, well, the bar is already so low. We're playing a game that has had nothing new for the last 2 hours, so of course a collection of mini games is gonna sound fire. Yo, okay, this is what I wanted from a House Train Dragon game, but the fact it's kind of tied behind a mini game is kind of a bit mid. They actually had mad potential here if you really do think about it. Not like Hogwarts Legacy level, but they could have spanned something like that, do you know what I mean? Like, this is basically just like quick time events. Young competitor. 9,000 points. Level 6. There is a few other mini games here, but I imagine you get the point I'm trying to make. It's a lot better than the fighting areas we've been force-fed the entire game, but it's not really enough to save the overall grind that the game is going to become. After repeating the ice sculpting mini game for longer than I'd like to admit, we finally had enough healing items to go into the 3rd tournament. Just lob the pizza in the oven. Gonna see if I can get this tournament done before the pizza's done. I've got 12 minutes. Nice little banging one from Lidl as well. The miscellaneous trophy tied to this one is to win the entire thing, always fighting the lowest rated player. If you don't really get what this means, because I didn't either, the tournaments are on a point-based system. Each enemy you take out will reward you with 15 points, and then take 15 points away from the enemy that loses. The system is fine, but in the context of this trophy, it makes earning it an extremely tedious grind because the boss starts out with 300 points. For the boss to be classed as the lowest rated player, we need 250 points so that we can be just underneath him, which means at an absolute minimum minimum, we are forced to play 17 matches in this tournament just to get a shot at taking down Tough Nut himself. With each battle usually lasting 2 minutes per dragon and the enemies having 3 dragons now, we're talking like an hour straight of just this. Back and forth Mortal Kombat clone fighting with nobody around to save me.
Yeah, it seems a lot of these trophies is like collect 200 of this, you know, do this, do that. It just feels like it's very padded out. Apparently the entire platinum's like 25 hours. Why flesh out a platinum when, like, I doubt trophy hunting is that big of a deal with children? It's such a weird decision. I don't know. I'm gonna stick on some videos and just bash it out. I'm just spamming triangle. I'm not even watching the game, and it's hurting my finger now. It feels like it's going on forever, and I still have probably like half hour, 40 minutes left of just doing this. Don't understand how these games ever get past. Like, how do you approach the higher ups at DreamWorks and be like, yeah, we got a new movie coming out. We're pretty excited for this one. You know what would be good if we tied in a lovely PS3 game with it. I just died. I'm still alive. I'm dead. Fuck.
The trophy guide mentions the use of the deadly nadder, specifically for this triangle attack, so when it died, I was stressed I'd end up losing the game. But it turns out, Night Fury is the better dragon, and it took this death to finally figure it out.
It feels like I'm constantly stunning them there. The blocking is the only problem. There you go. That's the game. But if they block, you can't then stun them. That's the only issue, I think. Yes! That was like a good hour and a half of time wasted. Peak game.
But by the time we approached the next tournament, things were already starting to fall apart. The stun method with Night Fury became less and less effective. Since the AI is able to block the final hit, the deadly nadder triangle method also stopped being as effective too, as the enemies start pushing up towards you between hits, eventually being too close and just going ham on your health. It was around this point that the game started pulling that favoritism towards the AI as well, due to how often their attacks would work instead of yours, even if you both attack at the same time. If you're going for a stun combo, you need to hit a few times before landing the final blow, which would be a stun. What the AI does though is attack you mid-combo and cancel this stun. Can you do the same back? Well, of course not.
Okay, so we are getting king smoked in that one. It just seems like what I said before, where the game just prioritizes their attacks. I guess if they're just a certain level above you, the game's coded to where you shouldn't be able to win. Like, I just won that fight, but it was down to my last dragon. The dragons aren't good past the 2 I have.
Instead of blaming the game for being shit, I thought it might have been down to the level of my dragons and returned back to the training camp. This was arguably the worst idea I could have done because it showed me the true reality of this trophy right here. To reach level 25 on each dragon, you were required to 100% this camp alongside the challenge camp and a few others. Not only would I be in for a shock, but this training camp experience as a whole was more than enough to get me dreading that All-Stars trophy.
How have you sat in a design room, looked at this gameplay and been like, yeah, absolutely fucking fire? Because it's just shit. It would be bad enough if I had to do that once, but it's not. The same stupid challenges 4 times over with basically no variation other than the fact that the enemy just has a bit more health. And you know what's worse? I then have to repeat all of this again. The exact same challenges too, by the way, on every single stupid dragon to get to level 25. Okay, well that's one dragon done. Level 16 is what I got to. I've done all the tutorials. Oh, weapons master. Essentially what this means, right, is I have to do what was potentially like an hour to an hour and a half 3 more times, and then go and do like these random minigame ice sculpture things, probably for another like hour and a half again, for all 4 of these fucking characters. Oh.
I managed to get a few other trophies here as well, like ultimate customization for unlocking every cosmetic on a dragon.
Oh, ultimate customization. What is that for? All of the customizations?
Great speaker for talking to everyone on the island.
Why are they all just called Viking? That's so funny. It is not special enough. Hello, Viking. I don't know if there's anyone else. Oh, there you go. Great speaker. I think that was a quick little trophy before I get off. Make the pain and suffering just a little bit less painful. I don't know what I'm saying. Oh, get me off this game.
And when getting back on the next day, got Perfectionist for using 20 points on a single skill. Something I had no clue was even in the game until checking out the trophy list.
Okay, new day. We are back once again on peak. So I think this should
pop a trophy. Pretty much fully upgrade this guy. There we go, perfectionist. Already making good progress today. I'm sure I'll start tweaking out eventually because it is just a waste of time. Believe that is the last combat tutorial thing for this little guy. So we are 100% with 2 of my characters. I'm not going to do these 2. I don't think I need to right now. I purposely chose these 2 because of the combat exploits you can do with them and hoped it would be enough to get me to the finish line. I forgot to mention, but the miscellaneous trophy on this one is for always fighting the highest rated opponent. This one is way easier than Valiant, but it still takes a good while due to the point system and the fact that each enemy had 4 dragons now instead of 3. The final boss of this tournament is Astrid. Astrid can tail whip to hit my Night Fury out the sky a few moments before my stun lands. It's stupidly unfair and leaves me at a crazy disadvantage when trying to take her down. Oh, it's just doing the same fucking moveset. Like, it's blocking my stun and it'll hit me out of the sky. Attack! Attack! Okay, 2 trophies, I believe. Brave and Fearless.
Astrid is astounding.
Lovely. I couldn't help worry about the final championship, with my stunlock method slowly losing its power and me having no other way to brute force these fights. I was left with the unfortunate reality, actually playing the game. The final championship is a mix of every boss we have defeated thus far, and the final hurdle to beating this stupid ass story. We start with Fishlegs, who's rocking 4 of these guys, the only type of dragon that seems to love blocking more than anything else. None of your attacks deal a single sliver of damage when you're blocking. Surely the stun should still stun. Look at this, bro. I'm not even hating to hate or anything. It's just like you can't deal any damage. There's no way around it either. The only way you can really even get through these fights is to do the spam method.
No. Watch out!
Oh, I can't. Maybe I crashed out too hard here, but you have to imagine what my life has been the last 2 days. Just repeating these combat sections over and over and over again while it progressively gets more unfair to the player. And it felt I'd hit a dead end. I couldn't stun lock, I couldn't bear the thought of grinding more pointless stuff to level up my dragon, and honestly, I was starting to hate booting the game up in general. Burnout had hit me hard, and I was essentially faced with 2 options. Let the game beat me like it was trying so hard to do, or finally find a way to overcome these stupid blocks and overpowered attacks. I started by blocking constantly to see whether there was some magical strat that the game knows that I don't, and to be fair, it does work. You barely take any damage and can usually avoid these big combo attacks without much issue. The problem is, where does this actually get me? I can't hit the enemies because they're still blocking, and defending constantly won't win me the match. So this is when I tried a new combo. Instead of spamming triangle, I spammed square, which still does a stun combo, but now does the entire thing without the big jump at the end. It's faster, way easier to pull off, and ends in a big spin which gives a larger window to stun an enemy with. This was the answer. The ultimate stun I've been searching for the entire game was essentially under my nose the entire time. I think that is the strat. I'm gonna die here, I think. Yeah, he goes down, wait a little bit. And then when he gets back up, he hits my stun. For this to eliminate any remaining challenge from the enemies and truly break the game for good, I had to get the timing down. And get the timing down is exactly what I did. After beating Fishlegs, I figured out the gap between stunning and going for another attack is around 3 seconds. This is almost perfect, and most of the time will keep the enemy trapped against the side of the map until they're dead. But there is a slight problem here. Since the game will do anything it possibly can to make the AI win, if you're the tiniest bit off with this timing, the dragon will block your stun instantly. Like, if there's any proof that this game is rigged against you, it is right here. It was clear that I needed to refine this strat a little more, and maybe I was going insane playing this game for hours on end, but it wasn't long before I noticed something I guarantee nobody in the history of playing this game ever has. Okay, I figured out it's animation cue. Okay, watch. His head drops, stand still, there you go, now. And it just clips it, so when his head stops, there. Then you can go. Nice, okay. Look at me like perfecting strats on fucking How to Train Your Dragon. Oh no, it works for all of them. You can kind of tell when the animation of them falling stops. Like now. Yeah, okay, alright, this is the strat, bro. I can't explain to you the feeling I felt knowing I'd bested this absolutely dreadful game. Seeing the amount of bullshit they chucked my way to taking out these final enemies with absolute ease lifted my mood completely. I have bested the game. I don't want to take credit because I feel like surely I'm not the first person to discover this new method, but if I am, you know, what do I say? It's just a timing issue, really. Other than that, though, I don't know if you'd really need to have even a strong dragon, really. Even though the final dragon was a unique one we hadn't seen yet, the animation pause still happened. The game does the animation for us here, but when he hits the floor, like, his tongue like goes back in, yeah, and I think that's the start of the new animation. Easy! I've cooked. Someone cooked here. The miscellaneous trophy for this championship is for beating every boss without getting KO'd. And for something I'm sure they purposely chucked in just to take the piss, it was nice to grab this one with little to no effort, like I was spitting it back in their face. This feels so fucking good. Woo! You've unlocked the grapple grounder dragon. Let's fucking go. What an insanely good game. Thank you to everyone that made this. The post-game grind is one that you would never in your life opt to do if not for the trophies. Reaching level 25 on all 4 dragons, completing all the challenges, all the training missions, all the wild fights, earning 10,000 coins, and even stupid stuff like grabbing 1,000 common items and 400 animals. This post-game grind is ridiculously long, and yet I still sat here for the next 2 days doing exactly what they wanted. The grind starts at a challenge camp, where we need to earn a gold medal on every difficulty in each challenge as each dragon. This takes a stupid amount of time, as you're sat here for a few hours minimum, replaying the same challenges over 60 times just to get your dragon some XP. While earning the gold medals on each challenge, there's 5 trophies tied to the expert difficulty that require you to do certain things like sculpt 10 ice blocks in a row and hit 5 checkpoints in a row. I think that was 5. That is potentially the trophy right there. I won't bore you here, but I want to go over the other 3 challenges so you have the full picture. Flying Shepherd is the longest challenge in the game and has you flying back and forth collecting sheep. Yeah, they added a semi-open section to fly about in just to make us grab sheep. The miscellaneous trophy is to grab 5 brown sheep in a row. These guys give you extra time, but you need to grab all the sheep to beat the level anyway, so I don't really get what the time boost is even for. Nice. Shepherd Dragon. The miscellaneous trophies on these ones aren't too bad, but I would say the gold medals are a little bit like tedious. They're making you press like random ass combinations like that, bro. The next minigame is Memory Torch, and like Flying Shepherd, forces you to be locked in as the expert mode switches buttons around and is surprisingly hard. I quite like this one actually, but I can't tell if that's because it was fun or because it wasn't a pointless button masher. The miscellaneous trophy here is for performing 6 sequences in a row, and this really does get challenging as you approach the last few. Square, circle, 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 X, X. Fuck. Square, circle, 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 X, X. Yes! I think that was it. Nice. I can end it now too because that was gold also. Viking gold. Oh, how 10,000 gold in a story mode. If this grind wasn't already long enough, the devs were fully expecting you to earn over 20,000 coins for these 4 trophies. Luckily, you can avoid this by saving before spending 10k at the shop and then reload the previous save. But I think the fact that they wanted you to waste just that little bit of extra time here is insane. Let's go and buy everything from this guy. Okay, I think that is everything. Bought out his entire shop. I think I can pop another trophy here too before I restart the save. I should be able to get all my dragons to like max happiness or whatever because I got all these like random ass items now. Shopping master. Go snoozing. There you go, Dragon Doctor. The other thing we need to do is spend money on the wild fights. If you think back to the start of the game, this guy robbed our dragons and we had to fight to get them back. The reason I never continued on from this original fight is because he was charging crazy amounts for a fight that plays out the same as the rest of the game. But now that we had the funds, it was time to buckle up for that exact thing. The reward for beating these fights are a few legendary dragons in arcade mode. This is a mode we'll see shortly, but it's not really worth wasting your time with this fight stuff, as I mean, what exactly can I say here that I haven't said already? My Night Fury was level 24 at this point, and I was praying that this would be the last batch of XP to reach level 25. Legendary fighter, I think that was it. Wait, no, actually, that's not it. I think that's just for doing all the wild fights. I did. Is that another trophy then? Final evolution. With this trophy confirming the absolute worst, all I could really do was lock in. The 3 dragons remaining still had all the melee and fire tutorials, plus all the challenge missions too. And this is the point in the grind where I completely shut off and went on a movie binge. For I kid you not, the next day and a half, all I was doing was this. Spamming buttons for hours and hours on end with what felt like no finish line in sight. No one's played this game, but I feel like if it was just a bit more popular, there would be like an XP glitch or something.
Okay, gold medal, level 25. It does seem then, in order to get all of these to level 25, I just have to gold medal everything. But even literally gold medal and everything just took me an hour. Hours of my life I'm not going to get back. Like, the UK is so sunny at the moment. And I'm sat inside playing How to Train Your Dragon, doing the most obscure, pointless tasks that do not link with the movie whatsoever. Just watched Flushed Away though. Kind of a peak film, to be honest. Level 25. Currently 2 in the morning, but we only have 1 more dragon left. Fucking long time coming. I think this is gonna take me an hour and a half. This should potentially be the final game for level 25 on every dragon, I'm pretty sure. It is 20 to 4, so excuse me if I'm a tiny bit tired. Finally. Sat here all day and all night. I'm not playing a game, I'm not buying a game to be like, oh, to stick on a movie. Like, if I genuinely bought this game and it wasn't just to play it because it's bad, I bought it because I love the movie, I wanted to be part of the universe, and then it's so boring that I'm putting on another form of entertainment to play the game isn't good. Like, it just isn't good.
To waste even more time, we are tasked with grabbing 200 chickens and 200 sheep. This is a good 40 minutes running about doing absolutely nothing but grabbing animals, but are we even really surprised at this point?
There we go, 200 flipping chickens. Oh, finally. That one took a lot longer, man. Alright, so because of how long this grind has taken, we are surprisingly close. There you go, we're 21 minutes away from popping the trophy, playing for 20 hours. So it kind of makes no sense to faff around basically and not get this trophy now. About to watch maybe Moana or... Ooh, gosh. Well, actually. There we go, Viking Inhabitant. That means the entire story is wrapped up now. I believe we can move on to arcade now anyway.
What is arcade, you ask? Well, this mode is dedicated to more or less the same stuff, but without the story included. I think the main purpose is for local co-op, and is probably where most people that played this game have their core memories from. I'm sure hopping on for a few games with some mates would have hit back in the day, but here I am, on my own, after completing a 20-hour slog, just to repeat it all again for the next 6 hours. We can start with a few easy ones, like importing our dragons from the base game.
Yeah, these are my story dragons here, fire. And because at level 20, this should be kind of easy, I think.
Winning 10 matches in a row on hard difficulty. And then another 10 for beating 20 battles with an imported dragon. The main trophy here is for winning 100 fights, which, as you can imagine, takes a good 2 hours. While doing this, I made sure to win 20 fights with a dragon that I created.
There it is, there it is. They are alive.
There's also the trophy Perfect, for winning 50 battles without being hit once. This is probably the only challenging trophy here, as the stun method, although fire, doesn't make me invincible. You still get hit while trapping them in the corner, and sometimes they do get a block in, which then results in them spamming an attack. It was alright while I was still aiming for the 100 wins, but once those 100 came and went, I was left playing these stupid ass fights, getting hit once and making the entire 2 minutes invalid before going again.
Oh, it's just a last fucking hit every single time.
It took a good hour of non-stop trying my hardest to avoid damage before the arcade mode was bested.
Oh, that might be one of the worst trophies of the entire game, to be honest. Like, not being able to track how many perfects I had. Just a second ago, actually, if I put it up on the screen, getting hit right at the very last possible second. And then I just spent the last 2 minutes trying to take him down for no reason. Constant random stupid stuff like that. Awful, man.
The last trophy of this journey is for playing the entire story again, but as Astrid. Now at first, I thought this would be easy. The stun lock method was now engraved in the back of my head, and it felt impossible for me to lose. But losing would be something I did a lot during the second run, as Astrid doesn't start with Night Fury. In fact, it's impossible for us to even get Night Fury because they randomly decided to follow the movie for once and tie him to Hiccup. And this was a problem. This was a huge problem. The only way I made it through the game in the first place was because of the strat, and now we were stuck with the dragon with the triangle spam instead. And straight away, the flaws of this method showed their true colors.
He just blocks all my attacks and I can't block any of his. This is like top 5 worst game I've ever played in my life. Draining, like mentally draining.
The triangle method doesn't work when the enemies can block any attack you throw at them, and when they get right up close to you, the triangle strat just fails completely. For the first tournament in the game, it really wasn't looking good, and after just barely beating it with the second dragon, I'd finally hit my breaking point.
Remember what I taught you!
You know your game is awful, and the only way you can get through the section is by cheesing the game. I'm not doing too hot here. It's just so mentally draining. The game is so unfair, but it's at a point where I can't be bothered anymore. Like, I'm doing this entire playthrough for no reason other than just for a trophy. Like, the entire game really has been for no reason other than trophies. But this one is in my head. I'm losing to the most bullshit stuff.
And so I progressed through the third and fourth tournament, taking upwards of 8 minutes per enemy, but still eventually making progress. When it came to the championship though, one boss stopped me dead in my tracks. And would you believe me that the boss was none other than Hiccup and his 4 Night Furies.
Okay, so this guy's got 4 hiccups. There's other games on here that I think are potentially worse. But this, from like a mental standpoint, this by far wins, even though with Madagascar, I think. I don't know how long I spent in Madagascar because there was no time like tracker. But on this one, I've definitely spent 30 hours. 20 hours probably. It's just been me doing this.
You want more?
What am I fucking playing against? What is this? Playing against the fucking creator of the game or something, bro. Come on, you got it. One more stun. Don't block. Oh my. This is just fucking stupid.
I've said this already, but I rarely ever crash out. So to watch this footage back and see myself genuinely losing it multiple times, it just shows not only how deep I was in this game, but also how mentally drained I was from this grind. 30 hours over the last 4.5 days doing nothing but pressing a few buttons and watching dragons fight is a pain only a handful of people will ever know.
Well, I think I'm gonna have to do level up this character as well, which is yet again more time wasted. This save is 7 hours in already, going to be a 10-hour and save that I can already guarantee.
I really do wish leveling up my dragon fixed this situation, but Night Fury is in his own league, blocking my attack instantly whenever it wants, avoiding my block breaks by unblocking and then blocking again, getting too close so that you can't even use the spam triangle attack with the deadly nada, and even trapping me in a corner and basically stunlocking me. Yeah, I was being stunlocked by an AI, and at this point, I was questioning my entire life.
Am I playing against real people? What is going on? How am I just getting trapped in a corner and spammed by AI? Easy AI, bro. What is this? Oh, man. I don't know what else I can do. I've leveled up these 2 characters. The max I can go, really, without spending another 20 hours on this stupid-ass game.
But then it happened.
And he's just like, literally pounding me.
Get out of my way!
Yes!
The pain and suffering of this grind had built up to this very moment. One final boss remained, and I was more determined than ever to just get off this game. I took out the first dragon with ease, then almost took out the second dragon before it took out one of mine. This left me with no stunlock method, but I still had one final chance up my sleeve, the triangle spam. The third dragon stayed put and was perfect for this move.
Okay, I don't want to get my hopes up. I really don't.
So it wasn't long before we were up against the final dragon of the game. This would be the deciding factor, what almost 35 hours of my life had been lost to. But could I even pull it off?
Oh my god. We might be here. Okay, be careful. Don't get too cocky. You got this. My palms are sweating. How am I sweating over a fucking kids game, man? How to Train Your Dragon got me sweaty, bro. Yes! I think that's the platinum. I think I've just done it. I think. Yeah, that was it. Yes! Yes! Oh my god. Yeah. Skip. What a waste of time. I don't think I have ever in my life, in fact, I could probably guarantee I've never wasted that much time on a game for basically no reason. 4 hours story. Okay, generous 6-hour story. And then probably 30 hours of pressing the same fucking buttons, man.
To rank this horrible game on the movie tie-in scale, I mean, it has to go all the way to the left. It's a Mortal Kombat Pokemon-esque ripoff that just happened to have a How to Train Your Dragon skin slapped on top of it. This is by far the worst game I've ever played in my entire life, and I still think I'm recovering mentally from this experience. You might be sitting there wondering what could possibly follow up to that. How can a game waste even more time, be even more pointless, and follow the movie even less than what we've just seen? Introducing Turbo. Most of you probably won't remember this movie, but it was DreamWorks' take on Cars. Released in 2013, it had Snoop Dogg, Samuel L. Jackson, Ryan Reynolds, Michelle Rodriguez, and multiple other big names, but still, it flopped. And it apparently flopped pretty hard, causing DreamWorks themselves to officially write this down as a $15.6 million loss. I'm sure somewhere in that big number is also the entire budget to this thing right here, because I guarantee no more than a few thousand people ever purchased this game. Scoring a 38, I'm under the impression that anyone reviewing this game played it for like 20 minutes and then gave up, because that is way too high for what you're about to see. Game Reactor said it's a horrible attempt at squeezing out some extra license money while ruining several childhoods in the process. And according to this person right here, they would rather suck an elephant fart from a straw then play this game for another 0.4 seconds, which, to be honest, I don't really blame them.
I did not know this was a DreamWorks game. Bandai Namco, surely not. Turbo Super Stunt Squad. Now. Off rip, this is published by the same people that made Madagascar, which, you know, didn't have the fondest memories with. I'm not even getting any. Oh, fuck off. I have also seen that no one has earned as platinum in 3 months. Basically, no one even knows this game exists, from what I can tell. Past 6 months, there's been 10 people that have played this game on PSN profiles. 2 of the 10 people have platted the game, and the rest have dropped it. Leads me to assume either there's a bugged trophy, or the game is so abysmally shit that it was just dropped. I watched the movie. I think it was alright. It was a Cars ripoff already in it, but with snails. What do we do?
The UI in this game is horrible. This tutorial list looks like it was whipped up in a few hours, and to be fair, the tutorial isn't much better.
No way we're locked in just like that, man. Fuck. I was debating maybe I should find somewhere else. Now I'm locked in.
We're taken through a few gameplay features like jumping, grabbing, and performing tricks. We're also shown how to grind and manual too, which made me question what this game is even about.
I'm gonna assume this is a Tony Hawk ripoff versus what you would honestly expect. It's a racing movie. It's like if you bought a Cars game and you're like sat there grinding rails instead. What am I doing here? There's no way this is the game for like 16 hours, man. If this is the game, I can see why people have dropped it. And I can't believe I'm now locked in.
After performing a special trick,
super tricky,
and then a special ability.
Oh shit, okay. Oh, and that's why I wasn't working. Oh my days, specialist.
The tutorial was over, and I can't say I was any closer to even understanding what we were playing.
Oh, I just went out the map.
It all works the same. First, you gotta get on. Then you can ride a train.
What was the point in that? Okay. And that's all the tutorial. When you watch the movie Turbo about the little snail racing a Formula 1 driver, the actual whole film is about going fast. Like, it's got no correlation to the movie at all, except for the fact it uses the characters and it uses the environments and stuff from the movie. That's literally the only thing, so far anyway, that matches this game to the movie.
In fact, I'd even go as far as to call this a straight up scam, because it barely even hints at this being the gameplay on the box art, except a little quote on the back that says you can jump, drift, slide, and perform stunts. In my opinion, a very vague set of words that could easily be interpreted as something you can do inside races. So if there's no races, what can you actually do? Well, I'm glad you asked. The gameplay loop in Turbo is in fact nothing more than a giant collectathon. There's no story, there's no real goal, and to be honest, there's absolutely no reason as to why this game should even exist, as the only tasks we are required to do are ticking off a checklist. Whether that be finding every collectible in a level, picking up all tomatoes, finding all character icons, or letters to spell out Turbo, I shit you not, what you're witnessing on your screen right now is what I spent a good 25 hours of my life doing. And do you want to know the worst thing about it all? These objectives are on a 3-minute time limit, and if you miss a single collectible, you restart and need to grab them all again. Keeping that in mind, here is me failing the first jump of the game for a good 40 minutes, because Turbo wouldn't let me grind. Pause.
There's a collectible up there and it won't let me get up there. You just don't get enough speed to get up there. No, it's just the same height. Why can I not get this collectible? Like, this should the first one of the entire game is impossible.
Just for me to finally land it after wasting so much time.
Oh my god. Yo, we fucking did it.
And then go on to run out of time, attempting another jump and crash out.
Yeah.
Fuck off, bro. Stupid ass fucking game. What have I done to myself? What have I signed up for? I'm spamming triangle, man. And I've already wasted like a minute again, so there's no fucking point. Now I've got to sit through this stupid loading screen. I'm actually cracking already.
Funnily enough, a lot of the trophy hunters that dropped this game dropped it around the 11 to 13% mark, which is basically the same percentage I was at here. And I really do understand why, as it ended up taking me a whole hour and 16 minutes to complete the first set of collectibles in the game. It took so long, in fact, that I managed to complete 20 objectives as Turbo and unlock the next level in the game, all while trying to grab these hot sauce packets.
All right.
Yes! Nailed it.
The remaining collectibles were more or less the same process. We need to find every tomato within the time limit.
Nice. See, that one was actually doable. If the rest are like that, fine. You know, I can bear it.
And then go ahead and play the level 4 times over for every character in the game, grabbing unique tokens tied to them, which made this process boring as fuck. Fine, the collectibles are different, but the process is still the same. Drive around as a snail for 3 minutes, reaching random areas of the map to find floating objects. If you miss one or it's a little hard to grab, you have no choice but to restart and go again. I think all in all, this first level probably took me a good 2 or so hours, and this was all I was doing.
Better believe it.
The second area was exactly the same thing, but different environment and different mission collectible. It's at this point I've really started to question why this game was even made, and the answer I think we can all come to is money. $39.99. Yeah, that is the price this game sold at. A game that surely by now you can see has no ties to the movie and barely has any content included.
We'll say, it seems like although the placements are different, obviously, automatic, I think that's for unlocking the next location. It is just one thing replicated like 5 times.
The next area, while visually different, had nothing new to offer. But something I did notice is that one of the main characters from the movie, Skidmark, was nowhere to be seen. I did a little searching online and found absolutely nothing. But he was definitely meant to be here as he's on the cover art. The forums for this game are almost non-existent, so it's not like I could revive one by popping a question in 12 years later. Essentially, I was left on my own, and that's not really a good thing when you're playing a game as bland as this.
Neon glow. Wonder if potentially I've unlocked Skidmark now. There is apparently a cheat, like unlock a skin of him or something, but then there's no confirmation that skins don't disable trophies, and I don't want to do all this to like risk that, you know. Custom? What? Let's give bro a bright pink Shatiire shell.
So there I was, driving around as different snails, grabbing their icons, just wondering when Skidmark would unlock. The thing that was annoying about this is that I'd have to go back through the previous levels just to grab Skidmark's icons, which just felt like such a pointless task.
Pick the best, forget the names. What's up, baby?
Oh, we got it. Wait, no, we didn't. Hold on about.
The auto shop is up next, and by this point, I was getting kind of good at the game. Like, the game's awful, don't get me wrong, and you'll soon see me crash out multiple times, but when you nail a good trick or keep a combo going, there is a slight dopamine boost to landing it perfectly.
Jeez.
After spending a good hour or so trying to grab everything in this level, Skidmark just unlocked, and I can't tell what triggered this to happen.
Evidence Skidmark, that is the last person for this map.
Hey, player, I'm
Oh, let's go.
We now had no choice but to go back through every level so far and grab Skidmark's icons. While this wasn't exactly challenging, it did start to mark the beginning of the end for my patience with this game. Having to do the same thing we've already done just because the devs decided to lock it behind some random task is so dumb. But what truly broke the camel's back, as they say, was level 5. Because oh my fucking days, level 5 is awful. It's terrible. It's just this random train set from the background of a scene with impossible jumps to grab collectibles. And I can't imagine anyone playtesting this before its release. In fact, they couldn't have done, because I'm sure if they did, it would have been removed from the game entirely.
This map is fucking awful, like no correlation at all. Sick. I'm not gonna have fun on this one, I don't think, which is a bit sad.
I think the thing that was starting to grate on me now more than ever was this 3-minute timer. Missing a jump, taking too long to grab anything, or just failing in general would require me to go again with everything on that run being reset. A few times, sure, you know, whatever, but multiple times a level, sometimes like back-to-back fails, and then having to see all your progress from the last few minutes being wiped, it was messing with my head. And I think this level is the perfect example to show what I mean. There's two sections here, the table which has this train set on, and then the floor down below that usually has a few collectibles lying about. If you jump or fall off before grabbing stuff from the top, that is a reset. If you manage to grab everything at the start but then miss this jump here, that is another reset because you can't get back up to gain the right speed. And each reset just felt like I was losing more and more of my own time.
Ooh, skid mark trophy. Oh my days, bro. This is actually so fucking shit. It's so shit. And I'm stuck. Oh my god. Honestly, the biggest waste of time I've ever done in my entire life. And this is coming from someone who just did How to Train Your Dragon. I would say that these two are on par. This one is arguably worse because I can't just turn it off. Like, I can't just put on a movie. I'm just bored of it now. This map in particular is just so far out from what the movie's even about. Why are we on a train set for that? I just don't get it. Grown man rages at a snail game. Finally. Barely as well. Like 10 seconds left. Stupid challenge. Bro, these games actually had me tweaking over the most pointless crap. It just felt like I was being messed about. And although I paid like £8 at CEX for this, they still shipped it at full price. And I just can't see how that was even allowed. Something I did find out though was that they also made this game for the 3DS and DS. While it was still named Turbo Super Stunt Squad, it's an entirely different game, made by different developers, but still being published by D3. Do you want to know the crazy part though? The handheld version of this game is about racing. In fact, it's pretty much a Mario Kart clone. You know, when you think of Turbo, you think of racing, which I would say this is the closest. Yeah, proper Mario Kart style. You got like 3 laps and everything. Fits well on the DS, to be fair. Yeah, last place. Arguably, this is the better time, so it's just a bit weird. Like, they could have made this better graphics, you know, more advanced, and just chucked it on PS3, but instead they just made like a Tony Hawk sim instead. And after playing a few games of the 3DS version, it really got me thinking, like, how did they fuck up the console version this bad? Kart races can work on console too, and even back on the PS3, we had Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed, Little Big Planet Karting, and even Mod Nation. Sure, kart races have never been insane sellers, but it's not like this game shifted anywhere above 5,000 units anyway. Finally. Oh, super custom. Unlock all custom shells. Unless the final mission doesn't have character collectibles, I would have assumed there was still more to do. The final level marks the end to this collectible slog and was one of the happiest moments of my life. We start by grabbing the last turbo letters floating around. There it is. This should be the trophy for all turbo things. Give me that. There we go, letter collector. Before starting the last tomato run in timed mode.
Oh, yeah, that's cool.
Let's go. That was nowhere near. Oh, got them all. The final trophy of this mission requires us to do one last sweep of the character icons. Other than a few hiccups along the way, these have been pretty easy. If anything, they've actually been pretty repetitive, so I assumed this mission was going to follow that as well. But no, for some reason, they decided to give Smooth Move the hardest icon set of the entire game. Whether this was a final stab at the player, or they placed them wherever and just hoped it worked out, this icon run was stupid, and it was mainly down to this jump right here. You need to follow a set path in order to grab everything up until this tackle within the time limit, but once getting up here with 4 out of 5 icons, you have under a minute left to hit an insanely high rail and grind up to the next floor. It instantly gave me flashbacks to the first ever jump I did in the game and really threw me off. I tried over and over again, failing by a few seconds or ending the run early because I knew I didn't have enough time left. But on one of my runs, I stayed until the very last second. Alright, we got a minute left, but it'll probably take a minute to even get back to the spot.
Nice. No problem. Oh, can we get some...
Please, 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 please. Ah! Oh my god. Let's fucking go. Let's actually go.
Oh, W buzzer beater once again. Potentially the worst collectible set of the entire game. I'm not even gonna lie. Might even be worse than the first one. You're bringing it down to the wire on a jump that is so stupid. Massive credit to PS5 trophies, or I guess back then PS3 trophies, because without this guide, this platinum would have taken me like 40 hours. Please just give me the trophy. Yes. That best be it. I don't think I've missed it. Yes. Yes. It's done. Well, it's not done, really. It's not, but it is in a way. Before moving on to free play, there's one other trophy up for grabs, and that trophy is to 100% a single level. You're probably sitting there thinking this is going to be the easiest trophy so far. You know, knock out a few objectives and call it a day. It seemed every single time I looked deeper into it, it became more and more of a massive time sink. I come to you guys with potentially the worst news of all time. What I didn't realize, it says you have to do every objective in the level. Fine, that's not too bad. But apparently you've got to do every objective in the level with every single character. Like, are we taking the piss? There's 5 fucking characters, so I have to do 100% the first level 5 times. For what reason? Genuinely, I'm tweaking. I just don't understand, like, who is doing this shit other than me. Put myself through the shit. Like, I guaranteed even the developers that made the game did not bother doing all this stuff. I'm tied to turbo for like another 10 hours. Don't know if I confirm this, to be honest. Not tonight anyway. Not tonight, man. I didn't go to sleep though, and instead decided to start this dreadful experience. There's a whole bunch of objectives here, but the main ones to focus on are the hotspots, character upgrade tokens, and the turbo score. These are what we are required to do for all 5 characters, but the first time we play the level, there's a few extra ones we only have to do once, like finding a trophy and grabbing all of the flags. The hotspots are placed all over the map and are basically gaps or grinds that you need to hit without bailing. It's not hard, but again, to repeat this 5 times is just so unnecessary. The character upgrade points are basically the same as finding all the icons from before, which I mean, at this point, why are we even surprised? But the turbo score was actually kind of fun. With a 500,000 point and 150k combo objective, it was extremely refreshing to be doing something new after probably 12 hours of doing the same stuff. What I found worked best here was to find a half pipe kind of setup and then gain enough speed to go crazy with the tricks. You get a score multiplier in the bottom right that goes up to 10 times, and as long as you keep your score without messing up, the 500k will add up soon enough.
Yes!
Yes. Oh, score. That is one of the 4 we have to do for this particular level. I don't want to go to tutorial. I am so done for tonight. Oh, get me off this game. I took a little break from the 100% to enter free play. This is a mode with no time limit, and because of that, they added even more tomatoes for us to collect, forcing us to grab up to 25 of them around the map. To make it even worse, we are required to find them on every map once again, which at this point is just a piss take. Should be the last one.
Awesome.
There you go, slices. That's the first of 6. I'm getting a headache now as well, so I think I might actually get off flipping 5 AM. Waking up the next day, I started to feel genuine hatred towards this game. Today had to be the day, and I decided I would stay up till whatever time needed to get this done. I jumped back into the 100% grind, quickly wrapping up the 20 objectives as burn, and then found the trophy at the top of the map before finishing up with the 3 different flag lines. It was long and extremely tedious, but the first character of 5 was done. Is that me done? Yeah, no objectives. And this is what I've got to do now. All the gaps again. Oh, I don't have to do the flags again. That's nice. So it's just score, pick up more character-specific collectibles, and then do the hotspots again. That's it. I think you guys get the picture by now, and to showcase every single snail for the next few hours, doing turbo scores and grabbing upgrades just feels pointless. So let's skip the hours of pain and pop the 100% trophy. Potentially the last jump of the 100%. It's just so unnecessary. The entire game is so unnecessary now. Like, look at this little smug face, bro. Look at this guy. Arguably one of the biggest nothing burger games I've ever played in my life. Okay, well, I've messed this jump up, so we're gonna have to see if we can just get a buzzer beater real quick. Nice. Buzzer beater. Okay, I died. Well, that's the trophy right there. Or not. No. Oh, There's no more objectives to get. That is all of them. Oh, there's summon free play. 200 flags. I cannot emphasize enough how just empty. There's just nothing. Like, there is literally no reason to play this game at all. What? It just pops the same flags over and over again. This is what I mean. What is the point? So I'm just going around collecting 200 flags of the same flags. This is 200 flags right here.
Great.
Well, there's the 200 flags. 400 flags. Seriously. 1,000 flags. Oh my god. Oh, I can't. It's not like I'm even cheating it or farming flags either. This exact loop is what the devs intended the player to do for like 1 hour straight. This is just pointless. Who is collecting 1,000 flags? These are the only two locations, is right over there and here. They're literally asking you to do this exact method. It's got to be like an hour and a half. I think I've been doing this now. 999. This is the last flag.
Awesome.
Is that the trophy? No. It turns out while this grind is needed to 100% the first level, it counts towards the free play 100% and not the timed mode 100%, meaning there was still 6 objectives left to find and I didn't have a single clue as to what they were. I did a bit of searching through the few forum posts I could find, and it wasn't long before I found the answer. I actually cannot believe the game I'm playing. There's like multiple levels here, like level 1 tune-up locations. I think I need to find all of these. And then there's a level 2 tune-up locations. And then apparently Turbo and Skidmark have level 3. To explain in a bit more detail, each snail has 3 levels. And to level up, you need to grab all these upgrade points scattered throughout different locations. Within the locations, these upgrade points count as their own objectives. So I think you can see where this is going. All in all, this added an extra 40 collectible objectives to the grind, and words cannot explain the level of defeat I felt here. To be so close to this trophy, already having to 100% the level 5 times over and spend an hour collecting flags just to hit the realization I basically had an extra 5 or so hours left of the trophy, had me speechless. It was probably the most run down I've ever felt playing a bad game before, but I wanted to get this done today. I've literally just spent the last like 2 hours leveling up this stupid snail just to get these stars to spawn in. If you had to give an award to the biggest waste of time of all time for any game, it would have to be this. Never playing another game by Monkey Bar Games in my life. You will never, ever, ever catch me playing another game developed by them. But eventually, the end was in sight. It's getting late, like it really is getting late. It's 2 in the morning, but I really just want to wake up and not have to play this game for like the 5th day in the row or whatever it is. I'm firm in this. It wouldn't have taken as long, I don't think, if there was guides up, but bro, no one has played this fucking game. It's rough, man. It's very, very rough. Oh, that's a trophy. Nice. The whole enchilada. Finally. Flipping, finally. With the worst trophy of the game out of the way, all that was left to do was grab all the tomatoes in free play and beat the turbo score on every level. Something that sounds simple, but still took a good 2 or so hours to wrap up. Okay, so this is whole tomato trophy, I guess.
Excellent.
A whole tomato. This could be a milli score, actually.
Oh, man. Oh, yeah.
No, we were so close to 1 million, man. Oh my god, the platinum is so close. Yeah, we're about to hit 1 million. That is actually crazy. This could be low-key a world record out here. I don't know how many people have played the game. I don't know.
Not dead.
I mean, I haven't got any sources to tell me that I'm not the world record holder. This is about to be the platinum. I cannot believe I'm in this position right now. Bittersweet moment, low-key, because like, my entire life basically has just been revolving around this game for the past essentially half a week. Lived and breathed turbo.
Woo.
Oh my god, that's it. That's the platinum. If I literally bail now, that's the platinum. Oh my god, new PB.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, baby.
No, I just missed it. That's the platinum now. Yes. It actually feels so good to be done with that game. I feel like I can't really express how bad it truly is because, you know, it just looks like I'm just fucking doing tricks and playing as a snail. Do you know what I mean? Like, how bad could the game truly be? Like, unless you play it for yourself, I feel like it's never going to grasp how boring and how empty the game is. Like, on the scale of good to bad movie time, this is all the way down the bottom of the list. This is below How to Train Your Dragon, like way below. At least How to Train Your Dragon like had dialogue and I had a little bit of story, whether it was tied to the movie or not. This nowhere close to what you would expect from a turbo game, and the fact that DS game does it better, you dug yourself a hole. If If I sat here and told you there was a game on the PS3 that allowed you to hack into other people's lobbies, grief their entire play session, and then dip for no good reason, I feel as though you tell me that sounds like a terrible experience. And that's because it is. Releasing back in 2011, Mindjack made it past every single possible testing phase at Square Enix and was slapped on the shelves for a solid $59.99. Instantly, there was complaints about the low frame rate, the awful story, and the buggy AI, which of course led to a lack of sales. The unique gimmick of hacking into other players' sessions and messing around failed completely because nobody was online for it to work. But almost 15 years later and £3 down the drain, how does Mindjack hold up today? The game starts in this weird tutorial section, showing us how to move about and eventually how to hack the mind of this random person. Mind hacker. Now I'm playing with someone with me.
I think this is a really shit game, by the way.
Yeah, it is, I know.
So you just like...
We then hack into this computer for some reason and are chucked into the game. One FPS, mate.
Oh, man.
We got a host portal and a hack portal. Obviously, the host is your own game, and then if we're going to the hack portal now, I should be able to join you. Searching for a quick match made it clear that we were the only players online. Now, there's two options for the hacker, as you can either join on the red team or the blue team. Not really knowing what either meant, I chose the red team and headed into the game.
You need to play at least 7 missions. Yo, there's a hacker in my lobby.
Can you see me?
Stand still, let me kill you. Or are you just gonna help me? Can you team kill?
I don't know what I gotta do. Or maybe I'll hack enemies around you and then help you, I don't know. Don't know what the purpose of this tossing game is, bro. Slowly, the confusion began making a little sense, as we realized the only people I could hack into were the enemies. If all I could do was hack into enemies, get one tapped by Piss's AI teammate, and then float about trying to hack someone else, surely the red team is just a massive waste of time. Even if you were playing on the red team to be annoying and delay the host progress, you'd probably have fun for a whole 5 minutes before quitting either way. And after earning a trophy for taking out a hacked enemy for the first time, red hacker. What is a mind hack? What?
I mind hacked an AI.
Oh, you can hack people as well?
If I die, yeah. I can just pick a new character.
It was already starting to become a pretty repetitive experience. What is actually the point in this game then?
Good question.
I thought maybe killing the host and winning the mission would give the red team an extra point or something, and while it did give me a trophy,
okay,
all it really did was let me know I won the game and then force Piss to restart from the last checkpoint anyway.
Yeah, so I guess just follow me around, mate. Yeah, maybe if you go on blue team, then it's just a co-op game, isn't it?
Luckily, Piss was right. Being on the blue team meant I could fight enemies alongside him and actually play the game. But then another problem presented itself. Oh, so every single time the mission ends, I get kicked out of the character. Okay, bro. Not only this, but the interactive doors in most levels only opens for the host. And quite often, I'd be stuck waiting for the next combat section just so I could see what was going on. It seemed that both hacker teams had their flaws, and arguably made playing as a hacker in general a pretty shit experience. Something they clearly didn't think was the case when making the trophy Mind Jacker. As for this, you need to complete half the game with a hacker present. Like, what are we even talking about here? Unless you have a friend or someone willing to sit through this god-awful D-tier version of a story, you are not getting this done. Fucking hell, mate. Frames are actually
It's just like
cooked
a wave
here.
game, mate. Not even like a story. We went and collected this lady from somewhere.
Blue coat.
I can't even tell what's going on anymore.
This is terrible, mate. 1 FPS slideshow.
Help. The gameplay is just going to be this for the entire game. It's just going to be enemy waves every level. It's like SpongeBob Plankton's Revenge and whatever.
No!
Yeah, Parker Shitstorm. What's that from? That's from Zero Dawn. Shout out Silence. Shout out Ted Farrow. Shout out Elizabeth Sobeck. You escaped the RB.
What am I actually looking at, bro? Someone said, yeah, this game is like being in a dark basement strapped to a chair getting your fingernails pulled out. What was the point in that cutscene, mate?
Yeah, like they just keep walking in through me just to go behind us. This is fucking horrible.
When I'm aiming in as well, yeah, it's like my whole screen's jittering, bro.
Yeah.
To be honest, I don't even know how to show you this game in some kind of positive viewing experience, because what the fuck are we even looking at here?
Okay. Cutscene.
It wasn't long before we encountered our first boss of the game.
I'm definitely mind-jacking that one.
Now, this boss had no health bar and zero indication it was registering our shots, but we tried to take it down anyways, quickly finishing up 30 headshots I needed for a trophy. But this boss would not die. It wasn't until failing the mission multiple times in a row that we realized the boss can't take damage at all, and the success of this mission relies completely on defeating the enemies on the ground. In other words, each mission is designed the exact same, and they decided to chuck in a big boss guy for literally zero reason other than a bit of fun.
Most lineup of games ever, mate.
No! Actually playing the most random shit, bro.
Game collection from hell.
Due to the dated PS3 hardware, but also 100% down to the game's poor optimization, we'd often find ourselves wandering about trying to pop a cutscene trigger, only for the game to finally pluck up the courage to spawn in the next wave of enemies that it should have done 5 minutes before.
Fucking hell. This looks like shit, mate.
After another pretty pointless section, we got one of the longest cutscenes in the entire game. I wish I could tell you what we were doing here, but nothing made any sense whatsoever.
You think it's connected to our body count?
We don't have a body count, lady. Those are stats.
Transport.
Where?
Find those bodies.
Get down!
Blood, where are you? Blood, where are you? Gang. Gang, where are you?
After winning 20 missions as the blue team,
It's like that one warehouse scene in Planet of the Apes, that VR game. You know, where you're like kind of behind the desk and you got like go through this really shit empty room that just has no assets in it.
You played it?
No.
Bro, just like a day one fan. Blue helmet.
we eventually made it to this room with a group of enemies and a spacesuit with a shotgun. Turns out, this shotgun guy has aimbot and can one-shot you from just about anywhere.
What the fuck is this?
No way.
The only positive thing I will say about this game is that when you do take these shotgun guys out, hitting them with a mind slave and then taking control of them is pretty cool. Mind slaving, by the way, is one of the core features in this game, but it's just not really that good. You can use it to convert enemies into teammates, and they can fight for all of 5 seconds before getting shot in the face by the enemy AI. You can also use it to jump between players too, but I found it easier to just mind hack Rebecca at the start and then switch if I ended up dying. We had to make sure to mind slave throughout the entire game though, as the trophy puppet master was easily one of the biggest grinds to knock out. 255 mind slaves is a stupid ask, considering anyone booting up this game probably didn't get past the first mission, let alone push through multiple sessions to get this done.
Whoa.
You're wicked.
Little boss fight in that.
Holy fuck.
What is
What
this?
fucking flashbang.
What the hell? I got a flashbang in real life, mate.
This fight was terrible. The bosses don't attack you and instead just run about hiding behind cover. Anytime you get close, they'll sprint off and hit you with the brightness of the sun. Like, how does someone sit through the single boss fight at Square Enix and think, yeah, we have cooked absolute cinema here? After the bosses eventually die, Rebecca just spawns in with a motorbike out of nowhere.
What? Do you reckon we get to drive the bike or not?
Don't be silly. Nearly Friday, guys. Friday. This game is fucking abysmal.
My god, holy shit.
Go, go. Try the actual one pushing up.
Careful, because the sniper's going to literally know one tap you, mate.
Lol.
Incinerators. Empty.
What is this story even about?
There's a trophy to be earned in this mission called Scratcher, where you need to mind slave a swarmer and get 10 kills. These swarmers are some kind of test subject, and playing as them is cool for about 3 minutes before the novelty wears off and you just want to get back to shooting with a real gun.
So I just can't see a single fucking thing, mate.
Mind Jacker.
No, you got it. I feel like that should count for me, to be honest. You need to watch this cutscene and see what's happening.
Sure, it's gonna be really interesting, mate.
It's already over, mate.
I'd be walking through a corridor.
This meant that technically my work here was done. Piz could play through the rest of the game on his own, and I could stop using this awful hacking feature to start my own game. But it was kind of fun just messing about, so we reluctantly agreed to help each other through both playthroughs, as doing it solo would have us both looking like this.
I just want to get another headache. I've never had a headache that bad in my life. This is probably what started the headache, mate. Like, what am I fucking watching?
I eventually reached 20 revives for Medic.
This game literally has nothing going for it, bro.
Literally what I was saying yesterday, the only thing we did all day was like wave goals. We've already been in this room, I swear.
And after getting jumped by this big boss, end up with a bunch of swarmers once again.
Why are you just standing there, bro? What kind of fight is this, mate? £60 game, by the way. Bro, a massive gyart.
You're not even bleeding if you shoot him.
That's what I mean. There's no like visual cue that you're even doing anything to it.
Maybe it's just a wave thing again.
Oh, you might be right, actually. And a wave thing it was, as after taking out all the enemies, the mission just ends.
Oh, our entrance. You just know it's going to be his mate. You ladies all right?
She's not Marie. Couldn't look more like her, but she's not her.
Oh!
That was wicked.
What the hell?
How's the cutscene still going?
Little slideshow, mate.
Yeah.
This is where the story stopped adding up completely. Like, I was lost before, but now Rebecca has vanished after playing as her for the last 4 hours. We got this one dude called Fernandez who just popped up out of nowhere while we were deep underground. And then the next section has us outside in the open, fighting a big robot thing that can't even die to our bullets. I don't know where the developers thought this game was going, but I think after earning this platinum, mine is going straight in the bin. What we gotta do here? Don't turn that corner, mate. There'll be more enemies there.
Now I can feel the cutscene because there's no way out.
The next chapter is 8-1. This is known as one of, if not the hardest parts in the game, because there isn't a single checkpoint throughout the entire thing.
This is so shit. What actually is this game?
Do you die?
No, it's like, it literally is just running at like 1 FPS the entire time.
The first section isn't too bad, and we made great progress through this little bridge towards the final area. Oh, I got a trophy. Blue blood.
Lad, Blood, where are you? Blood, where are you? Gang.
But it was the final area that had every single enemy you could imagine.
Come with me.
Come with you, like I'm not gonna get fucking one tap, mate.
Yeah, you gotta push up properly, mate. This is Milsim gameplay.
I can't even focus, man.
Milsim gameplay at 1 FPS.
That's what I mean. Like, where are we getting attacked from all fucking corners, mate? This is awful. I got it. We got it.
We got it, twin.
Run! Yes! Oh, this looks like a pretty important fight. It's the exact same stuff we've done the entire game. Take out the spacesuit for a rocket launcher and then use the ammo crates to shoot endlessly into this boss that acts like it's taken no damage. And it was getting extremely boring. We could predict what was coming up next, we could see through every single boss fight, and even playing together was not saving whatever mess they cooked up here. But it just doesn't look like we're doing any damage to the guy. Like, it's not signaling that he's even taking the hits from our rocket launcher or anything. We gotta be doing something wrong. There's no way this is just the actual fight. We spent a good 10 minutes shooting this boss over and over again with no feedback whatsoever until it just died. Oh, I killed Gigantic Foot. Oh, is it dead? No. Oh, it is dead. It just like glitched out me.
I really wish you hadn't seen that.
Whoa.
It wasn't Vice on the inside. It was him. Oh.
Last guy I wanted caught up in this.
Oh, that's so horror. Is that Vice? No. Can't be.
Why Fernandez betrayed us, I don't know. And why Rebecca has suddenly spawned in again, I also don't know. But we were now fighting Fernandez in an epic 2v1. How has one guy got this much fucking health, man? What is this?
This isn't your average Joe. This is Fernandez. Take you out tonight. The Isle of Fernandez.
Fernandez escapes even though we just spent the last 5 minutes mag dumping him, and then the mission just ends. Can't wait to kill more space guys to get the rocket launcher. Oh wait, look, there's more space guys.
How many chapters should we do in a row with the boss fight?
What do? We need to kill that big guy, innit? The fucking spaceship guy again, mate.
Oh, is there another one?
Yeah. Of course there is, bro. The scorpion things have a stupid amount of health, so the gameplay loop here was to literally hop between both sides of the map, waiting for the spacesuits to respawn. Try not to get one-shotted so that you can pick up 1 or 2 explosives and go again. I think 43 is actually is valid, mate. It's probably too generous, in fact.
What is this fucking cover system? It's so bad, bro. Did they just say it's spamming buttons to get away from it? Yes.
Yeah, how long was that? Like 6 bullets or
something?
Ever.
Ever.
What did he mean about Boston? That's where my wife Marie died.
I know. I was there.
Oh.
We knew
okay. We had finally reached the last area of the game, but they wouldn't let us get there without a fight. Feeling a bit sick, actually, I won't lie. Is that playing VR, bro?
Me and my 2 frames against the world. Good for me to want to run. Move, 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 move. Move!
Move what though? He's got the height advantage, mate. Like one shot and we're dead, bro. Oh my days, that was nowhere near me. It felt as though they were just chucking anything they could at us. The balcony was full of enemies behind cover, and on the ground, we were trying to avoid a bunch of one-shot and spacesuits. No, run away, run away.
Fuck.
But we got through it and took the elevator to the top floor, where we were introduced to the tutorial area. Yo, it's a tutorial area, what the hell? Plot twist. I assume this is meant to be some kind of big moment where you realize everything is connected, but once Fernandez showed up once again, I just couldn't be bothered to try and figure it out.
We're gonna have to fight this guy with a pistol.
Probably. No way I'm dead already. What do you mean? I haven't even spawned in, bro. Even for a final boss of the entire game, we start out with pistols while Fernandez has the one-shot shotgun. Given that there's no health bar again, we just sprayed and prayed, finding some guns on the floor, but still being one pump to the face at any possible moment. That was until we took him down. I wonder how this peak game is gonna end.
5, 4, 3, 2.
What the hell?
Guys, the guy from Fortnite.
Okay, it's just freeze frame, bro. Oh. Pistols, yeah. There were so many questions I had in this moment, like who is this, why are we being attacked by them, and why isn't the game over yet? Holy fuck, bro. I can't, okay, my game literally almost just crashed up. What do you mean? If you die once, you actually fucked, man. Getting spawn killed, bro. What you're meant to be able to do is hack into the drones flying about the map, and then use the drone explosives to shoot through the shield and then break these little light things. The boss makes this almost impossible though, because anytime you get hit, you can safely assume that another one is on its way, and then you're cooked. So using the drone to take down the wall shield became a race against time, as we need to complete it before the boss obliterates the AI controlling our characters. But it wasn't long before we had bested this dreadful game. Let's go! Places gonna crash, bro.
Didn't get harmed in that. Oh.
Fernandez.
Lyle, walk towards me. We can figure this out.
You can't tell me I didn't try. I tried, Jim. And now what are you gonna do? Lyle!
That's so hard, dude.
What a flipping game.
On a bedtime thing. That took 7 hours. 6 hours, 59 minutes, 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's fucked. I can't even tell you anything that happened to me. 6
Right.
hours of my life down the drain. Seeing as I don't want you all to fall asleep watching me play the best game of all time, enjoy a bunch of dopamine before we get into the post-game cleanup. Do you wish to allow other hackers to break into the story? Yes. The enemies just obviously aren't playing at the same FPS, bro. Like the enemies just like be shooting you and shit. Mine Jacker. Cars 2. Mid.
Good film, actually.
Would you rate it?
4.
4. Holy fuck, bro.
It's a good movie.
It's a good solo movie, I would say, but I don't think it's good for the Cars franchise. They wanted to make a second film, but didn't know what to do, so they just whipped out some random ass storyline.
No, it's a fire storyline, man. And you got the best one-liner in the entire franchise. Activate! Deactivate! Figured it out. It was you! You all along. Do I recognize them lemon bugs you've got there? How's your 30th platinum where the world things are? No! Do you never look at your milestones? Nah, I just do my job, bro.
Yeah, pretty much.
What's the fucking point of reviving me? I literally just instantly get hit, and then I can't look into the character anyway.
Finally, mate. That was like a little fucking boss battle right there.
Thanks so much for playing Mindjack with me on this fine day, bro.
Guess I'll catch you when I catch you.
Night-night.
Peace. With the second playthrough wrapped up, it was time for the Boost Fest. As a Trophy Guardian requires 3 players in a single session, we had both ordered an extra copy so that after doing all the awkward boost stuff, we could just solo boost the rest. Starting with the Trophy Gatekeeper, where you need to take out 50 mind-hacked enemies as a red hacker. You gotta mind-hack someone then, and I've gotta kill you as the red guy.
Get a trophy.
You gotta do it 50 times.
Oh my.
After a bit of back and forth, we had the strat down. Piss would hack into Rebecca, I'd then get a kill by using a hack drone with a limited ammo, and then the AI controlling Jim would revive Rebecca and allow us to rinse and repeat. This is by far the most effective method, and it wasn't long before I popped the trophy. I got it. When hopping back on the next day, we decided it was time to start Guardian. By hosting a game on my second account, I could join as the blue team and Piss could join in as a red one. Then we basically just repeated the same grind we did the day before, having Piss bring red enemies to me as I sat here doing nothing. Literally the best game of all time.
Holy shit, there actually is someone on. I'm not even joking.
Oh wait, there's 2 people online. What the hell?
First true experience.
Do you reckon they just started, or do you reckon they had like boosted? This was probably, if I had to guess, the most populated lobby of Mindjack, like of all time. 4 people in a single game. How is this even a thing? We thought it'd be funny to try and win the game as the red team, but after popping a trophy for 5 red wins total,
Safe GG's, guys.
we kind of felt bad and left them to it. After finishing the only 3-player trophy in the game by replaying a stupid amount of the first mission,
Oh, fuck this game.
Piss got off and the solo boosting began. Star requires you to be hacked into by 100 players, which is a crazy ask considering there was probably about 10 people on this game on the day of release. Boosting this with a second console is perfectly doable though, as long as there's no one else online. Crazy this is even a problem, but there's someone else on the game. The quick hack is just you can join any game and just quickly hack them, essentially. For some reason, the quick hack keeps defaulting to this other person. So now this is basically just delaying this shit even further because I have to sit here and manually invite myself. I don't think this is going to be a problem I was going to have because the game's been completely dead every single time me and Piss have come on. And then all of a sudden today, we had a full lobby earlier and now I can't even quick hack into my own game because there's someone else online. Like, it's so weird. Prime time to play Mindjacked is midnight on Monday. Oh, that actually popped way quicker than I thought it was going to be honest. I don't know how long I've been at this. I've been watching Mike OK actually. Fucking goat me. After taking out 10 enemies in a row with combos. Oh, combo king. Lovely stuff. And you got this guy tweaking out down here. Help! And using 10 enemies as shields. Oh, there it is, shield. Nice. It was time to boost to 50 red wins. The method I got down was taking out Rebecca first because she gets controlled by an AI, and then taking out my second account so that AI Rebecca can't revive me. Oh, red flag. I believe that is 20 wins. It's one of those as well where I don't know how. I mean, I get why the trophy's there, but like the red team is so against progressing in your own story. If someone joined your game and they're on a red team, you're just going to kick them. Why are you going to want to play a solo player story essentially and then have someone grief in your game and you just allowing it? Do you know what I mean? Like you're just going to kick them from the game. So this 50 wins thing just seems so unlikely. Artist. That's level 46 for unlocking all the plugins. I think a lot of these boosting trophies can be done on this level too, so I'm going to be like seeing this whole way of my dreams, mate. I just want to hear that ping. Yes! 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 That's potentially one of the longest trophies done. I can actually go to bed, man. Once waking up the next day, I hacked the same civilian over and over again 100 times for honorary civilian. Oh, and reunited with Piss once again for 2 combat trophies that would have just taken hours to do solo. Mind Jorkin.
You wouldn't understand a painted jacking 20 people off in a row. Yeah, make it 100, boy. You just don't get it.
100 combo kills and 50 finishing moves are things we could have targeted on both playthroughs of the game, but we didn't. And now we have to pay the price by replaying the first mission over and over and over again.
Like how they did it on original Modern Warfare 19, where it was just part of the game.
Go to Modern Warfare 19, bro. Take me back, please. Don't let me leave, Merv.
Yeah.
Frames on the stack is so bad. Oh.
I just go to bed, please, bro.
Yeah, you can, yeah.
Please, bro.
Oh, I got it anyway. Moa, man.
My bed. Please let me go to bed, bro.
So, Piss went to sleep, clearly needing a break after 5 straight days of nothing but Mindjack. I, on the other hand, stayed up. I went back to mission 1 to try and reach level 50 and 255 mind slaves. I had no clue how many enemies I had mind slaved already, as the game has no built-in tracker, and I wasn't really aiming for this during the playthroughs either. I assumed that this was going to take another hour or so, but it turned out... Oh! What? Puppet Master just like that? Okay. Like first game back on the level 1 grind and we got it. Maybe it's more XP for finish and move. Oh, level 50. No way. We got it. Nice. I thought I had at least another hour or so left to grind it and we're just done. Guess I will head to bed then. Head to some tearaway on the Vita. And I'll be back tomorrow for the plugins. And then hopefully the plat. Well, definitely the plat, actually. So that is very cold. After a long week of Mindjack, it was finally time to see that platinum pop, and what better way to do it than experiencing the plugin feature in this game. Basically, these plugins act as game modifiers. Some give you more health and ammo, which would have been great about 10 hours ago, and others, like Berserker or Demigod, increase the difficulty by some unknown amount and are required for these 2 trophies. Starting with that one mission with no checkpoints for Berserker. Now, for something they clearly picked just to make the player suffer a little bit more, this was surprisingly easy. I don't really know what the plugin did, but we managed to breeze through this with no problems.
Run out of ammo now though. Pistol only challenge. I don't even know what the challenge was, mate.
The final trophy is for using Demigod on the second to last mission in the game, with a description that reads,
"This level's super tough for gaming demigods only."
It's your last trophy?
Yeah.
How many hours did it say you played that?
17:35.
17:38.
With such a worrying description, this was once again not even that hard. Part of me does wonder if these plugins even work considering the rest of the game, but we made it through and finally, at long last, popped the lovely platinum trophy.
Oh, that might be it. There we go, Demigod. Perfect hacker. Appreciate the help, bro. Guess I'll catch you when I catch you then.
Oh, is that all of your stuff done now?
Yeah.
Hey, well, I guess I'll see you in about 4 months then.
I could list numerous reasons as to why this game never saw success, but finding a few players still online was actually pretty cool. I really did expect this game to be dead, and the fact it's still kicking almost 15 years later is just insane. Thank you as always for watching this video. This is on the longer side, so I really do appreciate it if you're still here, and I will see you relatively soon in the next one. Bye-bye!